tired, don't feel no pain, 'cause I know you don't have what it takes. I'll build an empire from your mistakes. I'll build an empire from your mistakes. So try your luck, give me all you got. Only need one shot. So come and get it, so come and get it. So try your luck, give me all you got. Only need one shot. So come and get it, so come and get it. I am the fire, you know my name. You toil and tumble, you play your games, 'cause I know you don't have what it takes. I'll build an empire from your mistakes. I'll build an empire from your mistakes. So try your luck, give me all you got. Only need one shot. So come and get it, so come and get it. So try your luck, give me all you got. Only need one shot. So come and get it, so come and get it. So try your luck, so come and get it. Give me all you got, so come and get it. Only need one shot, so come and get it. So come and get it.
Hello, and welcome to day 2 of the Ringmaster's Rumble. We're starting off today with Cirque du Babs versus Tinnitus Troopers, and joining me for this cast is Kay.
Hello, everybody. So glad to have you back. And if you're the first time joining, we're excited to have you here. We're super keen to have a look at all of these teams now coming together and playing some more wacky, fun Overwatch in today's tournament.
And what makes it wacky fun isn't inherently that we're playing with silly community-based teams, it's that we actually have modifiers on for the each of the games.
Yeah, today we have rolled a whole lot of different ones. I mean, yesterday you guys might have tuned in on some of the fun speed boosts and projectile speed making things hit scan. So today we're going to have a whole lot more, and I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah, so for those that don't know, how it works is that each of the slots, the game slots, so 12, 2, 4, 6, and 8, have 2 different modifiers applied to it. And each of those modifiers are played for 2 of the 5 games in the series. So the first modifier will be played for 2 games, the second modifier will be played for 2 games, and they alternate. And then the leftover map is the current testing map that Blizzard have in the game, Hanaoka, which is an entirely new mode in Overwatch, which Blizzard is currently testing. So that's played as normal Overwatch, but then obviously in a new mode that most people aren't really experienced with.
Yeah, and our amazing producer has given us a little bit of a Japanese lesson with Hanaoka. So everybody should be familiar with Hanamura, the 2CP map from Overwatch 1. So Hanamura is basically the village of Hana, and Hanaoka, Oka meaning Japanese hillside or height. So it's the hillside of Hanamura that map is actually a part of. Just in case anybody wanted to know, just a little bit of fun facts about that.
Yeah, I mean, certainly was a was a bit of an education to us.
Yes.
Our reasoning yesterday was when Peach asked the difference was, oh yeah, it's probably because it's a different place.
Yes.
Which, in retrospect, technically true.
This is still true, yes. Alright,
Okay.
so we're going to jump straight into the standings for today, because teams have been playing the games yesterday. Most teams have played about 3 or 4 matches, as far as I'm aware. So we can actually see at the top, I mean, I don't know if you guys tuned in yesterday, but my favorite team, the Teachers Lounge, who I voted for, is currently at the top. They are 4-0, so they have been playing fantastically, with Pepe Clowns coming in right afterwards at 3-1. And then there's the Tinnitus Troopers at 3-1 as well. And then it goes down from there with Snowstorm Upper Management and Cirque de Babs at 0-4. And currently we're going to be watching Cirque de Babs for this game versus Tinnitus Troopers. So I'm excited to see if Cirque de Babs can kind of change things up and see if they can actually get a map onto the standings of this tournament.
Yeah, they've had a bit of a tough time of it in the first few games yesterday. You know, which happens, unfortunately, as much as we do try to balance these, someone has to lose. But, you know, they still 3 more games I think they have to play today. So,
yeah,
you know, they've got some time to change their fates, you know, put up a performance. And they have a couple of subs coming in as well, which we'll see if that kind of makes any type of difference to the way that they're playing. Tinnitus Troopers had a really, really good first day. The only match they lost actually, unfortunately for them, was the one on cast. But the rest of their games, they're performing really, really well. 3-1. I mean, that's, you know, like putting them up there to fight for the actual tournament at the end of the day.
Yeah, especially because, I mean, a lot of these players, not all of them are very well versed in adaptation with Overwatch, because, I mean, you know, you're super used to normal Overwatch, but when you're constantly being thrown these random wildcards and you have to adapt and change your hero pools, or there's things that you can't pick, it obviously throws your game out a little bit. So, I mean, obviously these top teams have been adjusting really well to those things and having a lot of fun with it. So I'm really excited to see what happens today with them.
Yeah. We should probably, you know, for the posterity of our viewers, take a look at the teams and talk a little bit about those.
That's fair.
Okay, so first we got Cirque de Babs here. Fluffy and Sarah coming in for Tinks and Super BH, both of whom are unavailable today. Fluffy, a renowned support player, playing his preferred pick of Zarya, as you can very clearly see over here. A very well-known player within the local community. He's played for countless top teams, and you know, really just you're expecting him to be kind of a strong point at the head of that team. Babs and Apri. Babs a consistent DPS throughout. Got flamed a little bit by Sun Phoenix yesterday. Was peak. And Apri also a very experienced player. Myriad of top teams he's played for. So, you know, again, very consistent along there. And Nova and Tinks were actually come from the same team, the new EA team. If I can remember what they're called for a second, Ethereal Duckling. So they're kind of entering the space, and they've been playing pretty well for their team and kind of got into this. And then Sarah is now filling for the unavailable Tinks. You know, we should be seeing, you know, whether that changes that kind of synergy in that backline much or not.
Yeah, definitely. And then as we're moving over to Tinnitus Troopers, I mean, as Carl said yesterday, Tinnitus is not great, but this team has been proving to be great. So we're looking at cases, and there were multiple ups and downs of, okay, how do you pronounce this? And then I, you know, in all of my wits and charm was like, okay, cool, well, I'm K and the tank's K, and so I'm K with the CAY and this is K with the KEI. So playing a very, very good Doomfist. Haven't really seen much of them in the community. However, in this tournament in particular, I'm really excited to see what K pulls out today, whether it's more Doomfist or whether they decide to switch it up completely. Nova Chrono and Lime Oros. Lime playing a fantastic Genji yesterday, even without the ult. It was hilarious to watch a Genji just dash around consistently. Nova Chrono also playing a very good, just a well-balanced team, it seems. Playing well in the DPS, and then Soup and Potato, or P501. Basically leading up the rear with the supports on the favorites of the Lifeweaver and the Lucio.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw a lot of really kind of spirited performance out of them yesterday. They really thrived in that map 3 and 4 yesterday, and kind of like when they started to gel in that what was effectively their hardest match to that point.
Yes.
You know, that push map ended up being so close. So if they can keep that form coming into today, I think we should have a really exciting game on our hand.
I think so. And then we are currently waiting on our teams to pick a map, so that's exciting. I mean, you know, when you you have a wild card coming up. You don't necessarily know what kind of map you want to go into for that. But talking about the wild card for the first map, it is the wild card of double jump. So, okay, it's gonna be a very interesting one with all heroes now being able to double jump, with obviously Genji being able to double jump naturally, getting a slight boost.
Curious what that boost will be, especially because we have two prolific Genji players in this game. I'm curious what we're gonna see out of them there. But I'm a little scared of what a double jumping team will do.
Oh my goodness, I'm just thinking in my role specifically with an Anna, just being able to just double jump around everywhere. It's like, okay.
I'm just thinking of like an orbital Lucio, honestly.
Oh
like,
no.
Off the wall jump on an...
Oh, I actually didn't even think about that. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, so I mean, these teams could literally pull out whatever, but I mean, considering the two of the players on either of these teams basically play Genji a lot, I do think we're going to be expecting Genji. I would be very surprised if we didn't get a Genji from both teams.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you, right? It's something that both players are strong on. And the wild card is saying Genji gets a little boost. Why wouldn't you kind of like play with that one?
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what this boost looks like.
The other wildcard we have up for today is the Mystery Heroes role lock. So it's Mystery Heroes within your role. So all the players stay on their roles each time they die, but they get a different, tank DPS support.
Yes.
It'll be interesting to see how that does. You'd think that favors the more flexible players amongst them, the ones that, have a little bit more kind of breadth in their role and the way they play. But it'll be interesting to see, whether one team gets like a really strong kind of just natural synergy, or what kind of like executes of there. Looks like our first map is going to be Colosseo.
That is definitely a switch up, as I mean, we know most of our matches have started off on Lijiang. I mean, tried and tested, good scrim map, good match map. But going to Colosseo, that's going to be very interesting with the double jumps. I mean, there is the main passageway with the high grounds on either side as you get closer to basically capping that bot, the first checkpoints, and getting that butt scratch. But wow, okay, so I mean, what are we thinking here? We're thinking Genji, probably a Lucio. I mean,
probably
tank-wise,
a Doomfist as well.
Doom, yeah.
I'd expect Kay to come out on a Doom and Fluffy to come out on a Zarya, and it to be just a slapfest on the front line.
Oh, Zarya with the bubbles and the double jump, just yeeting the right clicks. Oh my goodness. Yo, okay, I'm excited to see what these teams do here.
Colosseo, a pretty tactically diverse map. The only real kind of like difficulty in that being the very narrow passageway off the bat where you have to fight for bot. Can get a little bit stifling at times. But other than that, it's a pretty, there's lots of ways you can play this map. Lots of kind of aggressive or kind of like defensive play styles you can choose to adopt to leverage this map geometry, especially with those really oppressive high grounds. It'll be interesting to see how they approach this with the kind of double jump. From the side,
very interesting, yeah.
Both teams coming out with a kind of variant of a dive composition. The side of Tenaya's troop is coming out with the Doomfist, and the side of Circuit Babs coming out with the Winston style, as well as Illari, which you don't really see too much.
No, I'm
We'll
quite
have to see how that pans
surprised.
out.
Yeah, I mean, an Illari with a Winston. Oh, and that's so unfortunate from Abracornicus getting picked very, very early by Lime Oros. You'd think here that the Doom is actually going to create just so much space for them to move the spot, especially with that first pick going down early.
Yeah, but the pick coming through onto the Tracer, the Tracer can reset quite quickly. If they're able to just hold position and kind of maintain space, it is what Winston is better at doing in this dive composition. And that seems to be what they're able to do, is they're just controlling the space and kind of waiting it out. The nice thing about the double jump is it should actually let you jump over Doomfist punches if you're timing it properly. So we'll see how that pans out as Lime Oros goes down, opening up this fight for Circuit Bad to kind of push through and start to gain some territory.
Yeah, and we see here, I mean, it's just the Lucio. Oh!
That's a quick meteor strike.
That was very, very fast. Oh, and that's a double kill. Is it going to be a triple for the Doom?
Oh no, apparently we have April Fools again.
Oh.
Oh, wow, okay. So there's some apparently some silly happening here as well. So we apologize for any shenanigans in advance. Blizzard making
Oh,
esports ready
glory.
games.
Oh, I see. That's in Tracer recalling and oh goodness. Okay, that makes a lot of sense now. All right. I mean, well, Fluffy's going at it. I mean, holding the team down really well, considering they lost so early.
Oh, we love the pulse bomb onto the onto the Winston to kind of balance that fight out. They did do really nicely to zone out K in the early stage of that fight, but
Yeah.
now they're gonna have to kind of just stabilize without their tank in the fight now.
Yeah, and that's that pulse bomb missing and not getting any value on that, especially waiting for Fluffy to come back. That's quite a stagger from the BTS fan.
Yeah.
We'll see if Sarah can or Loti can get out. That's a
They're
really
stabilizing
nice
okay
pick.
now though, yeah, they're getting back, getting ready to come into this fight. A couple of ults online for them as well, and we're going to see the first one coming out here with the Captive Sun. Ooh, nice cleanse out from Soup to make sure no one gets that little bit of sunburn on a sunny Roman day. And the beat coming in here, so they're going to be able to gain some territory here. But P5001 coming back in with that beat as well to keep his team in the fight, keep those health pools looking healthy. Even though it's starting to tick a little bit into the favor of Circuit Dabs here. Apricornicus losing that duel to Limeros there, and that's going to be a big opportunity for Tinnitus Troopers to come back to this fight. Another Meteor Strike coming through with the Kitsune Russian. That's just a lot of pressure coming out. That's really, really clean engagement here from Tinnitus Troopers to clean that up.
Yeah, especially as they only use 2 ults there, and Doom is already 35% up to the next ult. I mean, we're looking at Fluffy's ult charge. We need that grab to be online in order to actually, you know, take that fight. Because Lime, Oros, and Novacron are both with their ults going into this next fight, and we do expect them to be able to actually get this cap with the Genji Blade that should be coming out this fight.
Yeah, no beat online either anymore as they've now switched to the Kiriko as well. That's also coming out in the Genji now instead of the Sojourn, but early pick onto Nova there, that should allow them to get the payload forward to butt scratch at this point. It's so chaotic here. The side of Circuit Bab's getting very, very split up here, and it's just one at a time. They're gonna just get picked off, you know, not gonna be able.
Apricornica is doing a very, very good job of stalling this out, though, to prevent that. I mean, they literally just capped, and their team lost the fight a little while ago. However, that stagger's a bit unfortunate with the fact that now the rest of the team are coming back, and they don't actually have their Tracer joining them in the fight just yet. Okay, so Below has disconnected and reconnected. We are all good for fine.
Apologies for the slight technical issue.
No worries. That was a very, very dominant performance here from Tinnitus Troopers in this fight. I mean, what are you going to do against the Doomfist ult? And just being able to create that space and really just do all of the disruption with the punches, just understanding really well how their Doomfist just thrives, it seems. And we see Fluffy actually coming out on Malga, deciding, okay, no, Zarya is no longer actually going to be the pick here.
This is, however, April Fool's Malgo, so he's tiny and has no HP.
Oh.
Which is ridiculous. But yeah, I mean, it's just like Tinnitus Troopers have their playstyle sorted. They're playing this really, really nice controlled dive where they're just pinning this team back repeatedly. You know, Circbab's like looking for answers here. Babs now going onto the Tracer.
Oh,
That's
wow.
a huge captive
That
stun
was
there.
beautiful. Wow, catching 3 and just getting those explosions off with Apricornicus cleaning it up onto the Doomfist, so they are going to be able to move that a bit. Apricornicus is kind of just figuring out how the Cassidy is moving with the walks and the jumps and everything. And BTS fan is busy saying, okay guys, it is April Fool's, just if anybody did not know.
Small Mag is just absurd. What a ridiculous hero.
Yes. It's
They've now switched off the Doomfist, however. They're onto the Junker Queen now. Something which is, I was like, they're hoping will give them a little bit more ground control into, you know, like this team that's now playing a Moira to escape the punches, a Mao to just be this massive frontline presence, Cassidy to be a pain, you know. They've really kind of decided to match and make it really, really difficult to play for the Doomfist. So switching onto the Junker Queen here, a good switch, and they're immediately coming out with the fight win there to give themselves the opportunity to come into this next fight and again get that forward spawn, make it really, really difficult for Cirque du Bats to catch up to them.
Yeah, and the fact that Case is just switched on to the Queen and is already basically got ult just speaks to the... I was just about to say, speaks to the caliber of tank player, and then unfortunately they just go down in the back line to Apricornicus. So that was really, really nice. Just a nice set of picks from Cirque du Babs to actually be able to capitalize off of that one. And now they're getting the bot pushed back the other way. Fluffy will be also coming up to ult, so we'll just have to see here which Queen can get the better ult, because there are no Kirikos on either side.
Yeah,
so,
I mean a little bit of reset potential for the side of Cirque du Babs with the recall and the fade, but neither of those heroes really actually being able to reset in that situation. Fluffy going very, very low there. It's trade for trade though. It's very, very close in this team fight. It could still go either way. Oh wow, and it just looks like Cirque du Babs managing to just about clean it up here. We see from the other side here, the side of Tinnitus Troop is now switching presumably to the threat of Babs and this Tracer. You know, having a lot of trouble dealing with this really, really aggressive backline player. Now, so they're on the Torbjorn and the Cassidy to make it really, really difficult for him to play in that space. But, you know, you're not surviving standing the open against Deadeye, Babs. That's going to kill you. In fact, they come back towards center map and...
Oh, goodness.
Wow, that's the flying Junker Queen thing. That's a really interesting adaptation to that.
I no longer want to be a part of this team fight. I'm outie. Peace.
It does enable dive Junker Queen though as well, which we haven't really seen a lot of to this point. But yeah, it's really nice to come back with that fight. Huge staggers coming out for Tinnitus Troopers here, so they're forward again, forward spawned, and now coming in a position where there's just a lot of potential for them to just maintain this space, make this lead unassailable.
Yeah, especially because you've got the Brig ulti coming out now. And unfortunately that Ilari ult not really getting as much as they necessarily would have wanted it to. And so having to commit cold to this as well just to keep everything sustained.
Yeah, it's still not really going in their favor right now though. Fluffy's helpful not really stabilizing to the stage. And it's looking like it's just going a little bit in the Tinnitus Troopers' favor. Which, I mean, really, really nice maintenance of this fight from Tinnitus Troopers, maintaining their space, holding out, making it really, really difficult to push. Whether this Molten Core has much function here in the 1v5, I'm not really sure, but the rest of this team fight has been really, really good for them, and I doubt they're even able to touch with this stage.
I don't think so. And then the Brig Bash to finish that one all off. Very, very well played to Tinnitus Troopers. I mean, we literally said they basically have their game style down pat, right? And then they just switched it up entirely with the compositional switch. So well played to them, but also well played to Cirque du Babs. I mean, there were a lot of very, very close fights there. I mean, sometimes it just comes down to some teams just getting the better picks on the ults that they're using at that point.
Yeah, unfortunately, just a slight technical issue getting the April Fool's code clowning on us again.
Oh,
it was apparently, according to our producer, working as intended earlier.
In inverted commas.
So I think that adds a little bit of an element of unpredictability that's
I think so.
messing with us a little bit, but you know, like it happens.
Yeah,
It's-
shame. I mean, teams planning to go, okay, cool, we're just double jumping, and then all of a sudden you can throw a top turret onto somebody's head, and then the Junker Queen basically turns into a dive tank. It's like, oh, okay, we were not expecting this one. So,
Yeah.
but good job on the teams to actually recognize that and be like, okay, we'll just switch it up, and we're going to play the Torbjorn, we're going to play the Queen, we're going to play the massive brig with the huge shield. And the baby Malga.
Baby Malga. I was very surprised to see that baby Malga come out.
Me too.
It was very strange. But yeah, so we're going to be going on to Flashpoint now with Cirque Babs choosing Suravasa. And this map is going to be Mystery Heroes. So
Oh,
this is-
exciting.
there's some nonsense. There's some
Yeah.
nonsense coming up. It's definitely going to showcase which team has the better hero pools here, who's more comfortable on their range of heroes, and I think, you know, that's the type of game that kind of showcases like just, you know, the breadth of how a team can adapt and, you know, play around their limitations as games go on.
Yeah, and 100%. I mean, and obviously if we're thinking about hero pools for support or tank, I mean, it is a lot less. So for a DPS, if you're super comfortable on projectile heroes and then you get thrown onto a hit scan, like, let's hope you can make it work.
Yeah. And again, especially because we're looking at Flashpoint, we're looking at a mode which really prioritizes aggressive, fast engagements. So,
Yes.
I mean, we're gonna see team comps flipping, you know, 3 times a point kind of
Yeah.
thing. So, you know, that's gonna be interesting. So it looks like the teams have the ability to choose heroes first, right?
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure if that's intentional. Is that intentional? At producer?
Okay.
Okay, so we'll have one fight that comes off, you know, heroes that everyone is still apri fools. According to Babs.
Oh.
Did they switch codes? Oh, we switched codes? He did, and we're still having shenanigans occurring in our video game lobbies.
Oh, Soup
What?
can still double jump.
I think we might be going back to lobby on this one to
Yes.
kind of
Yes,
fix
I
that.
think so.
Because yeah, it's still, you can see this big, yeah. Oh no, they did. I think they did get randomized.
Oh goodness. Roll lock April Fool.
Are
Oh,
these
okay, yeah.
are these just are these just huh?
Fluffy's decided no, he is done with this. And he
Yeah,
has
Fluffy
not
rage quitting.
left the game. Oh no.
Fluffy
Oh,
absolutely
goodness.
rage quitting this 2 p.m. game. He's over it. He's done. He's not ready
He's
for
like,
this.
yeah, he's like, there are too many things. There are too many variables. I cannot control it. I am done. I am finished.
I'm over it. I'm going to go speak to the person in charge of the codes here.
Lodge a complaint.
Yeah, see, Apri confirming that Fluffy rage quits already. Absurd. You know, honestly, we expect better from our community heads here. Doing
Oh, goodness gracious.
the absolute most toxic thing he could possibly in this situation.
Oh goodness gracious, shame. I mean, so you are initially able to pick your heroes. So as you did mention, the first sort of clash between the two teams, we're expecting something more standard along the lines of like a standard team fight. But thereafter, then the heroes will be switched according to obviously their role lock. So
Yeah. But it does look at the moment like there is some nonsense happening in terms of exactly what is what is going on with the lobby. Okay.
We love implementing the correct codes with all the wildcard rules that we are talking about on cast. Ayo.
Now, to be fair, this does look like a little bit of a snowstorm upper management issue.
Yes, yeah.
Um, I'm not so sure how much we're to blame for it as much as things are just being stacked upon other things because the workshop's reacting a little bit funny.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But I mean, coming back to the last game, if we're just thinking about the team's playstyles, we can see that Cirque de Babs with the change up in their tank have actually been adjusting quite well, because you generally in like a community tournament you would be comfortable with your tank as the games go on because you learn how that tank plays. So now they've obviously had the switch up with that, but we can see that they were playing quite well around Fluffy, and with Sarah filling in as well, doing some huge things as the other support player on Cirque de Babs. Very well played from them. I'm very curious. I just want to get into this. Like, I want to see what heroes are going to be thrown out, and can Fluffy play Doomfist, and can Kay play Orisa, you know? All of these questions.
So update, they've managed to talk down Fluffy now.
Okay, that's good, that's good.
And he is back in the game. For how long, we'll have to see.
Oh, thank goodness, okay. We have rectified the situation. Don't worry, guys. We still have a tank on Cirque de Babs. Babs' team is not going to be suffering tankless 4v5.
Wow, they're actually they're bantering us in lobby now as well. It's like, IDK Fluffy, can you play Doomfist? Wow.
Yo.
This is stream sniping, Kay.
I know. Wow. Both of us, yes.
Both Ks, yeah. It's,
A and K.
Stream sniping conversationally with you, but it's stream sniping accusation for K.
Okay,
in game.
Okay, yeah. Oh goodness me.
Okay, back to Survasa.
Yes.
We're trying again.
Exciting. And also, I mean, it's fair. Like, you know, Ringmaster Rumble, Clown Fiesta, it just fits.
Yeah, no, really nice, consistent. Are they going to come out with a different comp here? That would be highly dishonest gameplay.
It would be, however, it would also make the game interesting.
Highly dishonest gameplay.
It's looking a bit spicy and different.
Wow, I'm appalled. I'm appalled by the lack of ethics in this team. Both teams, actually.
No, didn't Tonight's Troopers, I'm sure they came out on the Doomfist.
I don't think they came out on the Hanzo.
Yeah, the Hanzo is definitely a change. And the Hanzo is so good into Apricornicus's fashion.
Okay, so normal size, it looks like we've escaped the April Fool's curse.
We have...
Lottie getting really aggressive there. Running them down. And, you know, trading out for the Hanzo in that situation. So the Bastion's a little bit more free here. A little bit more empowered to kind of look for the nonsense.
Oh, dropping very low, though. Oh, okay. So we have Lottie now off of the Brig onto the Mercy.
Yeah. Apri coming off the Bastion onto Echo here. The rest of this fight slowly kind of seeming to be turning into the side of Cirque de Babs. Like Cirque de Babs capturing.
And that's a nice pick for Lime Uros, as we know Lime Uros to be a Junkrat player, so I'm just worried a little bit about tonight's Troopers. I mean, they don't have a lot of healing.
Oh, that's a Junkrat trap onto Fluffy. Fluffy going down very early in this fight here. That's a bit dangerous. And looks like it's going swiftly back the other way. It does look a little bit like tonight's Troopers managed to get a high roll into their mystery hero composition here. Rolled onto heroes that they were a little bit more comfortable on than the side of the side of Cirque de Babs. And double Lucio.
And we love a Fluffy Hog as well. So
yeah, wow.
I mean, Nova Queen still being alive from the get-go, and Babs, who now has Pulse Bomb, so I'm really excited to see what Babs can actually do with this one. Kay says almost at ult though, which is very scary for that Junker Queen who's spinning right through.
That is just so much damage. I mean, they can go back and try again, maybe without the Roadhog this time.
And then Lime getting onto the Bastion as well, just able to cleave through that. And then the two Lucios, the two beats could come out one after the other. Soup and P500 and one just are able to actually stay alive for this next fight. Fluffy
Okay,
onto his comfort
hero.
pick. Yep,
Yeah,
that's good.
onto a Zaya here. That should be fun. Should be an enjoyable hero for him to. Apparently, Venture enabled themselves after not being enabled. This lobby is haunted. This should have been a haunted house themed tournament. Oh, that's a big EMP.
That is
That's a very small grab. It's a flex grab. Don't worry, I understand, Fluffy. I've done it myself.
Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, that is unlucky. The first beat did come out, the second one was a bit of an Ajax, and that's just clean up as Fluffy is just, you know, screaming and beaming with the Zen Orb on the enemy team.
That said though, really nice kind of like composition swap coming in for them with the Sombra Reaper Zaya. Really nice aggressive comp for them to get in. Only thing that seems a teensy bit out of place is the Zen here. The Life Weaver can function, I guess. I hesitate to say that, but
I mean, you can tree on point, you can kind of keep your Zarya up so that they can beam. So we'll see what Loti can actually do here with the early Bob coming out and just going straight off.
Oh, good night, Zen. That's a lot of damage. Oh, that Bob actually managing to get value, just opening up to the site a little bit. No supports on the side of Circle Babs now. Looks like they're going to actually end up flipping this point. Don't know if they'll be able to touch here, but I think Fluffy just choosing to preserve his life and his charge rather than, you know, try and contest that point. It does not look like Tinnitus Troopers want him to be able to do that, though. Ooh-wee, that is a lot of HP.
Oh! Don't worry, Fluffy is almost dying off screen, and we've lost Loti on the Moira for Cirque Babs. They are just aggressing. Oh, that's a nice Dragons to kind of split the team up, and it does get a pick onto Soup. So very, very well played to actually to pull that back.
Our producer is having some technical issues as well. We're hearing him ranting in the background. So good to see that the clowning isn't just reserved for the players in this tournament.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, well, coming out, it's really nice balance comp for the side of Circle Babs now. Quite aggressive looking comp coming out for...
Oh, huge EMP. Oh, and then Nano.
Nano on the Sombra. Did they get the reset onto Nova here? No, Nova not being able to get reset, and this Junker Queen now pocketed and with an Ana healing as well might be able to stabilize this fight and actually come in and do a lot of put a lot of impact in for the side of Tinnitus Troopers. Even looks like they might be able to win this fight from this position. Did they get the... Oh, they got the res on the tank as well. That's... You hate to see that if you're on the side of Cirque Babs. Just 1 versus 4 here. Fluffy going down, and who knows what Fluffy ends up on now.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice bubble, but unfortunately, you know, Zarya is not going to be staying alive with the... Oh, it's another
got Zarya back.
Okay,
Nice.
I mean, no complaints there. Bab switching onto the Mei, which we do know he knows how to play. So going to be nice with that Blizzard actually coming out potentially for this fight, maybe getting a wall off so that they can isolate that Junker Queen, and Lime being able to dupe here and duping Zarya off the bat after dropping really low.
Yeah, I think that was more of a panic dupe than an intentional one, but still coming in really nice and aggressive here. With this Blizzard online, they might come in here and be able to just clutch out this fight quickly.
Oh, that's a grab going the other way. Fluffy's is 10% off.
Yeah.
But they do get the flip, so very, very well played to them. That Blizzard was very, very well placed by Babs, getting a lot of Tinnitus Troopers who are now on Marga and Symmetra.
That's scary to run into, right? Like, that's... You don't want to be in the middle of that one. But looks like Cirque Babs just putting in ultimates here and really just kind of cleaning it up with the ultimates investment.
And also well played by Nova, sorry, to basically anti so many of the players where K was just actually not able to do anything, just had to kind of back up.
Double Ana, double Genji. Do you think they played slow enough and double Nano Blade?
Oh, I hope so.
That would be the play.
Just nano your.
Oh, never mind. One Genji down.
Oh, what happened to Nova Chrono there?
It just
oh,
dashed off the map.
Oh. Oh, the dream is dead.
Oh, yeah. That's too many dead Annas. Dead Ramatra as well. With the Annihilation used there as well, that means that there's not going to be an ult for them to carry into this next fight. They just have a really balanced team comp at the moment, Cirque du Bavs, and that's allowing them to kind of play in a very versatile way. They can kind of adapt to whatever the Nidus Troopers is throwing at them. And the Nidus Troopers getting a little bit of the low roll here in terms of what they're getting. Double Genji, double Anna is all like a fun idea. It's difficult to actually do things like that. You're missing a lot of the key elements of what you would use to engage. And with these ults online, it's going to be questionable whether they're able to engage with this properly.
Oh, that is a lot of ults being thrown now.
That freeze is very, very big there, though. Really gets them to be able to stabilize in this fight. But not over yet, though. That res coming out and a lot of damage coming out as well. They should be able to stabilize this, but this actually turns out to be very, very expensive for the side of...
Solo Shatter into Afria.
As a solo Shatter enthusiast myself, I thoroughly endorse that gameplay. Actually, a really good play there. They're able to stabilize that, and because Fluffy's not able to pick off P5001, that means that K is able to stay healed up and actually just win that through the fight.
Yeah.
So from a nice balanced comp to some Clown Fiesta nonsense with this Hilari, Lucio, Torbjorn, Hanzo, Wrecking Ball.
Oh, yes, the Wrecking Ball. Let's see.
Oh,
sleeping
Ball is asleep
immediately.
already. But this is now, with only the Mercy, you'd say, really doesn't fit into a brawl here, as they're coming in and that Wrecking Ball dropping really, really low. They managed to trade out a positive pick though and not lose their tank in this, so it puts them in a strong position to go forward and try and win this fight from this position. K turning back and actually just, cast his cursing. That one. Oh, that's another big Captain Sun, which opens up this fight for them, and they're able to just kind of it's just a Reinhardt and a lone Anna on point. Symmetra coming back. I mean, they should be able to clutch this up, but it's a really, really difficult one.
Yeah, just with the high level of mobility of that ball, just to be able to get to points. And I mean, hey, they capped that and very, very well played to them. I mean, K was farming Shatters so quickly. Oh, Double May.
Double May Roadhog versus Wrecking Ball. I'm sorry, Fluffy. This is pain for you. That's not a good time. Our producer's asking if the slow stacks. I'm not sure it does, but just the breadth of space you could cover with two Mays.
And we see Fluffy noticing that he is gonna have a bad time.
And Anna and a Roadhog. The only thing that you're potentially good against there is the Baptiste, but even then, that's rough.
There was a nice wall from them to kind of zone off that point, but I mean, Babs coming out with the early ult.
They just closed themselves into point. That's so funny. They nanoed a May. That's mean. That poor Wrecking Ball. He did nothing. Okay, cool.
He did nothing. Gets a double kill.
Yeah, no, he did once. Fair enough. I acknowledge that the nanoed May was fair, but they're able to actually sustain that out and put despite looking like a bad time, the rest of the team is able to kind of surround that composition and just poke it until it dies. So really, really nicely played there from Cirque du Babs. But a good attempt from the Nidus Troopers to leverage their kind of luck in the comp to kind of pull themselves in and get that first cap, get some percentage on board.
Yeah, and we see Tinnitus Troopers is coming in again with a Kiriko and a Junker Queen, so... Oh, that is a big ult by Lime.
That's a really, really nice bench ult there. Opening up that fight really, really nicely, and Fluffy looking like he's in a bit of danger over here. Might drop down. Drops down
Does
eventually.
drop down.
Hey, come on, just die, man. Oh! Nano Sojin in the late fight here? Is it winnable? I don't think so. Okay, well they will have this overclock for the next fight coming in now, which
It
should
was to
allow
build
them.
alt charge. It was to
Yeah,
build
to build
alt
alt
charge.
charge, definitely. Not like those two synergize or anything. They never play really together.
Oh, missed the high ground ever so slightly, but it's okay. It was all calculated. And Apricornicus ulting from the side, going to be contested by Lime Oros. So we see here, I think Lime wins this duel. Yes.
Ooh, yeah.
But Babs popping off in the backline, getting a triple.
Yeah, I mean it's really nice there from the side of Cirque Babs to kind of just like pace that fight and lead themselves into a strong position. You know, it's something that they've been quite good at throughout this game at doing, but you know, last fight territory here now for Tinnitus Troopers. They have to come in, they have to touch, they have to contest, and it's already looking like it's going against them now, as map 2 seems to be going in the favor of Cirque Babs.
Yeah, well played by the team there to actually just be able to get the picks, and so they weren't, Tinnitus Troopers actually weren't able to take like a proper fight at the end there because they'd already lost people, and then they had to contest. And so as the picks came in, and we have a fluffy player of the game as Malgo.
Yeah, I think, you know, we didn't have to find out if Fluffy could play Doomfist. He was on Zaya for a very, very long time. And
That is true.
this is just horrifying playing Doom. It's just the meat grinder staggering into a Malga. It's horrible.
Yeah. But I mean, well played to both teams. We could actually see there that even though sometimes they got the weirdest composition switches, they actually adapted to them very, very well, where all of the points were quite close until that last one. Even though they did have the double May and tried to make a protective square. Well played to both teams for that chaotic game mode after all of the shenanigans from earlier and the April Fools and the double jump as well.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to be going into pure double jump here, not April Fool's double jump.
Okay.
So it'll be interesting to see if they change anything from their first map with that. I mean, it will change how the map is played, obviously, because now they don't have
Yes.
their April Fool's changes. But in terms of the styles that they play, how they try to leverage that double jumps, if that'll change at all.
Yeah, I think we're going to be looking at a pretty similar composition that Tinnitus Troopers likes to come out on, with that Doomfist kind of being more of their sort of initiation and presence just to control that space, and then the rest of the team getting picks after that. And then we'll obviously see, I mean, Fluffy did initially come out with a Winston, which I didn't even think about the Winston double jump on the jump. Which is actually quite funny. And then obviously the Zarya, so kind of playing two different styles, more of like an anchor style or a dive style. So we'll see what happens with those two teams going against one another with just the normal double jump. The less chaotic, no tracer, random little overlay when recall, or Junker Queen pulling themselves with a knife, etc.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see immediately, right?
Yes.
Whether the curse of the April Fool stays away.
Yeah. And then for our third map, we are going to be going to Busan.
Yeah, nice control map. Very versatile in terms of how it's played. All 3 points viscerally different in terms of like how you can approach them and the comps you can play in those spaces. And that's actually always just like a positive for me. I like seeing the map in terms of a more chaotic, multiple approach type of like situation. You know, where one control map doesn't necessarily dictate how the entire like game is going to go.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you do get into that, it sort of feels almost monotonous, but when you have to switch things up, or you can switch things up, being the operative, word in that sentence, you can actually just see how teams are able to fare against one another, especially because, I mean, we've just thrown these teams together. They've only had kind of yesterday to play together, and sometimes not even. So seeing how they adjust to that is very, very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, and Apricornicus not having chosen yet. Oh, is it April Fool's stuff? It's the projectile one. This is cursed.
Okay, so we have confirmed that there are actually clowns living in the lobby code maker.
That's wild though, because the rule settings don't even say that. Like the rule settings, it's normal competitive rules. Nothing about projectile speeds. That's so weird. The workshop is cursed.
Yeah.
This should have been a Halloween tournament. It should be a haunted house.
Oh, honestly, it should have. And it's just like, okay, whatever code is inputted, that's what you're dealing with, because you're just getting haunted, and it's going to be spooky fever, and we go from there.
Just deal with it.
Just deal with it. Oh, shame. Okay, yeah. So one of the players did advise us that their Kiriko was hit scan. Obviously with their projectiles, noticing that there was a slight little thing off by that. So don't worry, guys. We will eventually get to the double jump. We will. I am sure of it.
Yeah, I mean, like, once the Blizzard servers start being haunted by the ghost of Jeff, I guess. He's not dead, he's just not there anymore.
He's just upset about everything that's happened, so he's just like, you know what? This is how I'm gonna spice things up from now on.
The ghost of the missing tank.
Yes, exactly. Hey, but positives. Fluffy did stay for the game.
Yeah. I mean...
has not left yet. So...
Guess Fluffy hasn't rage quit this time. I'm actually really proud. This is a character arc. This is a development that we're seeing from him here, and I'm really proud of it.
Ah.
Okay, we are intentionally bringing forth April Fool's double jump.
Okay.
3 shrugs. Should be fun.
That's fine. Everything's fine. It's all good. We're gonna have a Junker Queen with a turret on her head again.
That just seems like meta, right? Like it seems like you have to do that.
You have to do that. It's like the ultimate zoning queen, especially if she ults in and then the turret's just shooting all of the targets that have the anti-heal. Yeah, I don't see what could go wrong.
Oh, now we don't have a lobby. There are no players in the teams. There are no teams. Everyone's in queue.
Okay, cool. Oh, we love it.
Okay, I think we should just launch and spectate the map a little.
Just stare at the pretty map, all of the different points. Oh goodness, okay. Well, now that we are intentionally using the April Fool's double jump. Oi. No.
Yeah. It is chaos.
Yes, yeah. This is it, guys. This is the Ringmaster's Rumble. For any of you who are spectating and thought, no, this is gonna be super chilled. Like I'm just gonna watch some games that is streamed on Twitch for COWZA. You were wrong.
There are no...
Because this is Ringmaster's Rumble. This is Clown Fiesta to like level like 9,000.
I just don't understand. Like nothing about this
makes sense.
Nothing about what's saved in the settings here tracks. What a phenomenal turn of events.
Absolutely amazing.
I don't understand. Oh. Producers speaking to Terran in the background. So there might be an update to this.
There might be.
Might be.
Hey.
Who knows?
You guys don't know, and neither do we. So we're on the same playing field here. Oh goodness me.
They're playing Overwatch in text at the moment.
Oh, okay.
So
wait, so who's picked what?
I don't know.
Oh, they've just decided that that's how it's going to be.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think some of them are 1v12 hammer 1v1 for the point. I got to pick. Some of them are, and some of them are talking about other things.
Ah, okay. That's fair. We love to see the banter and the communication between teams in lobby. Especially because a lot of people have actually played together. A lot of people have been on teams in the past in the community, so it's really nice when you can, you can poke at one of your past teammates and be like, here's a 1v1, or, I got you in the Widow 1v1.
Okay, so we have teams again.
Yes, that is a positive.
It looks like it might be a double jump lobby.
Oh. We remain hopeful. We can maybe put away the bright red clown noses for now.
And we can never put those away.
Damn. What about the massive shoes?
No!
Okay, so it is looking like Busan's the issue. So we'll see if the teams decide to go with a different map pick, or whether we decide to stay on Busan.
We're on Hollywood right now.
Okay.
Yep, changing it broke the code again. What on earth?
Okay.
Oh, we have Busan. But it's normal mode.
Oh, has there been any developments in the? Oh, okay. Always a good map type.
It's not a control map, but
I mean, technically, you have to control the first point, right?
no, it's an assault point.
You know what? I was just spitballing. I was just spitballing here.
Okay, we're admitting defeat on this one, and we're just gonna play Hanaoka, which will just be normal Overwatch 2.
Yay!
Woo.
Woo.
What on earth?
Who knows? But I mean, Hanaoka, been very, very interesting to kind of see how teams approach it. I mean, some teams, really going for that sort of aggression with the brawl, more of like a Ryan, Lucio, just kind of being very aggressive, taking up that space and killing anything that comes close, because if you've got a Ryan shield in your face, or if he's just swinging at you, it's really difficult to touch the point. I mean, some other approaches that we've been seeing, dive approaches coming from slightly different angles, really, really liking the use of the high grounds. Yeah, so that's what we've been seeing so far in the tournament. Especially because it's along the same line. Because you've got that point in the middle, and then you've got the 2 points, and then you've got the points right outside the spawns. So, wanting to see if we're going to see more of like a Junker Queen, or if tonight's troopers are going to stick with the Doomfist, because we have seen Kay being very, very good at that Doom. Terran thinks he's aged. I'm sure he has. He's definitely sprouting grey hairs now after being the lobby host for this.
Yeah, this has been some nonsense, and it's just so inexplicably broken.
Yep.
Okay, that looks like a normal-sized Malga. Yeah, we're gonna have a map 3 after this. Or map 4 after this. Sorry, I can't count.
That's okay, math is hard for a lot of us.
We have Zarya, Illari, Lucio, Genji, Tracer. I mean, everyone in their comforts in that situation. In the side of Circle Dabs. On the side of tonight's troopers, we're coming out with that Junker Queen again. Junker Queen, Venture, Reaper, Bab, Lucio. Also some comfortable heroes, but a little bit of freshness in there as well. Something a little bit different from what we've seen them play so far.
Yeah, we see here, I mean, Fluffy getting a pick, but I mean, pick's actually just going both ways, and so nobody, I mean, point is open for capping, but Nova Chrono with the nice aggression, just able to just blast those shotguns into 2 people's faces. And although Acri is going to try and stall here, going down quickly afterwards to Lime, and now tonight's troopers do get the first cap, so they're going to be moving up to point B.
I mean, that's actually a really, really nice play from them there. They were actually just so clinical there. Just one pick after one pick after one pick, all chasing the same target, all cleaning up in the right way. And, I mean, they just won them that fight so cleanly. But Lime Urot's going really, really early in this fight here, and that might give Circuit Babs the opportunity to come back and kind of reinforce their position.
Yeah, and that was really nice from Babs to actually stay alive. I was very, very worried. I saw that 10 HP and I was like, "Ooh, please do not die here." And when they were able to stabilize, now they are being very, very aggressive. And unfortunately, Nova Queen goes down really, really early to K. So, I mean, they haven't even fully capped yet, and there is a recontest from Tinnitus Troopers.
Yeah, it was a little bit overly aggressive almost, you have to say. But it does look like they're still able to clutch this out, with Tinnitus Troopers having to come in to touch last moment there. But it's a little bit messy, and that's Pulse Bomb just coming out to clutch it up. Not sure if that's entirely necessary. They might miss that in the opening of this next fight now, but coming in, they have their blade, they're close to their grab and their beats. They're pretty well set up. Though this beat is online for the side of Tinnitus Troopers, and that might give them a little bit of sustain going into this fight, as well as that window. Though I'm not sure very much on that team uses that.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, I'm sure Soup is going to use that more just selfishly to try and sustain the team. I don't see how the team's going to use it, and that's a very early beat.
Early ultimates, early picks. And that looks like it's going to be point number 2 for the side of Tinnitus Troopers, unless Circuit Babs can get a nice regroup and engage going here. But it looks like they're not even going to look for it.
Understanding that, I mean, them maybe committing a bit too early would cause them to lose the second point closer to their spawn. So actually regrouping, being quiet. Oh, grab coming out.
Grab there. Oh, but BTS Fan actually being the first one to drop there. And they don't get that beat out. So that actually is looking like Tinnitus Troopers might be getting their third point here. Going on to a 3-1 lead and putting themselves on match points if they're able to capture this point A.
Oh goodness, I mean, I was just gonna say, you know, being quite nice and clinical with their regrouping, deciding, okay, we need to wait for this, and then just losing people really, really early in that fight, not getting that beat out, which they so badly needed. And I mean, we see Babs is going here for a
they're going for
beautiful recontest.
Oh, this is such a good re-engage, actually. And it looks like they're able to come back to this fight. They might be able to turn this around, turn it to 2-2.
Well played to them for actually being able to cap that, and that was a really well played by Babs. I mean, he does die, but Nova Queen coming in with that beat just to support that Genji, getting 2 picks and being able to.
Oh, but again, this is
very back and forth.
Oh man, this is messy. And actually looking like it's now going back the other way after their really, really good re-engage. Now, no ults on board for them to come in with a expensive recontest. And the ult economy looking very, very much in the Tinnitus Troopers' favor right now.
Yeah, especially with that pulse bomb that's going to be coming online, and P501 with that beat to just be able to sustain. I mean, they are definitely going to be going to the spawn as I say that. Okay, yes.
Nice fighter touch here. And Fluffy probably dies for this one as well. Yeah, I mean that's a difficult one. They're in a dangerous position here. Babs getting picked off really, really late. That's so bad for them right now. Fluffy already dropping low. This is just not a good position for them. And it looks like Tinnitus Troopers really just emphasizing their strength on this map type, and this capture will win them the game if they are able to capture, because it is the last point of the Clash map. So for the side of Circuit that, they're gonna have to stall out for a long time here. But picks coming out here already, you know, able to get Lime here with the spawn advantage that might give them a little bit of favor here. 2 picks out here, it's on the 3v3. It's still winnable here, but K on point alive still is so dangerous for the side of Circuit Babs. Ooh, okay.
And Nova Queen going down as well. But I mean, we see here the Tinnitus Troopers are throwing everything at this point, but because the spawn is literally right there, you have to have such a clean team fight where you just completely wipe and pick off as they come, because they are able to get this cap. So the match is not over, and Babs is going to be almost coming up with that ult on his side, and Fluffy is almost on mine. So Cirque Babs coming up to 4 ults, but Tinnitus Troopers already having 3 online.
Yeah,
so
the
I mean,
4v3 It's
Yeah.
like, they're going to have to pace it. Otherwise, they're going to be in a situation where they're kind of flip-flopping points. And they can't afford to do this. They have to get this game level now. It's been such a close game to this point. You just can't have that happen. Okay, it's a big Captive Sun. That's a lot of damage potentially coming out. That's huge from Lottie there. They're getting such good value from their Captive Suns here, and that just really puts their team in a position that they can fight this out. They can potentially win this. K 1 HP, and Nova Corona also going down, and that should bring the game to 3-3.
That was so well played by Loti. I mean, that looked super worrisome, but getting that massive Captive Sun and actually getting that explosion off, because I didn't think that explosion was going to go off. Just enabling Fluffy to kind of get back in, who was struggling a little bit with the map geometry, and that's why he ended up dying.
They're very scattered right now. If Cirque du Babs are quick enough, they may be able to get picks here. Might be able to put themselves in a position to win this team fight before it even starts. But lots of damage coming in there. Fluffy dying early in that fight. And with the Rampage coming out, this is looking a little bit dangerous for Cirque du Babs. I'm doing a little bit of their good work here by dying very early in this fight, but it still could be winnable. They're okay. It's not winnable. It's 1v3, 1v4, 1v4. But Fluffy coming out to stall, they might mind this. I think Fluffy might mind this because I don't think he wants to be on this Wrecking Wall. I think a lot of the reason that he's been stuck on this Wrecking Wall is because he's been holding out to that ultimate, but it's not really a hero we know him very well for. It's not what you think is comfortable. And now, match point either way. If Tinnitus Troopers are able to clutch up this point, they win the game. They don't have to get to point A anymore. It'll be their 5th point, and then and thus match point for them. And with these picks already coming out, it's looking bad for Cirque du Babs. Ult coming out from Babs here, trying to kind of get them this room back, but it's looking dire. I would not be eager for this one if I was Cirque du Babs. Ooh. It's just a Q fiesta. It's just ults being thrown in at this stage. And it's, these ults to try and swing back a fight that's clearly gone against you, and that should be 2-1 to Tinnitus Troopers.
Yeah, that was just super unfortunate for Cirque du Babs. I mean, there were just some fights where you would think, okay, you know what, it's definitely winnable, but they just kept getting staggered. And they came in too early, and then they would just get picked off. I mean, yeah, that was just unfortunate from them. But I mean, still well played to bring it back. I mean, there were some times, especially on this point in particular, where we were thinking, oh goodness, is this going to be over already? And then they were able to kind of regroup.
Yeah, but and they did well to bring it back, but it was just unfortunate that they weren't able to get that in that type of consistency again.
Yeah, and holding the ults for a little too long. I mean, as you did mention, Fluffy not necessarily super comfortable on ball, and just holding on to those mines that can zone off a point so nicely for so long. It was like, I think it was 3 or 4 fights, where they could have just been thrown onto point to just kind of get that space, put in some damage so that his DPS could go from the sides, as Babs was playing the Venture. Just kind of get those shots off. But yeah, still very, very close matchup. I mean, it was very, very back and forth. Hey, proving that they are a very, very good tank. Very, very comfortable on Junker Queen, as you can see, building up ult incredibly quickly. And so it's not going to be, it's not like, oh, cool, K is known for Doomfist one trick, that sort of thing.
Devastating on that JQ. Really putting in a hell of a performance on that hero in that map. And you can see it, like you can see the reliability it gives that team. They have this kind of consistent anchor point to play around.
Yeah, 100%. Always being able to come back to that Junker Queen and being like, okay, cool, this is where we're taking our fight from, this is where we're going to be aggressive from. And I mean, although they didn't necessarily use all of the high grounds, they were able to just straight up take the brawl fight. Just charge into the enemy and just kill them.
Yeah,
so...
I mean that mode kind of contributes to it, because if they can get stabilized in that position, it really does help them just like capture out that point, win that team fight. When they've got that solid footing, they're not relying on this like kind of incidental pick which it felt like Cirque du Babs was going for a lot, so that they were relying on, the picks coming out to win them a fight when, Tinnitus Troopers were relying on just like this coordinated kind of grouping and engagement.
Yeah, and I mean, we can see that in like the sort of heroes they were playing. I mean, they were playing the Genji who can get quick picks. They were playing the Venture who can kind of get like a 3-tap, or for a Tracer who's going into the back line and getting picks. So, yeah, I completely agree with that.
Okay, so it looks like we are heading to King's Row.
Okay.
A South African classic, and we're doing it on what appears to be the double jump
Holding
April
thumbs.
Fools.
Holding thumbs.
Yeah.
just the sigh. Oh my goodness.
I think that should say it all.
Yes.
But it looks like we're in game. We're waiting for them to pick heroes. It's a moment of truth. Tense.
Okay. Well, I mean, a lot of different approaches that can be taken on this map in particular. I'm sure many South African players are well versed in it. It gets played in pugs, it gets played in scrims, it gets played in matches. So tried and tested, very, very fun map. Fluffy just immediately throwing it out there that he's bad at Rhine. So I'm
But they have
assuming that
requested an honorable Rhine 1v1.
Okay, yes, that's what I was going to ask. Oh,
Not April
honorable
Fools?
with a Doomfist?
Double jump is working normally now.
Yay! But honorable 1v1 with a Doomfist? I don't know how that's gonna work. Okay.
And I'm just gonna put it out there. Kay, where is the Rhine? Where is the Rhine?
That's what I'm saying. Where is the honor?
Fluffy said he's bad at Rhine, but he's still playing it. Where is the Rhine? This is dishonorable gameplay. This might be grounds for disqualification, honestly. It won't be grounds for disqualification.
No,
I promise.
that was a joke.
For legal reasons, that is a joke.
For legal reasons. I mean, Lime getting a very, very early pick there onto Loti. Fluffy does still have the Ana to keep him healed up. So, I mean, if they can stabilize here, they should be able to recontest, especially with the Moira dropping low. And as I say that, they lose another 2 people. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they came out with that Doomfist composition. They played really, really nice and aggressively with that, as we'd expect them to. But they did so through dishonest gameplay, and that I cannot abide.
No.
Oh, we're on Roadhog! Oh, okay, never mind. You know what, Tinnitus Troopers, do what you want.
Oh, I was gonna say I back it because of the level of dishonor. Like, you've got yourself now a Sombra and you've got yourself a Roadhog.
An eye for an eye makes the whole world Roadhog.
Exactly. Bab saying worth in chat as he does get a pick onto Nova Chrono. Does lose his life for it. And Nova Queen going down. We're just watching a Sombra here as there's a fight happening around the corner.
Wow, flaming our prod in chat. This is just heretofore unseen levels of toxicity in this cast. Oh man, this is great.
Abriconica's doing his best to jilt our producer.
The deathmatch vibes in this lobby are tremendous right now, though. Like, there are just little fights happening everywhere.
Oh,
and it's going very, very much in the
Moira
favor.
tag. I can't believe I said that.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, never again.
That hurt me, but I mean, that was to just slide through that window. That was very, very clean. But I mean, we see Lime Oros has ult coming up, going to be able to zone that off. Kay gets very early pick onto Babs. Unfortunate there, but Apriconicus trades with Nova Chrono, and he's yeeting on out of there.
There's some nonsense happening there. So it's a good trade, but you really think that like this team is relying on Babs to be their kind of backline pressure in the mid fights, and it's not going to happen if he gets picked early like that. You can see Tinnitus Troop is happy to fight that frontline fight, happy to fight that kind of like aggressive style, but now it's really like it's turned into them trying to clutch up that fight, and it's playing against the odds, playing against what should work for them, and it's really not really going in their favor at this stage.
Soup looks like they're positioning for a bit of a backline call. Yep.
Yeah.
and able to get value from that. That was a nice hack that came off, but that beat's gonna sustain this fight, and they're just gonna press W.
Yeah. They have their style of play sorted. They're playing it very, very well right now. And I mean, on the side of like they need an answer. Like the side of Cirque du Babs need an answer to this, and they're just not finding it right now. It's like piecemeal. You know, we've got a Sombra, maybe that'll help. We've got a Diva or a Roadhog, maybe that'll help. We've got a Moira where we can survive a bit longer, but like they don't have the stylistic answers. And you know, they're playing deathmatch where the other side is playing Overwatch right now.
Yeah. Oh, that's a nice EMP. Are they able to get the Doomfist down here? No. But P501 go down.
Yeah, I mean it's a pick, but they have to come back into this fight. Well, but Nova Chrono dropping to that Diva Bomb here, it's still so difficult for them in this situation here. And with Nova Queen going down there, Torb turret and Torb ult coming out on that point, it's really difficult. They're not going to be able to touch that. It's not looking good for Cirque du Babs right now.
No.
You don't see a team lose 3 seconds off the time bank and be like, yeah. I think we're well set up for that.
We're doing well. Everything's fine. You know, but it's okay. You know, keep maintaining the positivity. I believe they're gonna figure out what's clapping, and they're gonna be able to do it. There's more banter in the chat. But yeah, that was just a bit unfortunate. I mean, you know, Cirque du Babs coming out on that Ryan comp, but without the Lucio, so Ryan is just kind of just a sitting duck, basically.
Yeah.
And then Tinnitus Troopers coming out on their very comfortable Doomfist pick, where they know how to play around it. So I'm really hoping that Cirque du Babs can kind of figure out what they need to do to counter this Doomfist, or just to kind of play their own game so that they're not sort of death matching it and hoping for picks so that they win the fight.
Yeah, I mean they're gonna have to find a more consistent style of play. Like it just felt so fragmented there. No one was really on the same page the entirety of that kind of round, and
yeah,
it's you don't find wins in that way. Like you're just gonna lose. Like whether you're the mechanically better players or not, you're gonna lose to a team playing the style better, or their style better.
So we do see...
We have an honorable Ryan deal.
Finally, yay! Oh, Nova Queen going down very early is going to make this very difficult for Fluffy to stay alive without that Anna's healing. Oh, nice counter charge, but he is indeed dead anyway.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage coming out in the early stage of that fight, and without your Anna there, it's going to be really difficult to sustain if you don't have a lot of damage coming out in that fight.
Oh, and they chase down Africanicus.
Relentlessly.
Where did Soup die?
I think outside their spawn.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, right outside their spawn. We
That's
love the
fair.
spawn camping Moira. That's gameplay right there. Nova Chrono getting very aggressive there, but a trade coming out. Limeros managing to pick up Lottie in the pre-fight here. And that means that they are like stable coming into this fight, but Fluffy getting the pick on to K says there, and that's, I mean, Ryan Diff, if you've ever seen one, right? I joke. For legal reasons, that was a joke. But from the side of Cirque du Babs, they're seeming to stabilize this fight a lot better than they were on their attack, and be in a little bit more control. Nano coming out into Fluffy here. Come on, W Fluffy. Come on, W Fluffy.
Man,
don't be a coward.
Oh.
That's a good shadow block, to be fair.
I really like that Nano to stabilize, but he was just taking so much damage from the Torbjorn and the Bastion. He could not move. He had 120 HP while nanoed. Oh my goodness. But I mean, Tinnitus Troopers coming up to 5 ults. Whether they press all 5, we shall see. But
I'm expecting they'll press at least 3. I'd be shocked if we don't see a backline coalescence here. If you see where Soup is lurking behind the enemy team again. No. Shatter coming out from K gets nothing, but the coalescence behind them, they're not ready for this. Double Ryan. Oh, Fluffy down though, so back to Ryan v Ryan again. Does K get 2 Ryan kills in the same fight? Oh, wow, that's just brutal.
Hey, and the coal was invisible like the Moira's face is invisible in that mythic skin. So, you know, consistency.
Yeah, you know, we love to see the production consistency from Blizzard here, making sure that everything is just completely right all the time. Not flaming you this time, Peach, chill. Only pick up the Soup though, that might put K under a lot of pressure, but with Fluffy going down, they're again in that situation where they can't really push. They can't really do anything here. You know, Apriconic is like losing most of his HP in spawn still, so how do you kind of come into that fight? It's difficult for the side of Tinnitus Troopers to stabilize here, and it looks like the side of Circubabs might be able to come in here, but with that Moira back, it is looking dangerous. It is a difficult situation for them to push into. K dropping very, very low here, and this might be the fight. We see it. We see the .1 capture for Circubabs coming through here. Just Soup left alive here. There might be a cheeky re-engage, but you know, to be confirmed at this stage.
Them actually pinging it up, being like, okay guys, don't worry, the Moira has now left. And, I mean, now the shoes on the other foot. Circubabs almost have 5 ults.
Yeah, I mean,
oh,
and you'd expect them that they're gonna push those out. Oh wow, that is questionable. Yeah. K saying, bro, rep my Moira in chat, and yeah. I tried to touch being the excuse. Oof, we love a little bit of shenanigans. Another great shadow block there from K. And although it does look like they're being able to clutch up and push through here. Oh goodness, that was a big shatter. Not enough damage to follow up there with most of the team dead, but we love seeing a big shatter. We don't get to see them enough anymore. Overwatch 1 shatter was special.
Yeah, that sort of jump into the people that were jumping as well. Very, very well played. Oh, wait. Has anybody been double jumping?
Yeah, lots of them have been.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no. That's an unfortunately shut down multiple.
Oh, there's another double jump as you see fly across left-hand side of the screen.
Oh, they're finding their feet though. They're getting some really nice aggression out of Circubabs here. They're making it a little bit more possible for them to like get some progress here, potentially force this to an overtime round. And Soup very, very much in danger here. Oh no, that is a horrible stagger. You'd think probably this team doesn't come into touch here, but maybe they come in with a beat if they're feeling confident with it.
They're looking aggressive.
They're touching. There's the beats. They're gonna have to win this fast if they're gonna win this. And it doesn't look like they're getting enough damage out in this early stage here. K dropping very, very low, and despite Nova Chrono and Lima putting in work there, they're just not able to stabilize, not able to put themselves in a position to really, really win this fight. But Soup is back, that means Coalescence should come out here. Fluffy going down here, that puts it in a dangerous position. Apri having to dupe to make sure that there's a tank still on field, but with Nova Queen going down, that tank's not going to be long for this world, as the dupe is going back onto the normal Echo, flying into their backline, and with the fight now going the way of the Tinnitus Troopers. Oh! Oh man. Catching him on the way down, taking him back to spawn with him.
Oh, Apriconicus is just wrong place, wrong time there. Oh, that was so unfortunate. I wanted to see Circubabs be more aggressive. When K dropped so low, you need to push that Reinhardt, you need to kill that Reinhardt, because they backed off and they stabilized. Like, K was able to get back up to full HP, now has Shatter, and now they're on 13 seconds needing to cap this point.
Yeah. Oh, it just shatters Fluffy, but that might be big enough. K going down here, so that's a big opportunity here for Circubabs to clutch out this fight and take themselves onto a .3. Keeping themselves in this game on like back a hair's breadth at every available opportunity, but that's enough to get them, what, minute and a half extra? So 1, maybe 2 fights here for them to kind of clutch this up, put themselves in position. With Fluffy Shadow on board, this is going to have to be big to make sure that they're able to come out and put themselves in a position to finish this with time, because they need time if they're going to be able to win this map.
Yeah, 100%. This needs to be absolutely flawless execution, and it needs to be the biggest shatter. And with Loti going down super early...
Yeah, you wouldn't say that that's looking like a potentially winnable fight at this stage, especially with Fluffy already so low. K not pulling any punches here, charging straight through the opposing Reinhardt shield, and that should be last fight territory again. But this is where we've seen Cirque Babs clutch up. Last fight GMs every time. So we'll see if they're able to do it here once more into the beat, the coalescence, the tactical visor, and the overclock of Tinnitus Troopers.
Yeah.
Oh, Shadow finding a shield there, and with the beat and the coalescence coming out, that's a lot of aggression. Fluffy dropping so low here, it might be over for them. This might be the fight that sees Tinnitus Troopers take this game and this series, with Nova Queen looking for a last touch, but being gunned down. Apricornicus is going to have to be last touch here unless they can get stall picks out.
Apricornicus is ready. Got the
Very
dupe
far from the
online.
payload.
Ready, I'm sure. I'm hoping. Okay.
Tactical visor coming out. There's a lot of damage coming out in the early fight and forcing that dupe immediately. With the dupe already gone, huge shadow coming out from K. Fluffy out of this fight. Nova Queen soon to follow, unless that sleep is huge. Getting K down in the fight, but the rest of the team able to clean up really, really effectively there. Whew!
And that is match. That is 3-1 to Tinnitus Troopers.
That was a good game, though.
That was a
Once
very
we
good
saw
game.
honorable gameplay, I think we should honestly give Cirque Babs that map for the dishonorable Doomfist gameplay coming out in that first half of the game. But I have to say, it's a style that Tinnitus Troopers play so well. They're so good at this Doomfist style. And, feeding Moira's aside, I think they played a really, really good game.
Yeah. Moira was not in front line, Moira was in the back line.
You need to touch their spawn doors, man.
Yeah, apparently so. But I mean, well played to them. I mean, any team who's going up against Tinnitus Troopers is going to have to be figuring out how to play against a Doomfist and a Junker Queen, because they're looking so strong at the moment. Still well played from Cirque de Babs there to bring it back on that map that they clutched out and they won. But just unfortunately with that Ryan 1v1, lots of good shadows blocked by K. And I mean, the aggression was there from both teams, but Tinnitus Troopers just managed to pull that one out with a massive time bank, may I say.
No, it was a tremendously dominant performance from them on that attack to really clutch up there and put themselves in a position to win that map, like outright. Because I mean, even if Cirque de Babs finished there, like with time, a minute on the clock versus the 3 minutes 57 of Tinnitus Troopers, you're still favoring Tinnitus Troopers in that situation.
Yeah, 100%.
So, really good from them to be in that position, and they clutched up well. They cleaned up those fights really, really effectively, and GG to them for a really, really strong performance. We do, however, need to decide on a player of the match for the side of Tinnitus Troopers. Unless you think someone on Cirque de Babs played really, really ridiculously well and deserves it despite.
I mean, both teams played really well, but I have to go with my namesake. There's no bias, and you guys in chat cannot call me out for bias. I'm just putting that one out there.
No, this sounds very biased to me.
But Kay played phenomenally, being able to adjust, switch up, play. I mean, even in the map where they were consistently switching heroes, were able to still anchor the team, get value, kind of just be a spearhead for the team to kind of follow behind and really attack those objectives. So very, very well played. I must say, Kay says, and Kay says that Kay is match MVP on my side.
Yeah, I mean, again, tremendous game from them, and again, a game that we have to say was really, really positive in terms of we got to see styles of play, we got to see them really utilizing the advantages that the modifiers gave them when they could, and a really entertaining game, very, very back and forth. Yeah. Our producer cackling about the modifiers changes in the background as if that wasn't a clown fiesta in its own right. Coming up at 4 p.m. we have Clown College versus Teachers Lounge. Two teams that have, or Teachers Lounge who are at this point unbeaten in the tournament, playing very, very good Overwatch so far. And Clown College, which you'll see Fluffy again playing for, at 4. Having gone 2-2, so there's a little bit of room for improvement for them, but still performing to a position that they could potentially find some value out of a win against that and catapult themselves into the upper side of the table then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're looking forward to those games, and we hope to see that those games start at 4:00. So
Yeah. And I think we have at 4 we have Frost and Sun Phoenix. Oh no, who do we have?
no,
crossing?
it'll be me.
Okay, and Sun Phoenix.
It is myself. You will be hearing
Fun.
from me again at 4:00 with Sun Phoenix.
And hopefully no one in that game shares your name, so you can't, unfairly bias them.
Oh, wow. No, I think we're good. I think we're good in that front.
But genuinely, very, very good game from both teams, and well played to Tinnitus Troopers for the win.
Yeah. And we hope to see you guys at 4:00 sharp.
Woo!
Well, the circus continues here with the Ringmaster's Rumble. It's been a busy day for the busybodies here at COWZA as they try to sort out the many issues that these codes and that Overwatch likes to throw up. But it wouldn't be the Ringmaster's Rumble without a bit of clowning around. So hopefully we get some stability here, more action, at least in terms of organizational stuff. But hopefully the games throw up as much clowning around as we've been seeing so far. My name is Sun Phoenix. I'm joined by Kay. Welcome back, Kay.
Thank you, and welcome back to everybody on stream. If you've just tuned in now, welcome. If you've been watching from earlier, great to have you back. We're excited for some more chaotic games. Obviously, as Sun, you have mentioned the all of the clowning, but yeah, we're looking forward to this next matchup, and we hope that the Clown Fiesta in-game can continue.
Yeah, exactly.
Not with the codes, but
Exactly.
in-game. Yes.
Hopefully the players are providing the entertainment here and not the various foibles of Overwatch's spaghetti code. So it is going to be Clown College taking on Teachers Lounge here. One of these teams is looking pretty dominant on one end of the table and the other is looking like struggling a little bit. So let's take a look at those standings before we run into the rosters here. And once those are up, you'll see right at the tippy top is one of our teams, Teachers Lounge, with a 4-0 standing, plus 10 to their map. I believe, Kay, they've only dropped 2 maps so far.
Yeah, they have been playing phenomenally. I mean, they've been in Discord with each other, they've been playing together, they've been strategizing, and I mean, they just seem to gel very well. So they have been playing very well, adapting, and all of those sorts of things. They have currently only played their 4 maps, whereas Tinnitus Troopers have played 5. So we'll see if the Teachers Lounge can continue this winning streak going 5-0, or whether they're going to be very close to being even with Tinnitus Troopers and go 4-1 this map against Clown College.
Yeah, and Clown College, as we can see further down, in 6th place, 2-2, even on maps. So a mixed bag for them, certainly not getting dominated in any sense, but not yet hitting their stride, and it'll be a tough task here beating the team that's top of the table.
Yeah, I completely agree. However, you know, with these wild cards and being thrown all of these different things that you have to adapt to and change, I mean, it is definitely possible because, you know, the lower teams can definitely throw a curveball and the upper teams could not expect it. So I'm really hoping Clown College just pulls something out of the bag here and go 3-2 against Teachers Lounge.
Yeah, that adaptability really is key. So let's take a look at Teachers Lounge here to start us off and get a sense of why they might be so successful here in this tournament. So it is going to be Blue Tox on your DPS, Something Cat on your tank, and then your 2 supports, Licks and Coconut. So a lot of new faces here, Kay, but one old face in particular that's probably leading the team to success.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Tox been around the block, been around for a long time. But I mean, as we did actually have an interview with Blue yesterday where he just said, you know, Tox and Licks and Coconuts and Something, it's good vibes in there. It's good vibes in their chat, it's good vibes in the game, and they're having fun with it. I mean, Blue was complimenting Something Cat, saying, you know, they have improved so much on tank just playing with each other and just growing that synergy within the team. And that does happen over weekend tournaments where you start off with this just random people thrown together, and then all of a sudden you guys start to gel and you start to work together, understand how each other plays. So this team is very well rounded and have been playing phenomenally.
Yeah, I think that is the key. We spoke to Sushi yesterday, I think it was as well, and that she echoed that sentiment of you kind of just having fun and playing, and you zone in and out and you have a good time, and that's really the recipe for success. Even if you don't win all your games, these kind of tournaments are just about having a lot of fun, and they seem to have been doing so. But their opponents today having less fun, if winning is a measure of how much fun you're having. But I'm sure they're still having a good time. It is going to be Clown College, Nuban and Kurigari, our 2 hit scan or our 2 DPS rather. Got Risen on the tank, and then we've got Fluffy and Long Live Pain on the supports. Again, another team headed up by a old school COWZA player here, but a few names will recognize Risen and Kurigari. Kurigari can be quite a monster on the Widowmaker if memory serves, so a team with a lot to offer.
Yes, 100%. I mean, headed up by Risen, who, plays that Junker Queen, is very aggressive. When you have that sort of aggressive Junker Queen or aggressive tank in general, you need those supports to be able to follow up on that. And so I think having Fluffy as a sub in here with Long Live Pain, they will be able to kind of keep Risen going and keep that aggression up. And so I'd like to see how Nubin and Kurigari also match that, to see if they can really take that aggression to the Teacher's Lounge and, give them a run for that title.
Again, though, leaning back to that point you made earlier about adaptability, I think that really is the key here at the Ringmasters Rumble. How quickly can you suss out what the various wildcards are going to throw at you and what's going to be strong and what sort of foibles you're going to have to deal with. So, okay, our first wildcard here is going to be Pride Watch. And tell us a little bit about what that means.
So basically, Pride Watch, it is just a celebration of the LGBTQ plus community. And so what that code entails is you can only play characters that identify or are within that community. So yes, it limits the heroes quite a bit, but that is where we're talking about that adaptability is going to come in. If you do not like playing Malga, Tough Tackies, you're going to have to learn very quickly how to play Malga. So, the teams are really going to kind of be pushed out of their comfort zones with this particular wild card, and they're really just going to have to figure out how to play around that.
Yeah, is that the only LGBTQIA plus tank? Zarya as well.
Zarya as well. Yeah.
Interesting. So the real matchup is Malga versus Malga versus Zarya, or Zarya versus Zarya. Very interesting. I don't have a good sense of how those heroes interact with each other, but we're gonna find out, I guess. You've got a lot more room to pick with your other roles, though. You've got Soldier, Reaper, Tracer, and others. I'm sure I can't remember off the top of my head. We'll see once we get in the game. And then for support, you've got Life Weaver, Baptiste, and I'm not sure who else. So it's a lore lesson as much as anything else for a lot of us watching, I'm sure.
Yes, 100%. I mean, if you didn't know or couldn't identify with these characters, if you're part of that community, then now you'll
have a list, a short list that you can refer to.
Yes, 100%.
We are just waiting for players to get into lobby and going here, I think. But if you're just joining us from yesterday, we have switched up the map set list just a little bit here. So we'll be starting on push this time around, not control as we so often do. Then moving over to Flashpoint, the second newest map type added to Overwatch. Then we go to the stock standard control, then on to hybrid. No escort here, but we finish on our new clash map, Hanaoka.
Yeah, I really, really hope that we do kind of get a back and forth game so that final map can be on the Clash map that's currently being tested out by Blizzard, so that we can kind of, it'll be the decider. That is what I'm really, really hoping here. And for those of you who don't know, so with our codes, with our wild cards, we will go from the first one to the second one. So each team gets 2 per map set. And then they will alternate, and then obviously in this particular map set, then they finish off with Hanaoka.
I think since we've got a bit of time here, we can run through our second wild card as well. We like to leave it as a bit of a surprise, but there's not that much complicated to these particular wild cards. But our second wild card is going to be reduced ability cooldown. So that's going to be, if you're familiar with Total Mayhem, it's like that, but Total Mayhem is a bit super unbalanced, so they've made some tweaks to make some of those stalling abilities a little bit less oppressive.
Yes, and I mean, it is completely different in comparison to, yesterday, where there was different abilities and damage, but nobody had ults. So this time with a reduced ability cooldown, they will still, as far as I'm aware, they will still have their ultimates, but they will just have reduced ability cooldown. So that's going to be a very, very exciting map 2 that we're looking forward to.
Okay, so that will be on the Flashpoint map, but we do now know where we'll be starting, and it will be in Esperanza for push. Kay, what are your thoughts on push before we jump in? It's still fairly new, and I know it's got a bit of a mixed reception.
So, I think It is a very enjoyable map if you're in a proper team environment. If you are playing coordinated and you're playing with a set comp in mind and you're playing with set objectives, I think it can be really, really fun to, learn how to do those ult rotations and play in that sort of way. However, it gets very deathmatchy at times, I feel, if you're just, doing it in quick play and everybody's doing their own thing and they're going for kills and they're not grouping up, that sort of thing. So I think it can go either way, especially with these teams now who have been playing with each other for a little bit. I'm hoping to see more of like the coordinated team setting for this type of map.
Yeah, it is also worth reminding that these guys were thrown together at the beginning of this tournament. So these are not teams that will have had time to scrum and play lots of games together. It'll vary how much they will have known each other beforehand as well. So Teachers Lounge, a team that clearly has come together very strong coming into this tournament. But that's kind of luck of the draw. We obviously it's tried to balance by their competitive MMR, but as any number of human beings can tell you, that is not always the most accurate way, but that's kind of the best way that COWZA's got to try and get all these teams balanced up.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, and obviously the wild cards also just throw they just throw everything into chaos.
So we do have that Pride Watch wildcard in play. It is going to be a Mauga on Mauga brawl here on the front line. Meanwhile, on the back line, it's a Mauga. Mauga's everywhere you look here as Teachers Lounge find that opening. King Licks just finds the last hit. There is just a little bit separated from his team there. And you can see that not really much pressure being applied to Something Cat here. And they can just get the cart moving forward very nicely. Just a one-kill team fight, Kay.
Yeah, it was just a bit unfortunate. I mean, you could see that the team just wasn't ready to follow up on Risen's plan, and so because Risen kind of got picked off of there, you're losing all of that front line, you're losing your tank, and so you kind of just have to get back and hope that you don't get staggered further. But I mean, there's quite a decent push coming up from Teachers Lounge because of that, and they've only taken one fight.
I think we haven't mentioned it, is we do have a venture in play here. Tox going to be bringing that to bear. A hero that is, moderately successful, can be really, really strong at finding picks, but not always infinitely viable, as he does end up going down here. But they did find a kill. Isn't kind of just sitting back here waiting for an opportunity to move forward. The window does come out. They're putting a lot of damage too, but they will get that forward spawn now on the side of Teachers Lounge. Risen sees an opportunity to get in. He goes in. He finds Licks on the back line there, and they will open up with that kill, but so much HP on Something Cat on the front line here. Tracer being a nuisance, not going to find that kill just yet. Fluffy dropping low, has to back up, pops the ulti there, or rather, Coconuts pops the ulti. No, I lie, sorry, that is Long Lives Pain's ulti. They're going to look to get aggressive there, but the card is moving in the wrong direction as far as Teachers Lounge are concerned. So a nice comeback there from Clown College.
Yeah, very, very nice comeback. I'm a little bit worried about that Live Weaver ult. I don't think it was necessary. I think Fluffy could have been kept alive just by normal Live Weaver petals being thrown. And also now they don't have that fight going. They don't have that going into this fight, and that's very, very early pick off onto Fluffy by Blue with that pulse bomb.
Yeah, that's one healer down. All of a sudden, you cannot stand and fight as Mauga as you want to. We've got double cage fight here, a different kind of Venn diagram than we sometimes see in Overwatch. But the end result is Teachers Lounge come back strong and take that team fight win. And yeah, I bet they wish they had that Tree of Life.
Yeah, I think they really could have used that there just to kind of keep them alive, keep Risen alive, to be able to fight that out and use those ults to the fullest. However, we're going to be looking at Tox. Tox is getting picks on the side, but also has his ult coming out. So, I mean, that's going to be able to create a lot of space. And with Clown College having lost both of their DPS in quick succession, this is just going to give Teachers Lounge so much more of a push than they already have.
Yeah, credit where it's due. They're doing a good job here of reading the team fights. Clown College losing a couple of players, and then you don't sit and lose player after player after player. You back up and regroup, but it's tough here. Teachers Lounge are doing a great job of pressing that advantage now. Kurigari does have his ultimate here on the soldier. Pulse bomb goes down, doesn't find anything on this occasion. Blue will have to start building that up again. Tac visor at the ready, gets popped now. Going to move forward, looking for kills, not finding anything. In fact, Toxin Sox strikes immediately with the drill, takes down Kurigari, and ultimate not finding anything, and now his own ultimate. Tox Finding 1 kill, finding 2 kill. Can he get all 5? It looks likely at this point. And again, yes, he does. A rampage for Toxin Socks.
And the little spray at the end just as a, okay, cool, yeah, I know what I did. But that is a window coming up from Fluffy, and Tox is actually going to go down to Kurigari in their spawn.
Yeah, Kurigari. What is venture on venture violence here? You hate to see it, but Kurigari now going to get a chance to flex his muscle on Overwatch's newest hero now. Going to move forward. He should get this pick. Oh, not quite rounding the corner there is Licks on the Baptiste. Doing a great job of weaving in and out of buildings, windows, and everything else to get away from that. And that could be critical here. They can take this next fight pretty soon.
There's a little bit of banter saying gapped in chat, and we actually see Risen making the switch of deciding that he's not actually getting as much value as he wants from that Malga and switching to that Zarya, so they're going to need to kind of slow down the pace a bit more and really utilize those bubbles to build up that Zarya charge.
Oh, Tree of Life here, getting in everybody's way. Zarya bubbles at the ready, but... Oh, I've got a sneeze coming! There's too much happening on screen. Okay, I'm fine. Pulse Bomb goes out onto Tree of Life, doesn't find any kills or any damage really here. A lot of damage going through onto the Mauga here. He's going to choose to get aggressive here. Good work from Teacher's Lounge, keeping everybody alive. But as I said, that Licks does end up going down. Kurigari in the back here. He's got the ultimate. He pops it now to do damage. He gets blue straight off the back here. He should get Tox as well. He does. So it's just Mauga now. Pops the cage, but he wants to man up here. He thinks he's got what it takes to 1v5. He gets one, but that's all there is to it. And now, finally, Clown College is going to get some momentum going.
Oh, shame. Poor Kurigari was screaming in that ult. Like, leave me alone, please.
Yeah, that felt personal, man. Just a
felt
little
a little
1v4. I'm going to make sure I kill this damn bitch.
That felt a little personal, yeah. But I mean, very, very well played by them. We can see now that they're starting to cycle their ults, as I was talking about earlier. But I mean, Teacher's Lounge, also, they've got Window coming up. They've got Tox with the Venture ult again, providing a lot of damage with that last time actually getting a 3k. So losing your Life Weaver so early, I'm worried that this fight just snowballs now for Teacher's Lounge.
Yeah, it's going to be rough here. We've almost got the ulti up for the Zarya, but now Risen won't get it up in time and does end up going down. So immediately, we see this so often in Push where team fights go back and forth, but the team with the big advantage right now is Teacher's Lounge. They'll be happy to take neutral fights in the middle of the map all day long.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that with Clown College they're actually able to pull something out with the Zarya grab. As we can see, but I mean, we can see Tox and Blue are playing so aggressively, really using all of the different pathways and doorways on this map to take advantage of just creating all the space.
Huge stick onto Long Live Pain there. Pulse Bomb on the mining there. So immediately again, Life Weaver dropping early. Here comes the ultimate though. Do that Pulse Bomb? Yes, they do. That's a 2k. Make it a 3 with the follow-up Pulse Rifle shots. 4 now, and the 5th will be soon to fall. A great ult combination there from Clown College. Is going to bail them out from what looked to be a pretty rough start.
Oh, very, very well played to them. You could see that they were going into that fight, even though they had lost their Life Weaver, they went into that fight with a plan, but Risen has actually switched back onto the Mauga. So I'm a bit worried about that, as Something Cat looks a lot more comfortable on the Mauga than Risen does. So we'll see, but that's a really nice early pick, but traded immediately. So both teams down a DPS for this fight.
One team has a Venture here with an ultimate at the ready. Toxin Socks, we saw the damage he did in one of the previous fights. Can he hit that same sort of value again here under pressure from the Tracer? Kurigari is alive now. He will come back with an ultimate of his own. So they might have done enough here, Clown College, just to keep things even. They've held their ground nicely on that high ground, looking to output damage as Something Cat builds towards his ultimate. 70% up on that. But look how aggressive Risen is being there. He's boosted up now. They're looking for kills, but look at the HP difference. Something Cat losing 0 HP throughout that, in spite of the fact that there was windowed healing coming from the Baptiste on the high ground onto Risen. Top dropping low there. Still hasn't used his ultimate yet, but he should be down here. Will they get that kill? Not quite yet. Risen dropping so low once again, is taken down eventually. Tox drops as well. Gets that kill in mutual fashion. It's now both teams kind of just taking a very long extended neutral fight. The cart is under the bridge there. Oh no, it's moved on past now. Past that point, so no forward spawn for our blue squad. But Kurigari in the back line, he finds one. Fluffy's found another in the form of blue. And now, where is Kurigari? Isn't he spawned in the other direction? Okay, he's going on a bit of a mission here.
He's just retreating safely so that he can get back to his team so he doesn't get picked there. Yeah, that was just a bit unfortunate. Risen, I think, fell off the high ground when Long Live Pain used Tree of Life. And so, they tried to keep Risen alive.
Yeah.
They tried. I saw those supports. Oh, and then that's a missed pulse bomb, and that's a petal up into the air. But so far, no picks have gone. Oh, as I say that.
Yeah, as you say that, Lixodian finds the wrong end of Kurugari's drill here. Something Cat again, this Maga battle on the front line. This time though, he's got the backup of the ultimate from Venture, but no, drops down, pops of the ultimate of his own, just doing damage, not doing much else, drills his way out of there. Very nice play from him. A good pulse bomb though. Nubin takes out Something Cat, so all of a sudden this Maga is the only threat on the front line, and it's going to allow them to do a lot of damage here. Blue being annoying, but does get taken down, so slowly but surely, Clown College are building momentum here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I really like that Risen ult where he was like, "No, Tox, you're not escaping. I don't care if you're under the ground. You're in the cage."
That's true.
And so Tox, although he was super low, he was just not able to get out of that due to that ult. However, Something Cat does have an ult of his own. That cage is going to be very, very scary on points to just be able to really trap people and kill them, because this is final fight. They need to win at least 3 fights in a row to get that the full way.
Oh yeah, 2, at least 3. I think you're right about that. They do have the window here, and Fluffy will start with that here. But look at the pressure he's under. He puts the lamp down, and that will keep him alive for a while longer, and actually secures him the kill onto Something Cat. Pulse bomb onto Marga, does lots of damage, but doesn't get that kill. So it's still looking good here for our blue team. That's fight number 1, done and dusted. About 2 more left to go.
Yeah, and as we see, they only have Tree of Life coming up. I mean, but on the same time, Teacher's Lounge looking a little bit better with ults. They've got nothing up at the moment, but I'm quite worried about Clown College. They're going to have to basically play this to perfection to get this the full way and hopefully build up some more ults.
And it's harder when you consider that the spawn advantage is so strong in favor of the red team. Something Cat now looking to get aggressive here. Risen, good life weaver ulti. They're keeping them alive. Now we've got 2 life weaver ultis. It's a forest up in here. Trees of life. Trees of lives. Trees of life. All over the place here as both teams fighting tooth and nail to try and get this point in their favor here. It is going to be Kurugari finds an opening pick, and now another. They're doing it here. Clown College finding pick. Nubin with a 3K. The pulse bomb comes out from Blue, but it doesn't find anything, and he'll be soon to fall as well. So just a little bit further, one more team fight, and Clown College will get the job done here when no one thought it was possible.
Wow, and I mean, Nubin really just making themselves to be a nuisance. I mean, look at Risen's ultis blocking them all off from point so that they can kill Something Cat. So well played from them.
Oh, wow.
I see this as a map win for Clown College.
They just got to clean up this last guy and make sure they don't see 9. That would be the worst way to lose out. Blue's buying a lot of time here. He might have bought just enough time for another player to get in. Something Cat waddling his way in. He gets in just in time. He's doing a lot of damage on the front line. No ulti to speak of. He's got enough now. He's going to pop it. Yes, he does. So he might have done enough here, Blue, to buy his team the time to get in. Those 2 kills from the Venture ulti, plus Blue buying time. They have done it. The blue team loses at the hand of the blue man.
Costas curse, why? Oh no, I spoke too soon. Oh, that's so unfortunate, but so well played to Clown College. They really just, from that capping of the points, when they got around that corner, they just built momentum, and it started off here, where they got this amazing grab pulse bomb combination. And then they were really able to just get to the final edge where, unfortunately, you know, Blue bought so much time that they were just able to feed back in with the respawns and take that fight. So well played to Teacher's Lounge. They are currently up 1-0.
It sets us up for a pretty nice series though here, Kay, at least. I don't know about you, but anytime you see the top team going up against the sort of middle of the road team, you're always worried that that top team is just going to absolutely dominate from the get-go. But it has to be said, they did look pretty dominant to start off with, Teacher's Lounge. But as you said in that play of the game, that team fight kind of turned the momentum, and slowly but surely Clown College just built momentum over the course of that map and pushed their way back just to fall at the final hurdle there, unfortunately. But that was Pride Watch, to remind you guys. So only heroes who are identify as members of the LGBT community. Now we've got something a little bit different. Our second wildcard is, of course, the reduced ability cooldown one, which is if that last one was chaotic, this one is going to be
I'm
an
worried.
absolute nightmare.
Oh my goodness, yeah, I'm worried. I mean, if you think about most heroes, they're balanced with their cooldowns because otherwise
Yeah.
they just go absolutely crazy. I mean, if you think about Junkrat, you think about Tracer, you think about Doomfist, like any of these heroes that just have a lot of abilities. Having those cooldowns reduced, these team fights are going to be wild.
Well, that's the name of the game here, wild card. That's why we've named it thusly. We are going to be on Suravasa here, Flashpoint, so our most chaotic wild card on one of our most chaotic map types, it has to be said. So this could be an absolute clown fiesta, but that's what we've all signed up for here at the Ringmasters Rumble. So again, just worth remembering that it's not total mayhem. It is reduced ability cooldowns with some tweaking. So it's not an across-the-board 50% less cooldowns. It's more like some will have 50% less or 10% or 30. It really depends on how there's been some attempt made to balance this.
Yeah, so I mean, you don't get a Tracer that literally has like
The recall. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Or if you ever get slept once, it's game over because you're just going to be napping for the rest of the game.
Oh yes. Oh no, that sounds awful. Oh,
Yeah.
I don't even want to think about that.
Yeah.
That's total mayhem business, and that's not what we're doing here.
Well, we joke about that, right? But I watch a lot of Brood War, StarCraft Brood War, because I'm a huge nerd apparently, and the idea in that game that the players they just say everything is overpowered. So if you look at any unit in a box, you're like, wow, that hero is so insanely strong. And so if everything's overpowered, then the balance just kind of balances out nicely because
Yeah, if everything's overpowered, nothing's overpowered.
Exactly. So we'll have to see if that's how things play out here in reduced ability cooldown. Once again, we've got Revention here. Both teams having good success with that hero. Apparently, Something Cat has decided Mauga is their bag. It doesn't matter whether we're doing Proud Watch or whatever. Zarya as well, Risen. They're still keeping to Bright Watch here in a lot of ways. As Lix on the loose here looks to help their team get aggressive. Unfortunately, they have lost Risen on the front line here, so it's not looking good for them. It should be a kill onto the Kiriko. Not quite. Tox is just going to have to back up here, but it is going to be a first point cap from Teacher's Lounge.
Yeah, and I mean, we were spectating Lixodian there, and I mean, I saw him amp, and it was 4 seconds, and then he could amp again.
Oh, no.
So that was absolutely crazy from Lucio being able to just output that speed and that healing. So, these cooldowns are crazy. And
your eyes just gotta be bottom right, looking at the cooldowns, just checking, okay, where are we, who's what, how overpowered are certain things here. Zarya feels like a pretty strong hero, lots of bubbles, lots of charge, lots of damage, but at the moment it's Blue dealing the damage here on the Reaper, a hero that's gonna be so hard to get. 2-second teleport for those of you who are wondering how quickly this character could get across the map, and 2 seconds on the on the shift as well. So look at that. He can just use it as a tracer blink almost.
I mean, yeah, you can see how aggressive Teacher's Lounge are playing because, I mean, as Clown College is basically in spawn here, Tox had ult so early. Blue is utilizing those abilities just to get in and out the entire time. Oh, Something Cat dropping very low though.
Well, don't worry, because you can just run forever, right? 2-second cooldown on that as well. There comes the Graviton Surge here, a lot of charge, lots of bubbles available for the Zarya. No kills just yet though. There we go, finally Lix does go down, so a little bit of healing limited now. They should get this Mauga as well, but it's such a hard hero to get that final hit on, and it's not going to go down just yet. But Moira, oh, that's so much damage. Risen finds that kill, but big bad Blue on the point here, on the Reaper, cleaning things up here and securing things for Teachers College.
Yeah, getting a triple
Teacher's
kill
Lounge.
there. Very, very strong. I mean, they've capped that first point. Tox almost has ult again. And I mean, Risen is staying alive for just so long with that Zarya, but unless there are some picks that are going the other way to kind of even that out, you need to be able to support your Zarya other than her just supporting herself with her bubbles.
Yeah, Zoe's kind of a funny hero in that way. Like, yes, she's stronger, yes, she doesn't die, but she doesn't feel like she's enabling her team as much as perhaps what other heroes could do. I'm thinking Reinhardt here with the 2 fire strikes. He's basically a ranged hero at that point. But we'll have to see whether Risen feels like he needs to change it up. He's so low. He does end up getting saved here. But more Coalescence popped as well, but it won't keep him alive. So it is going to be Lubin backing up on the Echo here, taking so much damage and being so aggressive on the side of Teacher's Lounger. But they have paid with the death of Tox here. But Blue says, I've had enough. Time to spin to win. He finds 1 kill. Can he secure the kill on the Echo? Surely he'll get it done. Yes, he can. He's been such a big part of this. Like, this is how do you kill this hero? He's there 50% of the time, and he's not there the other 50% of the time. You just got to run out. They've got the Ana now, so we will see lots of sleeps coming out, lots of napping to be done here. But Clown College are struggling just a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, Teacher's Lounge have just been able to utilize their ult so much better. They're just able to be so aggressive. I mean, Risen going down so early, even though their Nano came out. I don't know if that was a misclick to try and get out on the Zarya before she died. But I mean, they're still fighting outside their own spawn.
Yeah.
They can't even get close to point at this moment.
Wonder what the cooldown on anti-heal actually is, because that's a really nice combo breaker. This is a team that's playing so aggressively. The anti-heal could be exactly what they need just to stop them from, being so aggressive here. Guy has to drill his way out here. He's got his ultimate, but doesn't really have any friends around to help him make some ingress onto the point here. Fox low is taken down. There was Nano. No, he just got obliterated there for a second. As now we see Long Live Pain with their own ultimate and push that on people to point the Coalescence. They did barely touch. Okay, and they are in here. This is a team fight that they can win, but it's a long road to success here on point number 2, where they've got Blue to deal with here. We saw just the end of his ultimate there, but he's outputting so much damage on this Reaper, and his skills don't really contribute to his damage, do they, Kay? It's more that he can just play now so aggressively because he can bail himself out every 2 seconds. Literally.
Yeah, he can literally do what he wants, and so I'm actually wondering if Reaper would be a pick, because you're playing with Amalga. You want someone to go in super aggressively. So I don't know if Clown College is considering that as a pick. In order for them to just kind of follow up on that, but that's a really nice sleep start that fight.
Anti-missing. Yeah, that could have been so huge here. Blue says, Kurogai, I've had enough of you. I'll just take you out of the game quickly with the Death Blossom here. Look at the pressure that Fluffy's under here, but good work from the 2 supports keeping each other alive, but there's only so much you can do against the tidal wave that is Teacher's Lounge here. They lost that point, 67% gain, but immediately they come back and grab the second point here on Survasa.
Long Live Pain really tried very hard to keep his Ana alive, but he just couldn't do it. And I mean, they finally figured out, okay, cool guys, we can kill Blue. They've got him down for once, but they're not as close to the point as they would need to be in order to really capitalize off of that, because Blue's just going to TP back, and very nice Nano to kind of start off this fight.
Ooh, cage fight though, immediately sort of countering that Nano out here. Risen, he's doing so much damage, and yet he's doing so little damage here. And immediately, as soon as the Nano wears off, he just evaporates here. Oh, it's Marga 2.0 here. Get ready for repeat action here. Action replay as Toxinsoft looks to get some damage done here, but unfortunately, 2 Margas is not better than 1 as things play out here on the 3rd point.
Yeah, I would have liked to actually see, because you know how the cage works, where it just blocks kind of everything outside of it. I would have liked to see Clown College properly fully commit to that ult, because Risen did stay alive for the whole of Something Cat's ult. So I would have liked them to kind of commit harder in order to win that fight, because they kind of backed up. They didn't really know. They looked like they were posturing, and so they really struggled. But Licks going down early is very positive for Clown College, unless they lose Risen.
Well, yeah, it's definitely a bad follow-up here, but there is now limited healing on the side of Teacher's Lounge, so Clown College take advantage of that movement, dropping low here. He's trying to get his opposite number at the moment on the Reaper. He does end up getting him. He pops the ulti, but he's doing basically no damage just before he switches back to Echo form here. But Something Cat is a bit of a monster here on the front line. He's getting good healing from his team. Look at the HP changing constantly up, down, but he's still alive here. Dropping low now. Finally does go down. Risen has switched onto the Junker Queen. It's going to be juggling knives all over the place here, potentially, as they move their way onto the point. Good heads-up play from Long Live Pain, getting onto the point here, keeping the team in the game, and they will get that flip once again at 99%. But the question is, can they hold on to it this time?
Yeah, I don't know about that. That was a very funny, very short-lived Moira 1v1, but very, very funny nonetheless. I mean, these two teams are just going to be brawling it out because they have, Clown College has to win this fight in order to continue this game.
Kurigari dropping solo does it, but going down. They've lost Long Live Pain as well. The point almost drops out there. Overtime ticking down. It has flipped as well. So firm control here for our red team. Cox and Sox. Heinz Leuven as well. Risen, last man standing, taken down, and that's going to be it here on map number 2. COWZA, the stomping ground of Teachers Lounge.
Well, yes. I mean, that was just, as we said, that was absolute chaos.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Just
You
everything
kind of
being
need
thrown out everywhere.
multiple games to really, absorb a mode like this. Because you don't get a good sense of the effect that these low cooldowns have until you've seen, like, okay, the Reaper is 2 seconds. This character can do this every 2 seconds,
Yeah, especially, if you're just kind of going off, okay, some of the cooldowns have been decreased. You have no idea who's the strongest. These teams don't get the codes before the day, so it's not like they can go and do like a whole bunch of testing.
Yeah.
So to have them kind of figure out, okay, this could potentially be a fun pick, and then just kind of rolling with that with the aggression. I really, really liked the aggression of Teachers Lounge, and you could see, there were times where Clown College were just fighting outside of their own spawn doors because it's like, what are you doing into a Reaper, into a Malga, into a Lucio that's amping speed and amping heal every 4 seconds?
Yeah, it's true, but the bottom line is, Kay, both teams have access to the same tools here. So if you see what they're doing and how strong it is, there's nothing stopping you from saying, oh, well, we could do the same thing, all things being equal. But that's not really how things work because, for example, and I thought about this while he was speaking, the fact that Something Cat is already pretty much a Malga spammer, right? I think they've been playing so much of that. The fact that they've got Pride Watch means that they can just stay on their strongest hero, while Risen might not be as comfortable on Zarya or on Malga. And that's kind of a huge disadvantage, and we could see the difference that was making in a lot of team fights. Something Cat has a much better sense of his limits on the Malga when compared to Risen, who obviously doesn't look bad, but when you're comparing yourself to somebody who plays that hero a lot, those micro plays can make a huge difference.
Yeah, definitely. So I agree. It definitely somewhat favored Teachers Lounge, but that's not to discredit the attempt of the adaptability of Clown College, because you could see they were trying out different things. They were like, okay, no, the Zarya is not really working. Let's try the Malga. Okay, that's not really working. Let's try the Queen. And so credit to them for actually going, okay, we're not just going to just try and run face first into a wall the entire time and try this comp or this strat. Let's change things up. Let's try something new. And if it works, then fantastic. If it doesn't, then back to the drawing board. But that's what these games are about. It's about trying and testing and just having fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's always worth reading. That is the whole point here, is having fun. That's why we're here. That's why we're throwing in these potentially unbalanced wild cards. It's just to get us all out of our comfort zone and trying some fun things in a semi-competitive environment. Map number 3 here, we'll go back to Control, and it will be Ilios. So back to Pride Watch on Ilios. I think it should be an interesting matchup here. We'll probably see a lot of Malga again, Kay. But what do you think? If you're looking at Risen, do you say stay on the Zarya and try and get the difference that way, or do you try and match him on the Malga?
Well, I think trying out the Zarya, there's no downside to it.
Yeah.
So playing that Zarya, especially on this map, it's at least there's no like hog or anything, so you need to worry about hooks or stuff like that. So it's going to be there's potential for it to be quite back and forth. So on these 3 maps, I definitely think Zarya is not unplayable. There's a lot of cover on the maps. There's high grounds. There's different ways that you can position. And I think if you really kind of have that trust in your supports, then you should be able to kind of face that off, survive long enough. But with Clown College, I want to see them targeting different people other than Something Cat.
Yeah.
Because the Malga just stays alive forever. To
Yeah.
be fair, like he survives forever. So you need to be targeting that Baptiste. You need to be targeting, that Life Weaver. You need to be cutting down on his heals so that he then becomes vulnerable. And that's kind of what I want to see Clown College doing in this particular map.
And to be fair, Kurigari has been putting emphasis on getting into the back line on the venture and trying to find some of those squishier targets in Lubin as well. So I definitely agree with you. But of course, it goes without saying, easier said than done here.
Yeah.
On the venture here, Kurigari, he finds the opening pick onto Nixonian. So as you said, Kev, immediately he finds Vader there in the opposing back line. And now, Something Cat all of a sudden a lot less scary without his backup here, low HP. Just ring around the rosy here, Margo on Margo violence. You hate to see it, but Fluffy will get that last hit there. So immediately Clown College looking a lot stronger here on control than they looked in our previous two maps.
Yeah, I really, really like the fact that Kurigari just decided, okay, I'm going to go on a wide flank, I'm going to look for a pick, and because he was able to get Lixodian so early, they just didn't have that intense BAP healing that he can provide. And so they went in with that, and then the Malga, as I said, becomes vulnerable, so...
Oh,
Very,
nice
very
pick
nice.
from Newman there. Oh, he blinked over it, I think. He blinked into the corner and missed the elf back. He might have lived otherwise, and now they're 2 down, 2 DPS in the grave here. For Clown College is Something Cat. He's got space to work with here. Risen trying to do his best to hold down the front line. He's got 2 healers, but when it's 5v3, you never want to be a tank in the middle of the fracas like that. And unfortunately, he does go down, and that means Teacher's Lounge will gain control. 37% taken up by a blue team though.
And Long Live Pain is trying to get out. Oh, that was a big pulse bomb, and they're definitely going to just have to reset off of that fight. There's no... You can't take this fight down, both of your supports here. So, I mean, that's a nice pick on the other end, because the supports are going to be coming back now from Clown College. And we see there are so many ults coming up from Clown College. I just do not press. It's not Overwatch, guys. Like, coordinate your ults. You can do it, I believe.
Well, here we go. This should be the first one. Kurigari, he's going to come out of the ground. Not going to pop that ult yet. They've baited out the lamp here. Have they killed it? They have. A good life move ulti, though. The Tree of Life, keeping everyone alive for pretty long, but not long enough here. The damage is overwhelming, and that is going to be it for this team fight pretty much. They just need to clean up those last couple of stragglers, and it's going to be Lubin doing the damage here. And Clown College immediately firing back. Used quite a few ultimates there, Kay, but you got to get the job done.
I mean, yes, it got the job done, but oh my goodness gracious. I mean, I like the fact that they went in with the cage, and I like the fact that they went in with the Vantage. Oh, the Vantage? Sorry, Venture ults, yo! My brain's going to Apex now.
I didn't even know what you were saying. I was like, what? That's the name of his ult? I don't even know. Is there ult? It is going to be blue here, manning up on the back line here. Meanwhile, on the front line, isn't going to be into the blender there and taken out immediately. Something comes on top of that trade, but it's really more about what's happening behind Risen here, because his backline is in total disarray here, thanks to the efforts of Blue and Toxin's venture. So it's looking rough here as Clown College once again rebuffed.
Yeah, very well played by them. I mean, unfortunately, Clown College was a bit at a disadvantage there because they lost people early. However, Fluffy does have his ult coming back, but so does Lixodian, so I'm excited to see. I mean, that's a very, very early lamp.
It is.
But they've still got the window. Teacher's Lounge is looking a lot better with their ultimates. Something Cat's having his ult, so...
Not a great ult placement there from Fluffy, I think it was. He kind of got pooped up as he placed it, so kind of an awful spot, but it's still doing pretty good damage. Venture dropping solo, but not taken down. Risen once again taken out here, but here comes Kurigari with his ultimate, but a great light result of the Tree of Life, keeping the tank alive, and just not enough damage forthcoming here from Clown College. They've lost too many players. Fluffy's gone down now as well. Something he's just trying to find this dirty Life Weaver. He will take care of them. And now Toxin Socks with just the tail end of the ultimate will get that hit off. And that's going to be it for the first map. So a good start from Clown College, but once again, Teacher's Lounge just a little bit too strong.
Yeah, and I mean, as we can see that even in that final fight, they're focusing that Malgus so hard, and the Life Weaver's just shooting petals away, just keeping the Mauga healed. And so
Yeah.
even though Mauga drops to like 100, 200 HP, they just can't finish him off because that Life Weaver is alive, because the Tree of Life comes out. And so I feel like the target priority really needs to kind of shift for Clown College for them to be able to bring this back so that we can go to the third map in this set.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. You can see the effect it's having on Risen. So often we'll cut back to the tank battle and Risen will be on like a third HP and Subdicat will be full with overheal. And it's not really a mirror matchup at that point. So it's going to be pretty rough here. No changes on either team. They've decided that this is the composition that they both feel comfortable on here. Kurigari, he's been doing really well on the venture, it has to be said. You know, finding a lot of those opening picks, doing what we thought we would like them to do, which is get on top of that backline here alongside Nuben. But unfortunately for them, the opposing DPS have been doing so much and more so far this game, as almost finds that pick, not quite. Nuben's going to track him down, does so. Great work from Nuben to get rid of the opposite Tracer here, and now he's putting pressure onto Tox as well, so this is great work for them because that opens things up on their own front line, and we can see that now as a lot of damage coming through Tox. Not like they lived long. Ooh, just gets underground just a nick of time. It's the HP as well. All Risen, it's taken down, but there's so much damage coming through from Kurigari. They've capped the point as well, so they'll be happy to let this fight drag out if need be, as Tracer having a hard time here dealing with the range damage, the AoE damage from the Venture. But good work from Clown College so far, but this is quite a drawn-out team fight here. Teachers Lounge, they feel like they've still got something here. Lucky forced to drop the lamp. They're going to have to try and get out. Does so effectively, but they're losing players in the meanwhile. Both DPS taking down their opposite DPS numbers on the side of Teachers Lounge. So immediately, again, a carbon copy of last game, K, 36 seconds percent on the board, but Teachers Lounge come up with the first win.
Yeah, and they didn't even need to commit any ults. I mean, blue does go down, but Clown College are needing to retreat into their spawn as Toxin Socks is also in the enemy spawn, being like, you know what, hi guys. Both teams are basically going to have all 10 ults, which worries me. It worries me a little bit. I'm expecting a double cage at least, but anyway, from that, I really just hope that somewhat coordinate things. Very, very nice grasp from the Life Weaver to basically keep his teammate alive there.
Tracer, Nuben tracking down. They do get it with Alpha Fluffy, and they get Toxin Socks on the front line. So immediately a 2k advantage here for Clown College. It's just about cleaning up now. That Tracer is so low. Kurigari sees that, immediately zones in on that, but that means that the Baptiste is out in the open here, and they will track them down and take them down as possible. Great work from Clown College there. A good flurry of opening kills, and they get the job done.
And something Cat is just saying shh as he's, you know, somewhat charged off the map. A little bit.
Exactly. I mean, we cut to him for a second there in the Great Void, but I didn't realize that he signed his own death.
He was in the void. Also, I don't know what happened to Long Live Pain's tree, but it popped up and then it just vanished. So I don't know what happened there, but I'm looking towards Teacher's Lounge to kind of be taking this fight very, very close. Blue is 1 HP here.
Ooh, the lamp is over the top of this cage as well, but it's finally going to be Risen coming out on top of that with Alpha Fluffy. The Tree of Life comes out as well, but it's not going to keep the tank alive. But they do get the kill onto Kurigari here, so a very even fight so far. No ultimates to speak of here, just a window for Exodian. Nuben throws out his ultimate, doesn't do much damage, gets rid of the lamp though, as Fluffy finds a return kill on Toxin Socks. Finally the window comes out from Exodian, but it might be too little too late. Clock ticking away here for Teachers Lounge here, as Clown College in control of the board, but they find Nuben, but a lot of low HP heroes in the backline, but they get back here. But Kurigari, he spotted him out. He's going to try and get him on top, but no, great work from the two supports, keeping each other healthy. The grass is going to be taking the Mauga out of harm's way, but it's not going to be enough to keep Fluffy alive as he goes down on the front line. Point has now flipped places, 60% up for our raid team. So Clown College, they should just back up now. They'll lose a couple on the exit, but it's their team, it's their game to win.
And Tox has decided, okay, I'm done now. I'm playing Farah, and I mean it's a scary pick into this team where that spam damage is just going to do so much. Yeah, very, very good early picks coming out from Teacher's Lounge for them to actually be able to finish off that fight. And I mean Blue getting the really, really nice one clip onto Fluffy. So this is a room fight.
Yeah, I mean that's unfortunate. Long Live Pain going down. They are gonna. They've got a little bit of time to wait here, but 10% left on the clock. Somebody's gonna have to get ready to get that touch shoot. Looks like Risen's gonna be the man here. Farah over the top, just doing so much damage to Risen. He's now separated himself from his team. The Life Weaver did the best they could. They threw the ultimate out as well. Maybe that's what they need, just to find a couple of kills here. The lamp is still up, is still going, but it's not getting them any kills at the moment. And Tox, he's just being such a monster in the sky here. He's found 2 picks already. He'll set up a third with the sprinkler here. Not going to find actually anything with that. We've been doing a good job just to weave in and out of play here, keep the game alive. We saw what Blue did on the first map of this series to keep his team in the game, and maybe that's what they need here from Ruben Kuragari. He's back as well now. The Pulse Bomb only finds the lamp. The Life Weaver pops the ultimate. It's a cage fight on the front line. A great lamp keeping Risen alive, but it's the cage fight in the opposite direction now, and that's going to spell the end of this. Blue there to pick up the pieces. Something Cat, the man setting it up here, and in the back line, everything's falling apart for Clown College as Teachers Lounge take map number 3 and take a 3-0 win in the series.
Yeah, that was so well played. I mean, there we saw Risen using ult, and then Something Cat realized that the BAP was actually in healing up the Mauga, and so he caged so that the BAP could actually not get a couple of those hits off, and they were able to finish off Risen. So very well played by them.
Yeah,
And this is Tox with the play of the game. And there goes the boop.
That boop was what got it for him, because the boop is worth like 3 kills in the play of the game algorithm, apparently. Yeah. So that is going to be that really impressive performance from Teachers Lounge. I think typical to what we would have expected, given these two teams' standings in the tournament so far. But yeah, I think Clown College took good account of themselves. I thought I was quite impressed with Kuragari's performance on the venture. He looked really good. He was making a lot of space for his team, and backed up nicely by Nuben as well.
Yeah, no, very well played to both teams. I mean, you saw, a lot of those team fights were quite close, where it was just 1 or 2 picks that could have gone the other way, and then it would have swung that team fight completely for them to actually draw that map out a bit further, and then hopefully getting to a map 3. But very well played to Teachers Lounge, who still currently have only lost 2 maps in this tournament so far, and they continue that streak going. So very well played to them.
Yeah, casting with Fluffy yesterday, he made a point about was it Pepe Clowns? I think it was. They've identified a style, right? They've identified an identity for themselves, and that's what they're using to push themselves through these games. Because when your players are comfortable, it doesn't matter how good anybody is, it doesn't matter what's going on, you're going to be having fun, and everyone's going to have a much better inherent sense of what they need to be doing at any sense in time, without that drilling that you might see in a more competitive setting. So the fact that they Teachers Lounge also seem to have found a style, right? Talks on that venture, the support. It's hard to say in this game where one of the modes has a really tiny hero pool, but the fact that they can rely on Something Cat's Mauga to be a beast on the front line, it's just setting them up nicely to win these games, I think.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And I mean, okay, so Sun, now I need to ask you the question.
No, that's not how this works.
I get to
I'm the question asker.
You the question. The reason why I'm asking you is, if I'm going to be completely honest, so many players on Teachers Lounge played so well that I can't decide, and so that's why I'm throwing it to you. I'm giving you the mantle of deciding who is the game MVP.
You're right. It's hard. So on the winning team, I mean, it felt like Tox was often the player making the difference, right? He was finding kills. He made good use out of his ultimates. He got that big 5k in the first map. But then you look on the other side, or rather you look at his teammate in blue, who was also frequently a player who was sticking around. He basically won them that first map. He was so scary on the Reaper, on Suravasa as well. So it's a rough choice. I think I'm gonna give it to Tox, because Something That was good, but I don't think they had that exceptional game that made them jump out at me. That's the guy. So I'll give it to Tox here. because Blue got it yesterday in the match we casted of him.
Yes.
So let's spread the love a little bit. And yeah, Tox, a player who's had many plays, player of the match performances in his career. But what do you think, Kay? Because like you say, it could have gone to one of any 5 players, I think. To any one of 5 players.
I mean, I do agree. Tox was definitely, you could see the playmaker almost. So you could just see that, going from the side or creating the picks or, using the ult to really just get the most value. I do agree. I mean, myself being a support player, I'm looking at the supports being like, wow, these supports played really well. They kept their tank up. They were doing the damage. So that's why it was just incredibly difficult for me to actually pick
and that's the thing about the supports as well. I was like, who stands out there? They were all good and great, but if you were like, pick the best one, I'm like, oh god, I don't know. Actually, that's hard.
Yeah.
Right, so we do have Tox in Socks here in the zone, ready to contribute his thoughts here. There we go. Welcome, Mr. Grey Mole Rat, aka Tox in Socks, aka Expert Adventurer. How's it going?
Thank you. I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Can't complain, ups and downs as life is, but you are coming off the back of a very nice victory here against a strong opponent. One of many victories you've experienced so far in this tournament. What's the vibe like in the team? It's got to be pretty good with all the W's you're picking up.
Oh, well, I mean, even before we started playing and found out that we were a pretty strong team, just in general, the vibes have been really great. Everyone on the team is so chilled, level-headed. We're having a really good time exploring all of the different modes, and everyone. I mean, I'm happy to come off of this and say that like I've made 4 new really great friends. So it's just been an amazing community cup for our team so far.
Oh, awesome! That's so lovely to hear. So. I mean that's why we're doing this, right? What you've now had the experience of 5 matches worth of different wild cards, right? So if you had to pick, one of your 2 of your favorite modes that you really enjoyed, there was jokes around April Fools that wow, I wish they would add some of these April Fools changes into the actual live game. Is there anything like that with you where you're like, I wouldn't mind Reaper having a 2-second shift.
I did enjoy basically being the team's designated gay mole rat and constantly being underground with the no cooldowns. But I also think back to the very, very first match of playing Assassin Symmetra with the 130 damage melees, which was a lot of fun. So I think those have to be my 2 favorite game modes so far. We missed out on some opportunities, like we wanted to try out the boot game mode and some things like that. But honestly, it's just been great. And especially again having such a team that's just willing to like explore immediately as the codes were out. We were like, let's jump in, let's theory craft, let's see what we can try and figure out. It's just been a good time just thinking about all of these different wild cards.
Awesome. Okay, any questions from you?
No, it's just been fantastic just watching the gameplay. Oh, I mean, okay, so regarding just like team communication, because obviously, we talk about coming from like a team environment where there's a lot of communication and you kind of have to be very coordinated. Are you finding it very sort of easy to adjust into like a DPS role where that's kind of different? Because I mean, obviously we know you as a support player. So how are you kind of finding that, especially with somebody who like playing the new character that's so kind of goes on the flanks and jumps up and pops out of everywhere? Yeah.
Well, I got amazing support from Blue. Both of us together, I think, are making like a really good. We have a really good synergy on just trying to make up for a lot of the comms that take place. But I mean, I know that it's completely different, and half of the times, I mean, people give way too much credit for me for my communication, because half the time I'm just gremlin laughing or just making weird noises as I just barely escape from death. So it's all part of the fun for the most part.
Awesome. Great stuff.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Tox, for joining us. So was that your last game? Do you have any more games?
We got one more game, and we're being casted again. So I'm super.
By me again, I'm
Hey!
sure. Yeah, right. Well then, we will see you then. It is no, it's not you. Okay, are you playing next game? 8 o'clock. So yeah, okay. So I'll see you then. Play bad, so we can choose a different player of the match. But otherwise, I hope you continue to have a successful weekend and tournament. Thanks so much for joining.
Thanks so much for having me.
Awesome. So that is going to be that, guys, for this match. As we alluded to now, we're not done for the day. Still plenty of action left to come. 2 games, in fact. One now at 6, so in just over an hour's time. And then one again at 8. So who's on next? Who's playing next, Kay? Do we know?
Who is playing next? Let's have a look here. So it is going to be Clown College. So this roster right here that we watched today versus Fluffy's fan club.
Awesome.
So that's going to be a very, very fun match, considering Fluffy will be filling for Clown College and he is versing his fan club. So
good luck to the casters in that game, 'cause
yes,
that's always fun. Okay, and then at 8 we've got Dancing Psyducks taking on Teachers Lounge once again. So there we go. We'll see more of Toxin Socks and the rest of that squad alongside Dancing Psyducks. Who's on Dancing Psyducks? Do we know? Just like one play, a talisman that we can look at. And say,
a talisman. Dancing Psyducks.
Stalker, there we go. That's the name that jumped out at me. So a team that will likely orbit around their tank quite extensively, but it should be a fun match. Let's bring up the standings quickly, Peach, before we sign off here. All right, so Teachers Lounge at the top, Tinnitus Troopers, Pepe Clowns, Fluffy's Fan Club, Dancing Psyducks. So it'll be Teachers Lounge taking on Dancing Psyducks in first in that final match. And it'll be Clown College in sixth, taking on Fluffy's Fan Club in 4. So that should be quite a fun, close game next up. But if you are still around, thank you so much for joining us, guys. Is this your last game today, Kay, or are you on later?
No, it is my last casted game today.
Right.
Yes.
So before we sign off here, where can we find you on the internet?
It's at Kales _ on Twitter. That's basically it. Yeah.
Awesome. And don't forget to follow COWZA everywhere as well. Join the Discord. Follow this channel on Twitch or YouTube if you're watching there, and on X as well, to keep up to date with all things Overwatch, to join any tournaments like this, or otherwise know when to tune in for any matches. But thanks so much for joining, guys. We'll be back in just over an hour at 6 o'clock.
Hello, and welcome to the, what would this be, like the 11th round, 10th round of the Ringmaster's Rumble. I don't know what number this is. I don't know numbers. 9th round. But it's been a few rounds. There's been a lot of Overwatch being played. We're gonna be casting this game. This is Alt's first round. However,
Thank you for the warm welcome
Yeah.
there, Blur. I appreciate it. I'm excited for some Overwatch, well, however much it has been, but the penultimate one. Shall we say that?
yeah, the penultimate round of Overwatch. Yeah, and I mean this is a pretty important game of Overwatch. It's Clown College versus Fluffy's fan club, which is quite important because Fluffy's fan club is playing against Fluffy.
Now, do you think that's going to change their mentality into this? Do you think it's going to be just like, we are here to worship you and therefore we're going to throw a game? Or is the kind of the like notice me senpai moment of Overwatch South Africa?
I mean, I feel like if they don't throw the game, it's kind of disrespectful, right? Like if they don't just run it down, it's a little disrespectful to
Yeah.
Fluffy's legacy. You know, are you really Fluffy's fan club if you just don't run it down into him now? Like,
I mean, how many times have we seen like celebrities getting crowded and like mobbed by people? People would rip off like Robert Pattinson's clothes. So maybe that's the case of what's going on now. They're going to kill everyone around Fluffy and then leave them on the point and just like emote around them. I don't know. Guys, we're giving you ideas here. This is what Overwatch is going to be. Blue, we got some interesting game modes for this one as well.
yeah. So as with all the other rounds, we've been dealing with wildcards throughout the game. This is more of a standard setup than we've had for most of the day, and hopefully we don't end up with some April Fools coming in. But we have Capture the Flag, which I mean it's been a seasonal mode for like a long time now. Been in and out of the game. And then we have Overwatch 2, which is only heroes that were released in Overwatch 2 being enabled.
That's not a big roster though, dude. That is
No,
a
it's
really
small.
I mean, it's 7 characters. Just let's bring up the list very quickly here. That is 3 tanks: Mauga, Junker Queen, and Ramatra. We have 2 DPS, so we know which ones are coming out there. It's Sojourn and
Every
Adventure.
round, yeah.
And then our 2 supports, which are Kiriko and Lifeweaver. So we have a whole depth and variation of the 3 tanks. And that's
Yeah, I mean, it does make a difference, right? There are three kind of like brawly tanks, but like they kind of, you know, Ramatra lets you play a little bit like more settled. Junker Queen's hyper aggressive, and Mauga is just unkillable. I'd be surprised if I'd be surprised if it's not just Mauga gameplay.
Yeah.
Honestly, like he seems like he's just gonna be too oppressive with that group around him.
And I mean, when you look at the rest of the characters there as well, you know, you got Sojourn, who you'd want to play with him anyway. Kiriko, who you want to play with him anyway. Lifeweaver, who when he runs in and does stupid things, you'd want to play with him anyway. And then Venture, who's super popular and you'd want to play with him anyway. So, like, yeah, pretty much Mauga seems like a pretty good pack there.
Yeah.
But, look, I mean, I have played maybe 3 games of Capture the Flag in my entire life.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird one, but there's lots of tech for it, you know? It's like either you speed your tank to carry the flag, or you do silly Bastion tech, or, you know, silly Symmetra nonsense, stuff like that. Like, there's lots of options for how you could approach capturing the flag, how you could approach, like, this kind of, like, rotating in and out to try and get that. But it is a very unconventional mode for Overwatch, because Overwatch is typically a lot more about the space than it is about, like, a fixed objective, you know? Like, even when you're playing for a payload, you're playing for the space ahead of the objective to kind of gain that. You know, whereas this, you're like chasing a flag, right?
Objectives. This is Overwatch. Who actually plays objectives? This is going to be very, very chaotic. So maybe they're just going to like create zones around this. I'm interested if you have played anything like that. So if you guys are sitting in Twitch chat, welcome, of course. But is the strategy to kind of make that space and run like a American football gridiron in front of your flag carrier? Do you kind of split up or set just maybe 1 or 2, you know, like some sort of Sim Bastion shenanigans on your own flag so that they can't contest it, and then you get the rest of the team to just like group up and run it home if you possibly can? I genuinely have no idea what the strategies are going to look like.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, right? Is that in like a traditional shooter, like a Call of Duty, you see Capture the Flag. It's like very much, you know, a little bit of defense, a little bit of attack, a little bit of mid control. But like this is Overwatch. Overwatch is inherently about the 5 versus the 5.
Yeah.
It's not usually 2-1-2. It's 5-5. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they adapt to that kind of archetype.
And I mean, we're not just doing this once. We got 2 maps of Capture the Flag. We're starting with it, then we're going, of course, to Overwatch 2, and then we're going to be coming back to this. So it's going to be very interesting to see kind of like if strategies change up, if things work out. I mean, we're going to be starting, of course, on the... I never know how to pronounce this. Ayutthaya, I think it is. So I don't even know this map properly either. I mean, it's only really available in the Capture the Flag. So
Capture the Flag and old like the old 3v3 deathmatch modes. That's where this has been played in, and it's a map built around that. I know what they also did in the Capture the Flag setups was that they also used a lot of the control maps. But I mean, if we're just playing this map, it's just this map. Like it is exclusively a map built for Capture the Flag. So I mean, it should be fun. We should see some silliness. There's always some silliness. And again, hopefully we see no more April Fools. I'm sure that the notion of that is having Terran shaking in his boots right now.
So let's just take a look. We've got our breakdown of the scores right now that we want to look at. And then, of course, we've got to look at who's actually playing today. We did mention Fluffy, but this is kind of how things break down for the day. We got Clown College right now. They're sitting there. 2 and 3, a rough first half of this. They're going to try at least break up into that top 4. But they're waiting for them. Gatekeeping is Fluffy's fan club, the exact opposite of their scoreline. So it really could go 3 and 3 if Fluffy's fan club decides to pay some homage to their namesake. But certainly, I think anything above top 4 would be a really nice way to kind of end the day, end the weekend on for these guys.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you've got the 2 runaways, obviously, with Teachers Lounge and Tinnitus Troopers. Right up there, they're 5-0 and 5-1 records. Pepe Clowns has had a good day as well. They're got one more map to play. Then they have the chance to break into that top 3. Everyone else is kind of the chasing pack, right? Like there's one match between these 2 teams. There's Dancing Psyducks is 3 and 3, and then Cirque Babs and Snowstorm up management haven't really had the best tournaments, and so they're kind of languishing down there at the bottom. But these 2 definitely, this should be a close game.
Yeah, this is one of the ones I was most excited for. And then we take a look at their rosters, of course. A really nice mix, and this is one of the best things that I've liked about this. I was chatting to Peach in the green room beforehand, and I was going, this is a way to really revitalize and offer something new to the Overwatch community. And I like that fact. You get people who don't play together to come together, but completely removed from any sort of competitive environment. While the guys are taking it seriously, this is just a chance for them to mess around with new game modes. This is not just we're going to Scrims Row who can get the positioning and win the Reinhardt mirror. I've really enjoyed that aspect of it, and we've also gotten to see a couple of the interviews from guys like Toxin Socks was saying that they've actually played outside of this tournament, and he's got 4 new friends now to go and play with, and you can see that cohesion coming through in the fact that they're now leading the entire roster.
Yeah, and I mean, that's great. Like, that's always been the intent of community tournaments, is to get new players kind of playing together and have the more experienced players kind of help them grow and develop in that space. And we've seen a couple of players like really excelling in that space over this tournament so far, and that's always lovely to see. We are in a competitive community, and obviously our players are very, very competitive. Everyone wants to win. At the end of the day, everyone wants to win. So every now and then there's just a little bit of a little flare up. But it's mostly been good natured, mostly been fun, and it's good to see that type of.
Well, let's take a look at those rosters then, shall we? Get to see who are our experienced people looking to pass on their knowledge. I mean, this is Clown College, who we've seen them doing fantastic things. Kurogari, I know there has the Widowmaker, but it was showing in their previous match a really nice venture, picked up that very well. Nubin, that Tracer is pretty standard. Risen, of course, a very well-known player in our scene. And then Fluffy, of course, making fans everywhere, but we'll see if they lose any today. And then Long Live Pain, someone I haven't come to see yet, but played a really good Life Weaver in that previous match that I watched them.
Oh, I mean, then it'll be interesting to see if they can pick up that same level of performance again. The only kind of like off role here would be Risen, really. Risen, like traditionally a DPS player. completely out of his kind of like comfort field playing tank, and he's been playing a lot of the Junker Queen. It's his tank, and maybe that'll be useful when going into that Overwatch 2 mode. Is that that's what he's going to pick up. That's what he's going to be coming through on.
Definitely. I think when it comes to DPS versus tank these days, there's a weird overlap. So many of our tanks are doing massive amounts of damage. I mean, you put Risen onto something like a Mauga, and you're going, all right, I know how to aim and track and put in gigantic. Now you're giving me 2 guns. Okay, I can make this work, I'm sure.
Yeah.
It's just whether then someone like Long Live Pain, they've worked together and built up that synergy where they can, get the grab back if he does decide to carry on with something like the Life Weaver. The synergy of Clown College has been something really nice to watch. And I must admit, the DPS pairing, even though Risen's not in there, I really enjoyed watching Nubin and Kuragari. Venture Tracer is such a nice combo that we're starting to get to see coming up into this meta, the dive aspect of it. Both of them can get themselves out of trouble, and they need to have like a difficult time to kill, or it's difficult to get that time to kill very short. If you miss one aspect of the Venture combo, then you're trying to cycle big abilities, or you need to dig in underground and get out as quickly as possible. And Nubin can always just go in for that end of that kill. On the other side, Fluffy's fan club, Silly Spy, Astro Bro, but Bison Dome. Okay, Thank you. Damn, that's not how you spell bison, friend. Winter Phoenix and Kaider, I think.
Yeah, we've seen them on stream already today. Astrobro, or not today, yesterday. Astrobro coming in as a fill today, but Silly Spy has been doing wonders on that DPS. Bison and Kaider signed up together for this tournament, have been so devastating on their picks, and Winter Phoenix has been playing such good, consistent gameplay to kind of support that team, and occasionally chip in like with a couple of big ults themselves. So it's been a one of those teams that's really gelled quite nicely and kind of like all like worked to reinforce one another, and it's really good to see them playing like that.
I mean, considering this roster is not like the typical people that we've seen for years in COWZA, it's really nice to see the 5 of them coming together and actually putting on a solid performance. 5 games played, 3 games won is a pretty solid showing against a lot of these other sides. So this opportunity for them is certainly one that you might get to see these guys, or at least certain members of the team, starting to link up together for future tournaments.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I know Bison and Kaider, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they're on Fluffy's team, is the team he plays for, the European team. Ooh. So I mean, that's hence where the name comes from. They do know him.
They've got all the inside scoops there. It's interesting to know that Astro Bro is actually now in instead of Hydro for today. This is it's always weird, especially in a tournament like this where you are having to substitute in for someone. But I mean, at the end of the day, the nice thing is it's fun. I don't think anyone has been sitting practicing capture the flag anyway. So I think if you're a decent player, you can come in here and do your own thing. All right, I think it's time to get into the action, Blur. Predictions.
Silly Overwatch, quite frankly. A lot of these games have been quite back and forth in a fun way, in a good way. Like there's been a lot of like experimentation and a lot of like figuring out exactly where the gaps lie and what they can kind of abuse in the mechanics, and it'll be interesting to see how they pick that up as we go here.
So final scoreline of fun all, shall we say?
Fun all, yeah. I'm not predicting scores. I'm just gonna get pie on my face if that's the outcome here.
Okay, I'm interested into these hero choices now because I'm thinking something like a Lucio to help keep your team mobile is pretty good. Something like a Reaper is not bad to at least burst down someone or create a zone of death. Ooh. The Roadhog coming out for both these teams. Tracer doesn't surprise me at all there from Nubin. Kuragari trying to create some zone pressure with a Mei.
Yeah, looks like they're gonna be trying to speed their Roadhog, let him get pummeled with damage, but like just carry that flag. It is really the American football approach to capture the flag. We're gonna bash through the enemy team and we're gonna bash right back.
I mean, it makes sense though, right? With the new change to like how they reworked his take a breather, you can now stay immobile. You can kind of use it when you need to. You're not like stationary, and you've got that pick potential to kind of like break through. Oh, a quick TP now.
Oh,
Gonna go
wow.
straight for the flag. And then you utilize that pig pen to also... But it's the exact same strategy on the other side. Risen going to be picking up the flag. They've ignored each other, walked through, and it's going to be the clash on the return that really decides this.
That's fantastic. It actually adds a little bit of like weight to this.
Go!
But the boop off the map here, that's huge, giving them the opportunity to just carry those
And
both
there's another
sticks
one!
off the map. Oh no! What is that? Oh, Risen. You'd think you see that happen to Bison, you're like, maybe we don't go along that edge, but there he went, and here we are, back to square one, back to the neutral fight we were expecting at the beginning of this.
I mean, we said we're going to have 2 capture the flag maps, and how are they going to adapt to it? Maybe don't stand by the edge as a Roadhog versus the Lucio. I mean, that tank passive showing absolutely no use right now. I know it's a controversial thing, but this is probably the best reflection of how does one little sound wave knock him off the map like that. But very early fight now coming in. Fluffy's fan club going to be taking the fight in now towards Clown College. They've all decided to go backwards. A little bit of a wall there to try and separate it, but no real kills coming out there. A nice offset comes out from Formula Bison. Absolutely great name. They're just going to walk onto the point. They've got the Lucio, they picked up the flag, and now it's time to get out of dodge. Ooh, the boop
there goes the
again,
May again. Wow, these Lucios being so prolific in this game so far. And it looks like Fluffy's fan club actually looking like they might take the lead here if they're not able to be stopped, as Bison almost all the way back to his own capture, and doesn't look like anyone's going to stop him. 1-0 up for Fluffy's fan club. Clown College really need to adapt to this. The Echo switch not quite panning out off the Symmetra after that first fight.
No, Echo is just something like a very pokey type of character. It doesn't have that like burst potential unless you're really finishing off, getting someone into the dangerous situation to finish in beam. The May Wall's trapping in the center now. Ultimate being thrown out by both. Blizzard freezing things where it stands. Seems like Fluffy's fan club at least has their tank up and running. Clown College is going to try to counter it out with the Echo duplicates and gives them a chance to at least hold this. But it seems Fluffy's fan club once more utilizing the Symmetra TP. Just try and go up and over the top. They don't manage to get through this time. Have to go towards the side. At least wait it out. The Echo duplicates. Seems to just be a stall out in the center. Can they finish off this Formula Bison for now? Doesn't seem to be doing anything as he takes the scrap gun to their faces.
And there we go. Clown College actually managing to stabilize despite losing their tank quite early in that fight. They're now coming in and looking like they might pick up the flag themselves. Gonna have to make sure he sustains himself properly here. Can't get too aggressive because I mean this is a little bit dangerous.
Oh, the May Wall's already been used. Hooked backwards. Too much work there from Formula Bison, having just respawned, managing to keep the flag where it belongs. Seems like neither team going to be able to take this point anytime soon. We've still got just under 5 minutes left. One apiece, or at least one to Fluffy's fan club, who's managed to take that lead. Certainly not enough of a lead to feel comfortable at any stage.
No, not at all. I mean, you can see it there. It's so fragile. If that flag gets across the map, we're all square again. We're off the Echo now onto a Reaper and a Bastion as well. So really looking to just pump out damage towards Fluffy's fan club now. But Fluffy's fan club getting in control of this fight, getting control of this kind of engagement quite early.
You know, they've been doing so well with
pick
that
up around the back, yeah.
Oh, nice sneaky little play. Just solo going there on the Lucio. Now can he escape out? Of course, no wall riding and hooked out of midair. How are you supposed to do that, Fluffy? Your fan club has your every movement paparazzi style hacked.
Yeah, and he got a little touch on the wall there, which meant that he actually dropped the flag. While that was happening, Bison picked up the opposition flag, and they're now 2 up.
Ooh,
Match point for Fluffy's fan club now, and Clown College really need to kind of band together a little bit more. It seems like in the later stage of these engagements, they're getting very, very fragmented, really struggling to maintain that kind of positioning. And it's, yeah, the Symmetra giving them so much control over this map and control over where they want to take these fights.
Yeah. There's a clear game plan, right? We work up to this point, then we TP to that point, we go up over the top, and then once we're at the top, we poke and prod and see where we can bait out the opposition abilities. You know, something like the Bastion turret. You don't want to be trying to rush the point on that. So you bait it out, and then you choose it. You use your May Walls and your freeze in place. Look at this trap coming out here from Fluffy's fan club. Again, this is what I mean. Oh, the Death Blossom comes in. Nubin trying to pull things back, even baiting out that Blizzard, decides to go back into it.
Oh,
Can't
no.
take it. I don't know if Astro Boy, though, wants to go in here. Yeah, not going to be able to get past Kuragari's grenade. And even though Fluffy's fan club managed to get close, no cigar, no finishing clinch just yet.
Yeah, but an expensive fight for the fan club there, using both the Blizzard and their Whole Hog. With the artillery and the beat coming in for Clown College here, this might be their opportunity to get a point on the board and maybe get back into this game.
But do they actually take the fight? So far, they're just kind of skipping around. Here comes the artillery looking to defend their own backline. Spots out everyone carrying that flag. He's going to take down the flag carrier. There's still enough people around here, though. Silly Spy going to be able to take that up. And with the Lucio speed boost, they've got Formula Bison running point. They're trying to get it across the map. Everyone else has to rotate back. Can they stop this in the strike? They are going to be able to take it down. Can they get it returned? They're still only going to be stalling it out. It is at least Clown College managing to take back their ownership. And they've got Risen, actually. He's got the flag. Yeah. He's going for it. He's going to be able to make up a point.
Yeah, they're starting to kind of find their feet on this slightly different style of composition. They're playing a bit slower, a little bit more deliberate with this Bastion Reaper, getting control of that, the kind of damage flow of the fight, you know, trying to kind of poke out the side of Fluffy's fan club and make it impossible for them to advance the way they want to. Even there, you saw they picked up the flag with 3. It was really, really difficult for them to get back in. And now coming in aggressively with this beat engagement, that's going to allow them to really get in and, you know, get this pickup. Maybe even get back to mid-map before they're really challenged to kind of fight this. But pick's going both ways. Really, really dangerous position for both teams here.
Well, they've still got their flag carrier, and the Coalescence going to be coming in, but unfortunately, that freeze going out, no chance to be able to hold through that. And so Clown College, once more, give up the possession of the flag, but they do not let them get out. And once more, that May wall was just so good. You're here, but now you're here with us. You're not going anywhere after that. Throw anything you want into the fight.
Back to the neutral fight again now, but Alt Economy really favoring Clown College. A little bit of a poke stage here, and they're going to have Death Blossom, they're going to have their Bastion Artillery, they're going to have their Whole Hog. I mean, there's no answers for that really from Fluffy Fan Club. If there's a chance to equalize the game, it's now. They need to push them back, they need to get in control of this game. And you can see Fluffy's Fan Club pushing up so that potentially they can just get into a position where, you know, even if they lose the fight, they can regroup. So much damage so far.
I mean, and the damage has come up, but it didn't get any kills. Kato managed to get out on like the absolute most sliver of HP. Now the artillery from above sets down a Formula Bison. And I think that's a massive fake. This gives Risen a chance to move forward. Doesn't have a lot of time before the respawns come in. Doesn't have a lot of healing. Is at least going to be able to pick up the flag. This would be the last point. And now there's no May wall to stop them. The May Ice Block comes out, but the heal, this is what Bastion, or at least the Roadhog, gives you. Pig's Pen down to try and slow down any chasers. The end is in sight. Flag in hand, charges it down on overtime. Risen going to score. And actually, sorry, that was for the wrong team. It's leveled it up.
2-2, yeah. So we're probably going to go, if they can't get onto one of the flags now, we're probably going to go to an even middle map fight. But Fluffy's Fan Club coming in here with ultimates. It's a position where they're favored, but they don't get into the position. They don't get on point here.
Okay, that was rude. They were actually about to pick up that flag.
Yeah.
But we are going to a more centralized flag location. So it really is now one fight and you could take it, or one little those flags are close. Holy cow, those flags are close.
It's a one fight territory situation. You have to win this first fight. But Clown College comfortable with what they're picking up here. They're comfortable with this comp. They figured it out. They think, you know, this is their chance to get the game. They pause being called. Ping problems.
These guys are taking it seriously. Nothing to be held behind.
Lots of tension here.
Interesting, Astro Boy, though, has swapped onto the Reaper. I would have thought now was exactly when you would want that May. You know, if you could get a good separation in the fight, or if someone does go for a cheeky little back cap play, you can stop them in their tracks and buy the time for your team to catch up. Because, I mean, May, without the freeze aspect of her kit now, doesn't have that ability to stop someone on their own, but certainly the wall would help. Instead, they're going to kind of just, all in for the win the fight with the damage?
It looks like it, yeah. I mean, that's very much what their comp is saying, right? So that they just want to W onto the point and try and win it. You know, but It is, yeah. I think May would be the good pick here, especially if you're in a longer, drawn out fight. That Blizzard is so devastating, and as we saw, there is the potential for the Death Blossom to get nothing. There is the potential where it isn't useful, and we have seen it, lose use here. But that if they can play a slow enough fight, isolate, try and pressure out, like that is maybe a win condition. But I think potentially what they're just going to try and do here is probably just push pressure into Risen.
Yeah.
Run him down. Like they think maybe, okay, we put a little bit more tank damage in and it's over.
Still though, like you're not completely committing to the damage. You're going against Kuragari on Bastion. You're not winning the damage fight. You've got Silly Spy there on the Symmetra, and they've been doing fantastically with the Symmetra, but it came down to kind of like controlling that zone or getting to a nice place and then utilizes. But we're going back in. This is all or nothing. I don't think we're going to get to the ultimate fight, so Blizzard, Death Blossom are all kind of moot points, I believe. Right now, we come charging out there, being able to utilize that Symmetra teleport means Fluffy's fan club probably going to be able to get a slightly better position in the center, but there's so little separating these two teams. So who gets the first pick? Which of these Roadhogs goes down first? Who can get a good hook? Clown College versus Fluffy's fan club. Map number 1, decided by a single flag.
And you can see the slow posturing here.
Yeah.
Neither team wants to lose a pick through to something silly. And I mean, that's an explosive TP straight onto the point here. They're gonna have to kill him immediately here, otherwise that flag going straight back home. Both teams with the enemy flags here. The Reaper flying back with the flag here, and they're stuck. They're stuck. They could capture this. Oh, and that's it. He just ran it home.
Oh, they just seem to cycle on opposite sides of the statues, the two teams. And while the Lucio picks it up, now can't utilize the abilities, whereas Reaper manages to pick it up and walks it down while everyone's distracted. I mean, it was the big pickup of the... Oh, this was such a really nice turnaround from Kuragari, I must admit. But it was very interesting to see Clown College Lucio there. Didn't manage to get out there. They were the first one to pick up the flag, and it kind of drew everyone's attention to them. And that was the problem. You now can't get out as the Lucio is. The Reaper, now that everyone's attention was gone, picking it up second was just like, oh, I'm just gonna very subtly sneak my way that way. Don't worry.
I do think, it was also that you're looking at that and you're thinking, okay, the Roadhog's going to pick up the flag, right?
Yeah.
That's what they've been doing so far. But that Reaper picked up the flag, attention went on to Bison, and then the Reaper just walked it home. Like, no mess, no fuss. What a chaotic end to a very, very tight game. Very tight first map.
Yeah, I mean, Fluffy's fan club there certainly took their early couple of points. They really seemed to be utilizing their teleporter really well. They had a clear game plan going into this, and there was just really nice adaptation from their opponents, which allowed Clown College to bring it back 2 points. I mean, 2 points is a really good fight there. I did think that in terms of the general capture the flag strategy, though, it was a little bit fan base favored. We're not going to see a lot of adaptation, though, as map number 2. It's about time for Overwatch. Overwatch, while New Junk City Flashpoint map, you were going into a very set lineup here. We choose between, if you guys are just joining now and you missed it earlier, Mauga, Junker Queen, or Ramatra are the only choice. The rest of the lineup pretty much set in as Sojourn Adventure, Kiriko, and Lifeweaver for both sides.
And I think very much here you're looking, where's your who's your better Sojourn here? The Sojourn has been such an impactful pick in Overwatch 2 in its entirety. So
at every level.
Yeah, so Sojourn definitely going to be defining in this map, I think. And then is everyone comfortable on the hero that they're getting picked on? Because if you're not comfortable on one of those two heroes, you're gonna have a little bit of a difficult game in this one. You're gonna have to try and figure it out. It's a bit tough. But I think Sojourn going to be defining in terms of how this game plays out. If the other DPS has picked up Venture, are they comfortable in Venture? And then I think the tank matchup is just going to be stylistic at this point. It's going to be, who's better on the kind of more, damage absorption approach of Malgo? Who's better at the more hyper aggro approach of Queen? Is there going to be a Ramatra in there to kind of add a little bit of pacing into that? I think out of those three, Ramatra is the one I'd least expect to see.
Yeah,
maybe.
No, that's exactly what I was thinking. Is right now, the whole point of Malga is as long as he's doing damage, he's healing and he's sustaining. against Queen, who has 0 damage mitigation. That's not exactly a good matchup right there. It would be interesting to see Queen v Queen or Queen v Ramatra. Ramatra's got some ability to do that in terms of the shield is certainly very good. But when you go into the Nemesis form, your block, he's still kind of doing the damage. He's still kind of getting the healing. It's not as much, but it's not enough. It's not something like a Sigma's Grasp that's absolutely mitigating. It's not like the Diva's Defense Matrix, which is mitigating that damage. So we do think Malga going to be it, but no, Risen coming up to the challenge and going to be coming out with the Junker Queen.
I mean, lots of damage option there. And we did actually miss Ilari. Yeah, and you can see they've now picked the Ilari as well. So they're definitely Clown College going with the more damage-oriented approach. Fluffy's Fan Club coming out with the kind of sustain approach. So we'll have to see, you know, stylistically which of the two works a little bit better here. But it's going to have to be that aggro approach from Clown College if they want to win these fights. If they play too far back, they're just going to get poked out.
Yeah, and I mean, Clowns College has that ability to kind of stay at the distance, and I think it's going to be how well they don't take that frontal engage. You know, if they can stay back, if they can keep kiting out their opponents, they're going to be fine. And, you know, with the Ilari and the Sojin and the Kiriko all being able to do that, they're starting to get the opportunity to run forward now. Queen decides to throw out the shot, trying to get in there, doesn't actually get close enough to get up that healing. And there comes the Ilari with the extra bit of healing buffs. Going to be putting down the pylon on the point. Going to give themselves a little bit of a chance back into this. But everyone's so low, and eventually Fluffy's Fan Club manages to secure the kills and the possession of the first point.
Yeah, and you'd have to think, again, Clown College, they don't have the healing output that Fluffy's Fan Club has. Life Weaver just puts out healing for fun. So they have to win that fight quickly. If they don't win that fight quickly, you know, even taking out Fluffy's Fan Club's tank first, they weren't able to kind of establish themselves in that team fight. Really, really well played from you know, Astro Bro specifically. Did a lot of work on that venture. Got a couple of picks in that, and were able to kind of clutch up that fight.
Very interesting right now. Great Suzu though to keep it alive there, but Fluffy's Fan Club has actually swapped also to the Junker Queen. They're respecting the mirror matchup, but it's not gone well. Well, at least it's gone very well for them. It certainly caught the Clown College players by surprise. Even going to be throwing in a Risen, a very late Junker Queen ultimate. Going to be able to pull out something. Yeah, certainly found a lot of damage, but you've got to be able to secure that. At the end of it, throws in the Carnage and just pays with their life. It's a little bit too late, so now Fluffy's also dumped their ultimate. Desperate attempt to try and recapture this point. Got some reinforcements coming in right now, but it's a little bit too little too late. Not if Nuben's got anything to say about that. Kuragari tries to contest that point. It's just a little bit too much. First point goes through to the Fluffy's Fan Club.
Yeah, really unfortunate they're not able to get a touch there at the end. It's a potential. There would have been the potential for like a, you know, a late swing back, but 1-0 up to Fluffy's Fan Club on this Flashpoint map. And coming into point 2 here, we'll have to see how they kind of adapt to it. You know, with the tree and the overclock online for them, you know, they've got the dominant position already. They should be able to mount a pretty sturdy defense.
Oh, what a shot coming through there from Nuben. That is all the healing, a massive part of the healing, at least. Winter Phoenix being taken down there, and it gives Clown College a bit of a chance to run forward. Nuben still carrying on going, managing to secure the tank kill. Long Live Pain also putting out the damage. They've managed to keep going. They've got a nice balance of characters left, but they're the ones who have to back out there. Fluffy's Fan Club managed to get a couple of kills of their own. It is going to be Astro Boy managing to go and take possession of the point. So for Fluffy's Fan Club, it's a difficult name to say constantly in the cast, but Fluffy's Fan Club take that first possession of point number 2.
I must say, we're seeing a lot of really, really good impact out of Astro Pro on this venture. It's something that's kind of distinctive of their game so far, is that, you know, they've looked a little bit ahead on that side, but still lots of time for Kuragari. Traditionally a hit scan player to come back on this, but that's exactly what you're looking for out of that venture.
Ooh. And you talked about the impact that Astro Boy is making a devastating impact there across the ground, managing to utilize that ultimate tectonic. What is it called? Tectonic initiation? That's what they call it anyway.
Earth Shadow 2.0. We're going with that for now.
Earth Rumble, shall we say?
Earth Rumble, yeah.
Anyone in Twitch chat, please feel free to correct us on what that ultimate is actually called, but certainly a good use by them. And I'm very interested in it. You know, Venture's only been out for a little bit of time. It's the first character that has come in straight into competitive. Blizzard was like, yep, we're happy with this character. And yet some people are going, no, this is way too much. The burst damage potential of this character is fantastic. And certainly Astro Bro showing how good it can be as Fluffy's fan club pick up point number 2 and are 1 point away from taking this whole match.
Astro Bro very impactful on that venture. And we're just seeing pick up to pick here, and it's giving them a big advantage in the team fight. Here again, another fight here. Kuragari having to retreat to the health back there. It's just doing really, really well here to establish that space. Lots of ults on board for Clown College right now. They've got that Rampage and their Kitsune Rush into just the Kitsune Rush of Fluffy's fan club. So possibly, you know, baiting out the Suzu and using that will give them a big advantage in this fight.
Yeah, it's about the timing around the Suzu though, hey? It has to be.
But again, they're just slow to point here. You know, Fluffy's fan club already have the control here. It's really hard to have to walk into this really impressive high ground. Especially with that Sojin. Both Sojins doing really, really well here, but you put one in a better position, it's, you know, you're fundamentally at a big advantage.
Well, this is a big point. Astro Bro does go down early into this fight. They've traded out for Fluffy on the other side. Again, it's a difficult position here for Risen to try and get into a spot and track down these players from Fluffy's fan club who are just so mobile and utilizing this high ground so well. Even managing to use that Life Weaver to reinforce back onto the high ground. Now finally comes out the Rampage. It's done a little bit, at least secured afterwards there by Nubin. Nubin actually picks up 2 using their ultimate. The Overclock coming in absolute powerful. Now there's a Tectonic Earth Shatter 2.0 version 3 coming in the other way, but it's trading out back and forth. Still Fluffy's fan club with possession of the point, but they've lost too many and it's finally going to turn the way of Clown College.
Yeah, and this is the first time they've really gotten onto point now. It's substantial. That's, you know, they're in one fight territory. They can't lose a fight now. If they lose on this point, it'll go 3-0 to Fluffy's fan club because that 23% on Flashpoint ticks by so quickly.
By the way, it's Tectonic Shock. So we were actually pretty close there, but certainly coming in here and Fluffy's fan club coming in with aggression. They've taken control of this high ground, or at least they're looking to challenge it. They've put some space out there. There's the wonderful Overclock coming in through here, backed up by the Tree of Life. And they're managing to keep alive. They are really taking it through. This is the last fight that they would really have to win. And so Clown College needs to come back in here. They cannot afford to give too much space. They've got 10% left. Right now, it's going to be difficult just to touch.
Yeah, and I mean, it's looking pretty empty. Who touches this?
Nubin, apparently. That's certainly a time for it. No, Flashpoint's up.
No,
Flashpoint should be first to 3. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, cool. No play of the game for this one, but
victory! Fluffy's fan club.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I think one of the things we really have to talk about for Fluffy's fan club that we're seeing time and time again in these team fights. We saw it first on Ayutthaya, and we saw it again on the Flashpoint map. They stage their fights so well.
Yeah.
They're guiding themselves into really strong positions in their fights. And I mean, we saw it every single point. They were first on the point. They were first with the high grounds. They had complete control. They battered down the enemy team and then went and captured the point. And then they held a strong position, couldn't get broken down. You know, on Ayutthaya, you saw them we talked about the teleporter staging. And that was exactly that again, is that, you know, they were getting positions of maximum opportunity and then executing off those. So you have to say their staging has been so good in this. And that it's not really what you expect from like a put together little team, right? You expect it to be a little chaotic, a little all over the place. Yeah. But these guys are like, there's some structure there. There's some plans, some like staging and fight progression. It's really good, really impressive.
And what's nice to see is, you know, something like the very mobile team comps are much harder to coordinate. You know, we're diving here, now we're diving there, now we're jumping across there, but we've left someone behind, so we don't have that. Here it's very much more methodical. It's like you say, we move from this position to that position, hold it down, secure it, get whatever we can out of it. And when we then see that next opportunity to move, whether it's a good pick that comes out or just the abilities have come back off cooldown and we're now strong again, they then move methodically from one place to the other. They were really prioritizing that high ground. We saw that on the final point here in the New Junk City, was they held the bridge so well. They left the life weaver up there. And so when the queen jumps off there and really starts battering into their opponents where a queen wants to be, when they've done the job or they get themselves into a little bit of trouble, you come back up here, we get there. And it just comes down to really now Fluffy and the rest of this Clown College team are taking too much damage. They're expending too much to get into a position where they needed to. They came in with the ult advantage, and one of those ults is the Dunker Queen ult. All you needed to do was get a nice sight line. But as soon as by the time they finally made it up to that bridge, the rest of their opponents were gone. They had disappeared. There was no ultimate left to be had.
Yeah, I mean, when he did eventually use it, I think it hit one, and that was a Suzu target. That's your gap. That's, why you set up those strong positions, so it's hard to use those ultimates against you. But it's also easier for them to execute, because we saw how much value they got on the high ground. They got just in neutral situations, and were able to then execute off that, and then emphasize that strength with their ultimates instead. Yeah, I think we're going into another capture the flag now, right?
Yeah. And the job is now, it can be any capture the flag map. Whew, it's been a while since I've done these game modes. Capture the flag map, except for Ayutthaya, right? So there's Lijiang, there's Beijing, Busan, Lijiang, Busan, and Ilias?
Yeah, I think most of there's Oasis as well. Oasis also had control or
I definitely remember the Ilias
flag
Ruins map.
I think it's most of
I've definitely played on that one.
I think it's most of the state, the control stage.
Yeah.
From what I recall. I could be wrong.
I don't know if the Hawaiian one is in there. But
Samoa.
There. All the Overwatch 2 control point maps except for Mecha Base. So I mean there really is not the Overwatch 2, the Overwatch 1 ones. Peach is busy shouting at me in my ear, so that's my bad. He's so useful in the background. Love you, Peach.
But it is his choice that there's no Overwatch 2 maps. He controls everything. You have to remember.
We just do what we're told at this stage. Yeah. But it does certainly leave a lot of opportunity. What the big thing about now is, have these teams really adapted to it? Certainly Ayutthaya had the opportunity for that teleport onto the high ground. That was such a powerful positioning route. Now, depending on what map we're looking at, I don't know how many of those they're going to be. Something like a Lijiang Gardens would certainly have the opportunity to teleport across the moat around the inside circle. But other than that, there's Oasis University. Okay, that should be interesting. High ground going to obviously be a little bit of a thing. But other than that, I can't think of any sort of logical pathing that a sim TP would give you a massive advantage of for Fluffy's fan club.
I can see that potentially as Clown College picked this map, it does lean into that Bastion strat again.
Yeah.
Because you've got those kind of dead open spaces between where the control point would be and the spawns are. You've got that big open area which leans into poke. So it's something that can maybe play a little bit back, pressure out a little bit, and make it really, really difficult for Fluffy's fan club to breach that space.
Mm-hmm.
But again, you have to think that that some TP devastated them in that first game. It was really strong. There's not as many positions of maximum opportunity in this game, but you can see that gap, that library gap there. It's something that they might get value on with the Bastion. Oh, yeah. We got an early pause going in.
No.
Not April Fools, please.
Yeah. We'll have to see. I think one of the characters that we have seen before and has to make a comeback here has got to be the Mei. I mean, there's so many narrow choke points that it's got you. I mean, you could very easily stop a push coming towards you or stop someone dead in their tracks with absolutely no way around it if you get a decent Mei wall up on as someone tries to escape.
Okay. It does appear that Risen has rage quit the game. He probably hasn't disconnected. We don't actually know, but it appears that he's rage quit the game. He's decided he's done with this. You know, he can't play this Roadhog, Junker Queen, Malga nonsense. He's out of here. Put him back with his Winston. Oh, he's back. Never mind.
Just needed to cool off for a second. Give him a chance.
Just needed to take a breath. You know, a little bit of fresh air, sip of water. Back here, hydrated in his lane, thriving, ready to take this game by the horns.
Insert all the positive words: health, love, wealth, happiness, live, laugh, love. Right now, get some posters up in his room just to remember.
Yeah, he did that all in that like 3 seconds that he was just kicked from the game.
I mean, I actually, considering their teammate is Long Live Pain, that would be a very interesting variation of Live, Love, Love. So it's the one poster I've got on my wall personally. So.
Yeah.
All right. So looking at it, still gonna have a TP strat from both sides. Actually, some inspiration. Fluffy's fan club are getting some fans of their own on the other side.
Yeah, maybe it might also just be a spawn strat here, depending. Like they might just think that, you know, first fight we want to get in so we have the a position of maximum opportunity, which would be this high ground on the left. But I say that they both look like they're just posturing to run each other down.
Astro there out on the Mei, like I thought. Everyone else pretty much the same. Fluffy going for an interesting choice on the Ana. Of course, something like a sleep dart on a target would be a very good play here, but certainly one that's going to be difficult to defend on if they're just running at you. And Risen now going to be coming back in with their opponent's flag. Everyone else creating the space around it. Difficult here for Fluffy's fan club to try get back. I don't know if they've got the flag themselves. Yeah, they've got it. On their side, it's the 2 Roadhogs, and there's the take a breather. He's going to have to get backed up by the teammates. Gets it. Kuragari makes it back onto the land, and Formula Bison, even though it was a valiant attempt, does not manage to get flag home. Instead, though, on the other side, there's a charge down here. Risen going to be taking the flag home, and they get their first point.
1-0 up. That's a really, really nice switch up here from Clown College. You see, they fell behind in the first map, and they're now, you know, putting themselves in the front foot here, putting themselves in a position of better opportunity here. Kuragari down early in this fight might mean that, you know, they have to back up a little bit, fight a little bit closer to their spawn. Especially with this Blizzard now coming out, that'll be devastating. You don't expect the Fluffy's fan club aren't going to be able to pick up flag here.
How the heck does Astro manage to pick that up so quickly? That ultimate have dropped their flag for just a little bit, but utilizing that wall. Oh, the TP in from behind! Just absolutely outplayed. Does at least go down, but Kuragari with a valiant attempt there has slowed it down for just a second. Nuven going to be able to reinforce this. Still trying to pick this up. Has to take the time to channel this flag back towards where it belongs.
Yeah, I think as well, though, it does give them some time to regroup for Fluffy's fan club and fight this fight as 5, coming back to point. It'll, you know, mean that they at least have a chance to defend their flag, which is a nice little bit of balancing for the I know we can tell.
Wall comes up now. Clown College throwing a lot of ultimates right now. They've got a lot to work with. I mean, they've still got 3 in the back. They're going to have to worry about that wall, though. Makes it impossible. Nuben somehow gets past it and drops the Death Blossom. Has picked up 2 kills already. And already going there onto the flag, trying to get out. Has to worry about this Coalescence. Winter Phoenix,
get him.
Slow, steady burn all the way through. Doesn't even have to worry about Aurelia returning that right now.
Yeah, they're gonna now have to be ready for a like back against the wall defense. But looking at that, you can see, you know, very expensive fight. 3 of their ults coming out there and not really getting enough for that investment. Whereas now they're coming against 3 of Fluffy's fan clubs here, and they're like, that's going to be difficult to defend against.
Well, they've at least managed to get down to the other side and certainly try and get that flag out of there. But Formula Bison, heal as you may, you're not getting out of here alive. And I would have liked to have seen that come out from Fluffy's fan club a little bit earlier. They managed to win very effectively the last fight. And they waited till everyone respawned and then tried to take it. If they could have done that instantly, it would have worked. Now they've given up possession, and while Clown College certainly not wasting any sort of time here, utilizing that big play, even knocked Skater off the edge. And goodbye, I'm out of here.
Killed him midair with the beat dropping there, which means that Fluffy's fan club don't get to leverage that extra HP. And with this flag coming home now, that looks like it's going to be 2-0 to Clown College. Really, really nice play from them here to kind of establish control of the space and, you know, put themselves big lead here with 4 minutes left on the clock.
This is actually very difficult. We saw Clown College rallying last time. This time they don't have to. It's up to Fluffy's fan club to try to take this. Remember, Fluffy's fan club, if they win this, then they're going to be able to, win the entire series. But right now, it looks very good that we're going to be going off to our Clash game mode. Nubin going to try and make it even a better chance here. It shuts down this attempt from Fluffy's fan club instantly. Clown College now going to be teleporting forwards. Aggressive position taken by Nubin. Chasing for that flag. Still has to worry about his own HP and Moira chasing. As everyone else is grouped in with them. They're going and they're looking to take it home all the way. One more fight is all they
big
need.
anti-nade. That's a huge anti-nade. That's going to give them an advantage to pick up this flag here for sure. Yeah, there it is. They've got flags on the way home now. It's up to Fluffy Fan Club to stop them now, but pick after pick dropping for the side of Fluffy Fan Club. Coalescence chasing, but that doesn't kill a Roadhog, so that's going to be 3-0. 2-1 here in the series. Really, really nice comeback there from Clown College. They seem to have figured out the solution to this this capture the flag game mode here. Really, really nice gameplay here from them.
Oh, here's where we get to see the cancel drop the beat. A really nice turns in mid-air there.
That's
Keeps
so
him
good.
off the ground. Oh, such a good play. But I really think Clown College just understood this game mode a lot better. I was very impressed with that Ana, I must admit. I was confused at the beginning, but the anti-heal at the end just won it. I mean, your opponents are coming in with the Roadhog. If you can just stop that Roadhog from healing up, you're not expecting your opponents to be running a Kiriko or something like that. So there's going to be no cleanse. And then they just did a great job of timing their approaches. I mentioned it halfway through there. Fluffy's fan club, they waited too long to make the engagements. They would get in there and then just be surrounded by red players. Whereas on Fluffy's fan club, they won the fight on the way to getting the flag. So by the time they got to the flag, they had 2 people running backwards by the flag with the flag, and the other 3 could just kind of make space at that stage. And that's what the Sim's supposed to do. That's what the maze is supposed to do. It's really well played by them.
No, it's tremendous. And I mean, they got full value there. And I think, that Ana pick is definitely very, very inspired. It's a traditional kind of little counter there as well, because you used to see it back in the days of goats. You'd have the goats running with Moira and the goats running with Ana, and you'd be running the Ana so that you'd be counteracting that mass healing output that a Moira provides with the anti. And I mean, it's a good read, and it's certainly panned out for them. It's especially good against the Roadhog for, obvious big chunky health pool reasons.
I love that you bring up goats, man. That thing traumatizes so much. It's going to be in every conversation, every cast from now on here. But you're certainly right. When you want to worry about people being able to survive too long, just anti-heal them. They are not going to survive that long. And I mean, that's one of the big things about Capture the Flag. They have to survive so that they can get back. But we now get rid of that game mode. Thankfully, we don't have to see it anymore. Now we get to see an interesting new one, right? I have not done... Oh, we don't go to cash it.
And you still haven't.
Oh, man.
Okay, so this looks like then that is the Overwatch 2 heroes again.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is a little bit more of a diverse map, right? This is a map that isn't so run it down onto the points.
Yep.
It's a map that you can kind of maybe leverage those high grounds and that poke potential a little bit more. So maybe we see a little bit of Ramatra here.
I could see Ramatra, yeah.
Yeah, maybe
I
we
could
see
definitely see Ramatra.
Those 2 DPS leveraging that high ground. Ilari definitely going to be strong in this environment, I think. So, I mean, there's options, right?
Yeah. Actually, you know what? With the inclusion of Ilari that we didn't pick up earlier, I think Ramatra becomes a lot more viable. He's so good at holding a specific point, right? And especially on the defense here, I feel for Kings Row, you can hold that front line so well. You can use the shield to poke out, and then as they run closer, you kind of like play around that corner, throwing punches, and then be able to just like poke out, knock down a support who's pushed up too far, and then get back. There is a lot of opportunity, and I think pathing is going to be so important here. When it comes to pathing, when it comes to where do we go, Fluffy's fan club has still been doing that very, very well.
Yeah, but I mean, I think, fundamentally you have a little bit of a different organization of that on this map. It's a map that everyone knows functionally, It's the most known map in Overwatch, surely. So I'd be very surprised if anyone doesn't know where they're supposed to be standing at this stage, But I do think, we've got this little kind of rotating triangle of tanks here. You've got a Ramatra, Junker Queen, and a Mauga. And I think you see a Mauga, you play Junker Queen for the damage output. You see a what you call it, a Malga. Also, you see a Junker Queen. You maybe play the Ramatra and like time it out a little bit more, give yourself the sustain to survive. And you see a Ramatra, maybe you come out on the Malga so you can just batch damage him and that's, get in his face. But
Blur, are you saying counter swapping is important in Overwatch 2?
yeah, I know it's wild. It's a controversial opinion. But I think it could be here. I think we could see, a little bit of silliness, unless they both come out on the same tank and bash their heads into each other for the entire game. That can happen too, apparently.
I mean, and it is the one that we kind of were interested to see. Both Risen and Bison are pulling out that Ramatra there. They've both got themselves a Life Weaver behind it. Very interesting, the fact that neither of them is going for the Alari on this. I would have thought that there were enough long sight lines and high grounds and walls to stick a pile onto that are difficult to assault. That would have been very powerful. But instead, they're just going to go for the brute force healing option and be able to get out of trouble. So probably charging forward a little bit more. We see Formula Bison wasting no time and gets life grip straight back. His teammate does not want him in there at any stage. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we're not seeing this defense leveraging the high ground a little bit more. Risen doing really, really nicely to get nice and aggressive on this backline. Taking a lot of damage though, but they do manage to stabilize it out though. They should be able to clean up this first fight, put themselves in a position to maintain that space.
I mean, that was really good there. Risen managing to go in and secure it. And I mean, that's the big thing here about at the Ramatra and the Venture, is that Ramatra can go in and do so much burst damage. You then also combine that with the burst damage of the Venture, and someone's dying, right? One or two people at least is dying, and then you've got the life grip. So the Ramatra has the freedom now to go in absolutely full tilt, and then still come out. And then, of course, the Venture has their own get-out-of-jail-free card.
It is a little bit surprising still that they're not using that high ground though. Especially because you'd think the Sojin would gain so much value from it, just being able to pepper down damage. But, definitely, put out a little bit there, Kura. Need to be a bit smart about that positioning, but coming in now.
Suzu's been forced out. This is actually Clown College could be in a lot of trouble here. Suzu's been forced out. They've got some really nice damage. They're forcing everyone from Clown College back through this wall. I mean, even with that ultimate coming online from Formula Bison, it's going to be difficult to recontest it. The fan club can hold this for as long as they want. And Astro, even just taking this front line, decides to go in. I mean, they're going to be running straight. There's the Annihilation out now, and Clown College going to have to try and shut this game down, this fight down very quickly. Nice escape there. Actually wastes a lot of time. Meanwhile, it's given some space to Risen in the backline. He's got an Annihilation, and suddenly the fan club are the ones struggling.
I think that was a really, really good use of tree there. They came in with their tree to allow them to recontest, but it kind of cancels out the Annihilation quite well. So that it makes it really, really difficult for that kind of damage over time to get value. But looks like it's still going in the way of Fluffy's fan club. Ults traded from both sides, but a little bit more. Fluffy's fan club already had the control of the space, so they are seemingly taking that good control of point and putting themselves in a position to go on to second here.
I mean, Silly Spy used exactly the strategy that you were talking about, though, right? They, on the attacker side, managed to get control of that high ground, and you just saw it at the end there. Poor Risen sitting on the ground trying to block desperately. Has the Sojin building charge railgun, building charge railgun. 3 shots in a row. There's nothing you can do about that. No one who can get up at that stage of the fight. So certainly something that Clown College could have optimized on their defense. But they still got plenty of time. They held on for the first one. Even drew out that second fight for a long time. Now they've got a couple of ultimates coming into this fight.
Yeah, and they have to stop this cart here now. They have to whittle some time down from Fluffy's fan club here. Mirrored Kitsune rushes here. It's actually such a pretty effect, but it's a lot of chaos on the ground there. Lots of very fast moving attacks, and that's so much damage.
Oh, the punches was an absolute flurry at that stage. We're out here watching MMA between these two Ramatras, but Formula Bison is the one to come off as the more battered of the two. It means that Risen also back up to a lot of charge on the ultimate, although that being said, Formula Bison has a very similar sort of charge, even better. On their side, Astro Boy nearly gets a confirmation on the counter bencher.
Yeah, wow, that was very, very close. Really nice escape there from Kura to ensure he survives. But I think we're also seeing a difference in how the trees have been used. We saw that tree from Long Live Pain used to push onto points earlier and kind of play up against the Annihilation. Doing it again here. You can see how much sustain it gives him. As much as, you still have to win the fight.
Yeah.
But it does make that fight fightable. Which was one of the issues when Annihilation first came out, was that it was just too oppressive as an ultimate. And, it does give you the chance. They unfortunately still lose the fight just off the way they took the fight. But it's just, it's a good read, I think. And I think the tree that came out into the Kitsune Rush from Fluffy's fan club wasn't as good.
Yeah.
Because it's, it's a drop in the ocean at that point.
Now we see a lot of ultimates coming out there. Fluffy's fan club going to be dropping them straight away in here. Astrobro's in a great position in the backline. Doesn't manage to secure the kill, but certainly stopped everyone looking at Silly Spy. Unfortunately, Spy was not able to confirm any of the kills there. Now it's up to Astrobro. They've gone and used their tectonic shot. Gets one kill, or at least helps towards one kill, but that's about all that's going. Kurigari, the better venture right now, coming out there, securing both of the kills. Nubin on the low ground, trying to just hunt down their opponent. Does actually lose that fight. There's actually a very dangerous position now setting up. Risen is on the low ground, holding that payload just 4 meters out. Has at least done enough.
Yeah, managed to just stem the flow, stop the payload for a little bit. And they have good ultimates coming into this next fight. So, it's not as if they've committed, for the last little bit of what they had to hold that out. They still have resources to use here, but Silly Spy making tremendous use of this high ground, really putting in a lot of pressure to, really force Risen to reconsider his position and force Crown College to, get stuck in a difficult position.
Gain a wall, just second guess there from Winter Phoenix, realizing that this is actually not where they want to be taking the fight. They want to have that when they want to go forward a little bit more. They're going to have it available instead in the next fight. Last kill on Silly Spy there. In fact, Kitsune Rush thrown out late into this by Fluffy's fan club. They've decided this fight is not over. They've lost their Sojin. And Sojin might be the difference maker as Nuben decides to try and drop that, but decides to slide into their opponents. And that's not the place where ulting Sojin needs to be. It's given an opportunity here for Fluffy's fan club. Annihilation thrown down as well. Remember, they've also just dropped their Tree of Life. No trees available, and so it really is the Annihilation able to cause all the havoc that they want. Kirigiri able to stall the payload out for a certain amount of time, buys up the overtime. Eventually, it goes the way of Fluffy's fan club.
Yeah, and although they lose that fight, they did a really nice job on second point there to really just whittle down that time bank here. They've reduced Fluffy's fan club to 2 fights in this third point, and it's a situation where they can potentially, hold them here and go into the attack, thinking, okay, this is very winnable.
And then certainly, we came into this saying that this was going to be one of our closest matchups of the day, and certainly proving to be that, especially when you mirror the compositions like that, that's interesting. We'll see what Astrobro can do now with this tectonic shot. Decides to wait until they've got a lineup on everyone, sees the supports in the back line, starts pumping out the damage, not confirming any kills just yet. Risen. Instead, Risen takes the fight right into the face of Astrobro. It's going to carry on going now. Still has that ultimate if needs be. Actually just gets avoided a little bit by that pedal platform. A really nice play coming out from Winter Phoenix, and even back there, ready to make the grip, get everyone else out. Fluffy's fan club, they dropped that one ultimate. I think that was the 2. I think they also used the Sojin overclock.
Yeah, they did. I mean, it's quite expensive for not winning that fight, especially now playing into the 3 ults on the side of Clan College, possibly all 5 if this fight goes on long enough. By the looks of things, it might not go on that long. That's a lot of damage.
And this is huge. With 10 seconds left on the clock, Clown College go, you're not even going to get close to this, or at least anyone who does eventually get close to the payload, they're not going to be long for the world. Their tree was popped up there, but there's no one alive. Astrobro desperately trying to stall it out with the help of that tree. Clown College eventually stabilized at the end. I think they did consistently well throughout. Managed to hold it to just 2 points.
I must say, though, I'm impressed by 2 things in this game so far. The one is that Kurigari seems to have kind of overcome his first map venture issues, where Astrobro looked by far and away better on the venture. Yep. But now it's looking a lot closer. Kurigari's getting lots of really valuable picks, very kind of contested in that position, and I think definitely he's been extremely valuable on this defense so far. And also just the difference in how the Sojin's players have been playing. Yep. Clown College's Sojin running with the team and very much helping drive the spear. Whereas, Silly Spy playing an off angle a lot of the time and, getting looking for picks, looking for unblockable damage and, forcing the kind of positioning out of Clown College in terms of how they shape. It's a tremendously interesting way and interesting thoughts to how they actually are approaching this as teams. Says a lot about how they're kind of like looking to posture and take fights. And I mean, it has been very interesting. In some fights, it's worked more to play together and drive forward. In some fights, it's worked better to have that high ground and look for picks. It's a very interesting tactical matchup.
I think it comes down because you're 100% right. It's been back and forth between the two teams, and it almost seems like the pace of the engagement is the different factor. If it's a slower paced game, it favors Fluffy's fan club, with Silly Spy being able to chunk in a bit of damage that's maybe confirmed by Astro Bro. Whereas on Clown College, when they're running everyone looking straight ahead, all fighting, if they're charging down, they're just winning on damage numbers. Right now, that seems to be the play. Clown College decide to try and take this corner. They've got Kurogari, only just makes it out in time, but it's given space to Risen. Risen going to be able to punch down the Venture. And this is the everyone look forward mentality coming out there. Nubin managing to secure that. In fact, actually getting in behind their opponents. Oh, come on, Life Weaver. You've only got a little bit of time, but you can't run out of that building. It doesn't matter. You're running into everyone else. And Clown College instantly pick up the first point.
Yeah, and that setup from Fluffy's fan club was a little bit more what I actually expected teams to be running. I was just surprised not to see that life grip come out in the extended Astro Bro there when he was in a little bit of danger. I thought that would have been the perfect opportunity for that. But that said, Clown College played that very well. That kind of singular target focused kind of engagement really, really working in their favor at the moment. And really, really impressive in terms of how they're choosing to approach these team fights.
Again, methodical play forward comes out from Clown College. They're playing these angles very, very well dictated. We see Kurogari trying to get in there. Actually decides to go a little bit aggressive. Life Grip comes back. Fluffy's fan club constantly seems to be walking backwards at this stage, but they're flexing so well. And Ramatra does get pulled back, so Risen going to still stay alive for now, but it's given all the space. Fluffy's fan club have sensed that weakness. They're trying to push it. They flex back so far. But it was important that they still managed to keep this payload basically trapped in here in the archway.
Yeah, I mean, that has to be the perfect, the epitome of bend, don't break. That they perfectly just pushed back as far as they could to just stabilize and then just lashed back and popped off. Astro Bro here coming in very, very big with on the Venture here to get a couple of picks to keep them stuck at this choke. And this is a dangerous one for Clown College here to get stuck in this position. It's really not an easy position to break as an attacking team. So it's really, really difficult. It's really, a tough position to get stuck in. And Fluffy encountering Kitsune getting stuck on the cart and actually losing the value out of that ult altogether there.
I mean, that's big, because Clown College dumped 3 ultimates in there, but Fluffy's fan club, again, because it's stuck in this position, was able to just use the tree and the annihilation previously and hold their ground on the other side. Clown College going to try break through now with this, but as soon as you get their opponents low, the life grip comes out there. Maybe Life Weaver is a viable character. Manages to get them back to safety. Fluffy's fan club once more bending, not breaking. They've given up some possession, but they're still in all, pretty healthy. They're ready to take this fight back, and they're coming through with both of their DPS ultimates. Risen goes down early in the fight. That's going to be difficult to come back from.
Yeah, no, that's definitely... You hate to see that, especially with Ramatra being so much of a present tank in the fight. You just... you lose your tank here. It's such a big disadvantage here. Good from Clown College that they're able to establish some of the space, though. They might have a little bit of an easier time pathing into the fight now, which means that the actual team fight itself should be a little bit more balanced. And with Silly Spy going down early here, that's a big opportunity. It's something that they could leverage to really, really push themselves into that fight. But trading out for Nubin, that's extremely big. And with the ultimates on board, you expect Fluffy's fan club to be able to push back here.
Really is a tight fight between these two. How many more ultimates that you want to drop here? I think Clown College going to be sad that they're not getting any progress, but Fluffy's fan club holding on to those ultimates until they think they really need them. They decide to throw out the annihilation, and it's countered out immediately by the tree. Both these Life Weavers doing so well to be able to give their team a place to stand and fight. This tree from both sides, so the fight dragging out for a long time, but eventually the annihilation just holds on for too long. Formula Bison now just has their counterpart to try and fight out. They're gripped away once more. Long live Pain this time, the one who gets there, but Clown College got out. She didn't really get a lot of progress on that payload.
Yeah, I mean, and it's expensive again. It's Tree and it's Kitsune Rush. 3 more ults on board here, but the time bank is starting to whittle away a little bit. The position where they have to get a little bit of progress here. They have to start looking to capture that second point. And with the Kitsune Rush coming out here, that's a very high pressure ult to be playing into.
Oh, and there's the overclock coming up here from Nuben. The Clown College dumping everything. They've got to win this fight, you're thinking. But there's still so much flex coming out of Fluffy's fan club. Everyone jumping around, and just when you think that you've got your opponents locked down, they get grouped away. Nuben, though, with the ability to slide through there and chase down the targets, gives Clown College the opportunity that they need. There should still be one more touch. In minute 35, Fluffy's fan club going to be coming in with that overclock. Nothing to be said from Clown College.
Yeah, I mean, you have to, if you're a Clown College, yeah, I'd say you have to push up. You have to, like, hold a little forward, but they've given the opposition the chance to touch here. It's really, really dangerous here. Kurogari getting very overextended, but managing to trade out for Winter Phoenix, who falls off the map in that kind of messy fight. And Fluffy's fan club, no healers on board now.
Clown College still around. Risen going to be throwing out that Nemesis form, throwing in the big punches against their opponents. The Lifeweaver's still up there. They need to be able to pull back. Astro Bro doing too much in the background. It's these DPSs that's causing havoc there to your supports. That's the problem right now. And while Risen's certainly doing well to try and keep a presence here, it almost seems like it's just a very slow death. It's almost a problem for the side. Maybe pull out a little bit more ultimates. They do at least force out that's amidst the tree. Oh, I was going to say that was actually great for the Clown College when they pulled out the Annihilation, but that's too much to invest, I think, for a lost fight.
Yeah, I think the tree was very strange there, considering it was what, 2v4, 2v5. Like, it's a very expensive ultimate there for a fight that's not really winnable, especially with your opposition Ramatra having Annihilation there, which I don't know if that was a valuable ult to use there. Like, I don't know if they needed that, but they've won that fight already.
Oh.
Little flank. We like the little flank.
Cheeky C9 play?
I doubt that one, greatly. Oh no,
Risen.
you can't drop there. You can't die that quickly, man.
Just immediately, and it seemed like it was not aware of where the teammates were around them, and now you got overtime. Now you're fighting without your tank and everyone else falling so quickly behind you. Clown College, you did so well to bring it back in the capture the flag. You did so well to stop the point before it got to third place. And yet, instead, Fluffy's fan club, again, going to be unified as a team, just getting that ult economy a little bit better, getting some great positioning and methodic play throughout. Going to be able to take this, and they're going to be showing why they belong in that top 4. End of the day, I think they've got one more match after this. I think... I do think that they've got one more match, but so far, out of their 6, picking up 4 wins is a great end, or a great almost end, penultimate end to the weekend for Fluffy's fan club.
Definitely. I think that was, really, really tightly contested game. Really just, and they just were able to kind of play their strategy and implement their strategy a little more effectively, I think. Silly Spire and Astro doing tremendous work, playing those off angles, playing those flanks, and really just punishing Clown College for playing the way that they wanted to play, that really aggressive, narrow style. It's a good game, all in all. Like, it's always really interesting to see that type of clash of styles, see who kind of comes out on top there. But the map geometry, and I think the style really just kind of like falling in Fluffy's fan club's favor there.
Yeah.
That's a mouth, by the way, Fluffy's fan club's favor.
Right? That's what I was saying earlier. Man, you guys don't like to make it easy for us right now. But certainly making up for it with that entertaining gameplay. It was nice to see. I mean, I'm very, very sad we didn't go to Clash. Peach, I don't know why it's not forced.
Yeah. Come on, Peach. You control everything.
You control everything in this.
Get it right.
But maybe we'll get to see that in our last game of the day, although that is going to be a difficult fight. We do have some stats for you guys in this, because a lot of those fights were certainly more chaotic than was able to track at any stage, especially with Venture ducking and diving and then a life grip out at the end where you think someone's definitely dead and you stop paying attention to them and whing, wisp away into the ether. Interested to see these stats. Blur?
Okay, so we get them for the player of the match. So I think we have to decide who our player of the match is in this game.
Maybe one of the ventures. I think Astro Bro was certainly very impactful in the first half, and then did come through again on King's Road there.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think it was just mainly just team-based stuff. So
I mean, I have to say, I was really, really impressed with Silly Spy's presence on that Sojourn, but I do think Astrobro on the New Junk City map, really, really impressive. And then in the latter stage of that, their defensive side of that King's Row map really brought it back and played a very dominant performance there. That Venture ult is so, like, it's so brutal to push into, right?
Yeah.
Like, it looks horrible to push into.
You channel everyone down a narrow corridor that King's Row Streets is. I mean, what more could you want as a Venture? I mean, it's so long as well, both ultimate and it. But Astrobro going to be getting that 97,000 damage, 85 eliminations across 4 maps, and final blows 40. That's not a bad way to do it, friend.
That's ridiculous. That's nearly 20. Well, that's nearly 25k a map.
That's big.
That's ridiculous. That's so much damage. Two of those being capture the flag maps as well.
Yeah. I mean, and that's not a priority on doing damage or getting eliminations, right? You're kind of like more mobile based at that stage. So, I mean, eliminations, you're still sitting at 21 and a quarter eliminations per map. I mean, that's insane. That's someone who's confirming it. And Astrobro definitely been practicing the latest addition to the Overwatch roster, and what a beautiful time for it to actually get out of the few heroes that they were able to play in this match. Venture certainly was a good one to invest time in.
And you know, we have to communicate it to our viewers. We chose this player of the match without the stats, and I think the eyeball test and the stats test confirmed the kind of impact they were having there. Is that you could see it, but you can also see it backed up. You know.
Yeah.
Like, it's just that is a ridiculous amount of presence in this game.
That is fantastic, and I'm very interested, Blur. We're going to be going into a little bit of an interview right now. Just gonna get the player of the match, Astrobro, in here. I'm very interested to see what you guys are going to chat about if you guys are sitting in there. But definitely, I think something has to be said, considering the vast majority of players in this match were relatively new to COWZA tournaments. I think it was fantastic. I thought we got to see some very high-level play. I mean, the number of hooks from the Roadhogs that was coming out consistently was great. I think the synergy was something that we expect to see from high-level teams. I think someone like these sort of 85 eliminations in a match is something that you would expect to see in a pro match. So I'm going to hand off to you, Blur. Enjoy.
Cool. I think, Astro is coming into this channel now. Hello, Astro. Congratulations.
Hello.
You're our player of the match.
Thank you very much.
So you came in to this game as a sub, right?
Yeah, I got a message from Smiley yesterday if I could sub for 2 matches, and now I'm here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, coming into this environment, obviously these players have played quite a lot together already. How have you kind of like found gelling into this team?
Very stressful at first because this is like my first like actual kind of tourney environment, I guess.
Okay.
And then getting kind of playing on Venture, I've not touched a champ at all.
Would not have guessed that. Really would not have guessed that.
Like I've played 1 or 2 quick play games, but otherwise no, not at all.
And how are you finding Venture?
Very fun. Really fun. Like her abilities to disrupt the backline so much really puts like a game changer into the game.
Okay,
Yeah.
so because this, you kind of now derailed my question. I was going with, how did you prepare on Venture? I mean, what sort of experience do you have? But 1 or 2 quick play games is almost nothing. Are there other heroes that you're starting to like find similarities? I've thought of something like a Tracer with the mobility and the flanking options, or like Genji with the dash aspect of it to be able to confirm kills. How are you finding, like, what allowed you to play so well on a hero that's brand new to the game?
Probably the survivability on Venture, especially. Well, yes, you have like dashes and the recall on Tracer, the deflect on Genji. The fact that you're just able to get so much value off the shielding by using one ability, you just get to live so much longer. And like while your team is fighting, you maybe get to keep off like one of their supports and one of their hit guns. Yeah,
I mean, we definitely saw that impact coming in on New Junk City, especially. How did you find her kind of on your attacking side of King's Row? Because it looked like you were maybe finding it a little bit harder to find that same type of room. So what was
Yeah.
kind of the difference there?
I was struggling to find like engages, and then suddenly I just die because I overestimate the shift, like how good the survivability is. But if you like started too late, you're just gonna die.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you by any
everyone's
chance? Go, ahead,
Go
sorry.
for it. Go there.
I was going to ask, were you by any chance a Doomfist player in Overwatch 1?
No, not at all.
Really? Because I've seen a lot of people compare it to that playstyle as well, so I was curious. Just trying to find the
Yeah,
transferable
it's-
skills here.
I think, yeah, Doomfist. The problem is on I feel like it's more similar to Doomfist now, just
Okay.
because the right click just allows you to CC more. Like you
fair
get,
enough.
Well, you did very well in this, and like you say, this was your first time in a COWZA tournament. I really hope we get to see more of you. Are there plans to join a team or try out or just take part in more of these sort of casual throw-together style tournaments?
Yeah, definitely. This was a really fun experience.
That's great.
I'm still looking for a team I can actively scrim with. So yeah.
Anyone
You hear
watching?
that, team?
You hear that? Yeah.
Get in,
right here.
get in here. You know, up and coming venture player right here. Cool. Thank you so much, Astro. And again, well played today, and congratulations on player of the match.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
Thanks so much. Cool. We're going to be just taking a look at the standings before we close out this cast. Yeah, Peach, take us away.
One more game for the day, and I mean, right now, Teachers Lounge is sitting up there at the top, of course, 6-0. They're the ones that we're going to be seeing their last game for the weekend, and certainly got a very, I think, an easier game coming up versus Dancing Side Ducks. Fluffy's fan club, they're managing to improve their position by a point, managing to go up into that third position. Is going to be almost impossible to take that second position away from Tinnitus Troopers. They would have to lose their match Tinnitus, while Fluffy's fan club would have to win their last match of the day. And everyone else below there, Snowstorm Upper Management, managing to pick up their first win of the tournament.
Hey.
A great showing from them there.
Yeah, and we do see Circlebabs confirming 8th place finish with that as well. They've played their 7 matches. I think, yeah, the bottom 2 slots kind of like sealed over there. Snowstorm Upper Management and Circlebabs, you know, have both played their 7. The rest have all played 6, I believe. So, you know, all those middle and upper places still kind of in flux. I think Teachers Lounge and Tinnitus Troopers, I mean, Tinnitus Troopers would have to win their game 3-0 and Teachers Lounge would have to lose their game 3-0 for them to equalize on points. And I think then Teachers Lounge probably wins through head-to-head. I'm not actually sure what the tiebreaker there is.
Listen, if it comes... They should win a map diff, but we'll get to that very niche situation if that happens for both of these cases. I mean, Dancing Sadix being able to take down Teachers Lounge 3-0 would be a very interesting one, but we'll have to see that just after this. Blur, your final thoughts about this match or tournament or anything?
I mean, it's just been tremendous fun, right? It's just another game of... This was like a really high-level game, honestly.
Yeah.
Like a really high-quality game. We've seen some much sillier ones with the more out-there modifiers, but this was just really, really fun to watch. A really enjoyable game, and you can see a lot of players just showing that there's a lot of quality in our community. Things you love to see.
Yeah. And we want to see that more coming up there. But yes, we're going to be taking a very short break. Afterwards, I'm going to be back with Sun Phoenix. So thank you, Blur, for the wonderful cast together. And we're going to be looking at some very interesting game modes. Ultimate Destruction coming out there, an increased charge rate for ultimates with a slightly decreased duration, but on like a pulse bomb, does that matter? Who cares? But yeah, so more ultimates, certainly going to be a fun fight there. And then Short Kings, where character models are 40% of what they are
Nice.
normally. So I'm very excited to see Tiny Maugas or Tiny Junker Queens or actually any of the tanks are going to be hilarious to
Yeah.
see this big. So
I don't want
we're
to see
gonna be-
like a tiny wrecking ball. Like
Oh my goodness, it's gonna be like a marble bouncing around. I'm gonna
exactly,
love that.
amazing.
Oh, that must suck. Good luck playing any of your hit scans or tracking. This is when you play Mercy, definitely.
Cool. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Alt, and thank you everyone who watched today. Yeah, as Alt has said, that game is coming up at 8 with Alt and Sun Phoenix casting.
We'll see you then. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the conclusion of COWZA's Cacophony of Chaos. And we come to a swift end with myself, Altruism, and of course, Sun Phoenix here next to me for our final match of the day. How you doing, friend?
I'm very well. I'm looking forward to casting some more Overwatch. I don't know about you, Altruism, but I've had a ton of fun casting the Ringmaster's Rumble so far. Overwatch is always fun, but these little wild cards have made a huge difference in how we approach the game, and the little niggles that they introduce and foibles that you're not expecting are what makes a really big difference. So you can theorycraft as much as you want, but with this kind of tournament where you show up on the day and then like 10-15 minutes before maybe you see what the wild cards are, you don't have time to really do a whole bunch of optimizing and theory crafting. So you kind of show up and you're like, oh my god, that is insanely overpowered, and you're kind of adapting on the fly, and that's been super fun to watch happen live.
Yeah, I must admit, it's been really good to see new people coming together as teams. So, there's already a bit of a testing factor in how well a team is able to adapt and come together. But then, like you say, you're getting new game modes. I mean, how many people actually play Capture the Flag and know the strategies and can pass it on to the team? Maybe if you're lucky, one person on a team has a really good idea and knows the maps and is able to point out something like that. But otherwise, I mean, we've got two very interesting ones for you guys now. This one is going to take it and throw it all out the window. The last match that we did kind of restricted it a lot more than anything. We had Capture the Flag as our one, and then our Overwatch was only characters released in Overwatch 2. So it kind of restricted everything rather than just allowed you to play everything. But assuming you play a lot of Overwatch, you just now have to play the one or two characters that you got available to you. Now we got something different. First and third game are going to be increased ultimate generation rate, ultimate destruction coming your way. And then we have Short Kings, reduced character models down to 40%. Splash damage, probably going to be very important at that stage. We'll have to see about it. Which one are you more excited for, Sun Phoenix?
Well, funnily enough, I actually got to watch Big Chungus, which is the opposite, 70% increased model size. And that was a weird one, because the thing you don't think about is when you're 70% bigger on a Reinhardt, sometimes you don't fit through the doorway without crouching. So we saw a lot of people bumping their heads against doorways and stuff. And obviously, hit scan, DPS and stuff, you've got 70% more mass to shoot at. So that was a very interesting one. So I'm interested to see the opposite, what kind of different problems teams run into on the small. You said splash damage is going to be important. Probably. We've seen so much venture, so they'll probably get a lot of play as well. Pharaoh, imagine trying to shoot a little baby Pharaoh out of the sky. That sounds like hell on 200 ping. But also more ultimates, and it's worth noting that ultimate destruction, you've got decreased duration for a lot of the ultimates as well. So you're not just going to have, trees of life 15 seconds, and by the time it drops, you've got another 10 seconds before the next tree of life comes. A lot of that stuff has been tweaked as best as possible, as they have done with a lot of the modes. So both of them should be exciting. The ultimate destruction should be a lot more chaotic. And Short Kings will have to wait and see what the teams bring out, because that could be super wacky.
I'm very interested to see how much theory crafting and actual planning for these things has gone into it. Are you just playing the same comp that you've started feeling comfortable with over the week, now just with faster ultimates? I mean, maybe dumping ultimates is a little bit more forgiving, so that you know that you're going to have them, so you don't have to worry too much about wasting 3 ultimates in a fight. It's certainly going to be interesting on our longer ones. We haven't gotten to see Clash just yet. I would love to see this go all the way to a game number 5, just so we got to see that. But Peach is making it as hard as possible for us. It's map 4. He's relented just a little bit. So as long as we
just need to not have a clean sweep, and we'll be able to see Clash. Funny enough, Altruism, I saw Clash yesterday because it was map 1. Or map 3, I can't remember. Map 2. So we got to see a little bit of it yesterday, so unfortunate for you that you missed it. It's fun. It's kind of, you can definitely see teams are still getting to grips with exactly the sort of meta game around it, like when should we be pushing, when should we be regrouping, how far can we take things before we lose more than just the one cap point, because it can be very steamrolly. So yeah, we'll fingers crossed we get the full 5, obviously, but if not, at least get to Hanaoka.
Well, Steamroller is another very interesting talking point right now because we are looking at our top team in the brackets. If we take a look at the standings for today, we are, of course, on the last series, and Teachers Lounge completely untouched up until this point. But Tinnitus Troopers just behind them, and there is actually a universe where the Tinnitus Troopers could take that first spot at the end of it. To happen, though, it will mean that Teachers Lounge will have to lose in a 3-0 versus the Dancing Psyducks, who they're up against now. And Tinnitus Troopers will have to win 3-0 in their respective match. In that one particular permutation, then we are going to see Teachers Lounge giving it up at the very end. But otherwise, Teachers Lounge has looked phenomenal up until now. I mean, out of their 6 games, they got a plus 15 map differential. That is fantastic. That means that they've dropped 3 maps out of their entire 6 series.
Sounds like it. Altruism, that's some quick math you did there. When I cast them 2 games ago, it was 2 they had lost. So it's possible they've lost 1 since then. But they have been absolutely unstoppable. So they have lost 3 maps, we can confirm. Nice quick maths from Altruism there. Yeah, they've been a cut above, really. And we chatted to Tox earlier when he got MVP in their match against Clown College. And he was just saying, basically, we're just having a lot of fun, you know. We didn't really know each other beforehand, but once we got together, we just clicked immediately, it sounds like. And they've been, what you were asking about earlier, how much theory crafting and stuff they're doing. They're one of the teams who, as soon as they get it, they're sitting together, looking, thinking, talking about what they can do with the particular wildcard permutation and how they can work through that. And the results are very clear. The other thing about them is, like one of the other teams we saw, Pepe Clowns, they've got a very, very strong identity in terms of what they want to play, their play style. And that's working very, very well for them in terms of Tox has been really, really good on the venture, getting into the back lines and trying to find picks and kind of use that drill to pry open an advantage for his team. And they've had something cat on the Mauga, basically 100% of the time. So a bit of inflexibility there, but as a unit, they've been adapting really, really well. And by the sounds of things, preparing really well for the different wildcards.
Well, I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? It's not a case of they need to change because no one's had an answer for them just yet. I also saw in their match earlier when they were playing, it was Tox on the Venture, but they were also backing it up with Bluey on the Tracer. And that's a combination that I'm starting to get to see a lot, that double dive aspect of it. Both of them are almost impossible to really challenge until they get up close and personal. By that stage, you're pretty much blown up if they've timed it up nicely. And then they both got almost a get out of jail free card with both the dig and the recall. So certainly a very cooldown based. But I mean, right now, certainly both of them going to be loving the fact that they're going to have these increased ultimate generation for our first map. I mean, both the Tectonic Shock and the Pulse Bomb, certainly ultimates that can do a lot of impact. And something like Pulse Bomb, I mean, already comes up so quickly. They are going to, if they can find a couple of picks, a couple of nice things. Here on Esperanza, our first push map for the day. And this is picked out there by the Dancing Psyducks. What do you think is so important about this that they prioritized it?
I think the push maps will kind of feel pretty similar, right? It's kind of what is your favorite of the push maps. And this was one of the earliest introduced. What are your other options? Coliseo and Montreal, whatever that map is called. And this definitely feels like the one, for me at least, where you have a lot more control of what's happening. The flanking paths are not so obvious. It doesn't feel like you're constantly under pressure. There feels like there's a directionality to the match and team fights that I personally really like, because it feels you got more control of the game. So that could be a part of it. We don't know much. I don't know much about the Dancing Psyducks and what they like to play and what they like to do. So we'll have to see how exactly that fits in with their play style. But it's worth reminding ourselves again, as we mentioned already, ultimates, increased charge rate, slightly reduced duration. I don't know if it's reduced damage on things like Pulse Bomb, because obviously that's not really reduced. So Pulse Bomb is exactly the same. So it would not shock me to see a lot of Tracer here, Altruism.
It'll be interesting to see, we're talking about these teams like we know them so well, but of course a lot of the players in this tournament are people that we haven't gotten to see before. So we just take a look at some of the lineups. I mean, let's start with Teachers Lounge. But no, apparently we're going straight in this. You guys know these people, you will see them, you will get to love them. We have this game ready and waiting for you, starting on Esperanza, Wildcard, Ultimate Destruction. And right now, Dancing Psyducks 3 for 3 or 3 and 3, I think, in their 6 games. Looking to maybe push up into that top 3, but if they could take a clean 3-0 sweep against the indomitable Teachers Lounge, that's something very close to my heart, a very special place to me. But yeah, this Teachers Lounge with Toxin Socks leading that charge, man. I mean, what a huge amount of information to pull from for these new guys. And we talked about it with the bro from the previous match, but something Cat and other players like this who relatively unknown are certainly, I think, going to get a lot more standing and a lot more support in this community if they start looking for new teams.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the one of the best parts about these party style tournaments, where you kind of just thrown in with a group of 5, or you can sign up as a duo and then you get 3 random teammates, balanced of course by MMR as best as we as COWZA can do. You're going to see new faces. You as a player are going to interact with new people that are going to be teaching you new things, and if you're a really good player, you're going to be learning how to manage playing with players who are slightly less good and taking on a bit more perhaps of a guiding or a coaching role within your squad, even as a player. So there's a lot of challenges to playing in this kind of a tournament, but we've really only heard positives about people coming in and meeting new people and having a good time. Tox earlier said, he feels like he's made 4 new friends for life as a part of this team, and winning makes for good friends, it has to be said, but chicken and egg, one thing leads to the other. It really depends on how you look at it. So absolutely, guys like Something Cat. I think Something Cat specifically is looking for a team, or there was a player that put themselves out there and said, hey, I am looking for a team to play competitively with. So if you're a coach or a captain, you're definitely watching these kind of tournaments and saying, hey, I've never seen that dude before. Is he local? And even if he's not, is he interested, or are they interested, shall we say, in joining a competitive team? And that's always super fun to see.
And one of the things that you said is, like, especially as the upper level players in the community who have been playing for many years, they've gotten maybe a little bit tired of playing the same thing over and over. If they have to see King's Row once more, then they're just going to actually maybe choose Widowmaker or something like that as their DPS. But when it comes to this sort of tournaments, like you say, you get to share, you get to give back a little bit if you're one of the experienced people in a different way from ranked. Ranked, you can try. No one's listening to you, unfortunately.
Yeah.
There's no guidance that you're giving anyone at that stage. So it feels good. Even being the best player on your side, you don't feel like you have to do everything on your own, at least not in a team that's working well. I think that's what Tox is saying in this sort of aspect of going, oh, I've seen people try this before. Quickly, let's try this out. And they've built enough of a good relationship between them to quickly adapt and follow that lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've been discussing things beforehand and being like, hey, I think this could be really sick or really scary to play against. Let's give it a go. Let's see if it works. And if it doesn't work, well, we have that identity we can fall back on, which I think is very useful for a team like that. But it's been a lot of fun. We can take a look at the rosters since we have a second here. Why don't we start with Teachers Lounge, since we know them a little bit better. It is going to be Toxin Socks on that DPS. We know him best for his support, but he's shown himself to be very, very strong on this hero in particular. Blue has been great as a follow-up act to him. We saw him play really well on the Reaper, and he's been doing great on the Tracer, as we spoke about earlier. Something Cat, the Mauga has been their bag. It's been Mauga as far as the eye can see for them. But the results tell the story of how well that's been working for them. And then we've got Lixodian and Coconuts bringing up the rear on support. Hard for them to shine on a team like this, but the fact that the team is doing so well means they are absolutely pulling their weight as a part of this unit.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to a support like this, what you're really doing is the most underrated thing that will never get you credit. It's staying alive. You got Blue and Tox doing so much. Something Cat in the front line doing everything. But all you got to do is stay alive. Now we look at the Dancing Psyducks, and some of these names you might recognize. Some of them you might not. Niakosi is probably my favorite name from the SA scene that's come out there. Solaris is obviously there on the DPS as well. Fireman taking up the very intimidating posture doing this there. And then Stalker, not exactly on the most well-known role there, apparently is only playing Lucio for pretty much the whole weekend, with Blexley having to actually do the work.
Classic Stalker Lucio, you know, that hero combination, player combination that we know so well. For those of you who don't know, it feels like they've swapped Fireman and Stalker around, because Stalker is a big old Doomfist main. He loves his Doomfist. He likes to dominate backlines on that hero. I suspect Ultras are going to see him dominating backlines on the Reddit Lucio anyways, but we'll have to wait and see. Then we've got Blexley, as you mentioned, on the support. Only player I know on this team is Stalker. I think Solaris is a local player as well, but Stalker, he's the standout here, but he's not going to be on that tank, on that Doomfist, so definitely going to be something different. They're going to have a hard time here because we know how good Teachers Lounge is, but they're going to have to get the job done if they can.
All right, so not a unknown or unexpected front line there from Teachers Lounge coming into the Something Cat once more on that Mauga. Elixodian going to be taking that Lucio to keep them moving around. And Blue and Toxin Socks taking a very slightly different dive style front line there. Toxin Socks taking on the Sombra, and then you can see getting the hack out there. Blue just unable to secure anything just yet, but quickly backed up by Something Cats, and Dancing Psyducks managing to stay alive throughout this. They've got Fireman. Oh, he's taking too much damage. That was just burned down instantly from the counter tank there. It means that the rest of Dancing Psyducks now kind of have to get their quick feet on.
Yeah, I have to back out of here. Worth remembering, we had a big break between when we discussed the wild cards and when we actually started the game. Ultimate charge much higher than normal, so we should expect to see ultimates. I think that's a big reason ultimates why we're seeing Toxin Socks on the Sombra. That EMP charges super fast under the best of conditions, and this is even better than that. So we're going to see a lot of EMPs here, and it's going to be tough. But Solaris on that Tracer has already built up to that Pulse Bomb, so they're going to have to be careful here. Coalescence for both Warriors as well. So it's going to be an explosive team fight earlier than we're used to.
There comes that ultimate, that's EMP, setting Dancing Psyducks back a little bit. They dropped that Coalescence to try and hold it, but Blue has got up that Dragon Blade, unfortunately not able to pick up anyone. The Coalescence doing too much work from BLX to be able to just try and keep everyone high and dry. Now Fireman gets a chance to reinvigorate this, throws out that wonderful Rampage, and has got almost trapped in there with him. Something Cat, who stayed alive for a valiant amount of time, has at least done enough damage to Fireman. They're going to be able to take that down along with them. But still, Teachers Lounge, who comes out the better in this first real engagement.
Not only in terms of winning the team fight, it's look at where we are on the map here. They got that whole time the fight was happening, they were getting an advantage by pushing the robot forward. So a long drawn up fight was totally fine for them. They got the forward spawn and everything. So already Dancing Psyducks on the back foot here. Bob they're ready, but the EMP once again from Tox charges so quickly in this mode.
That's literally every fight right now.
Yeah.
But at this stage, it's a Bob also being thrown in there. Comes a big beat from Lixodian, who's given Teachers Lounge the opportunity to charge forward, give Something Cat, and already up to 63%, while BLX trying desperately again with the Coalescence that's building just as fast as these EMPs. It was a little bit too little, too late. Teachers Lounge keeps that payload going.
Talk about a steamroll, altruism, that's what we are witnessing here. Once you get an alt advantage, you just roll that into another alt advantage in the next team fight. It's going to be so hard to stop them here. We know how hard it is on this game mode. They've got another Rampage ready to go here. This could be big.
Oh, stopped in the tracks immediately by the chain up. It was the Something Cat managing to get that just in time. There's still trades going out though. Teachers Lounge are certainly not dominating this fight. They managed to get up a Dragon Blade, but Blue struggling to find any purchase, gets taken down. It was a great play by Stalker, certainly being the victim of enough Dragon Blades in their life this time. Manages to get a good grenade, and it's eventually Dancing Psyducks who are actually sitting around waiting to take control of this, but the Teachers Lounge players just hang around. They won't die. They won't let this robot turn around, and they've got their tank back now.
You'd think it was faster respawn time. It's not faster ultimate charge the way things are going. It seems like there's always a reinforcing player for Teachers Lounge here. Coalescence at the ready, as we can see here for BLX. Tox though, what's he got? He's got another present here for the Dancing Psyducks in the form of a big EMP. Potentially cancels the Coalescence. No EMP needed. Now over the top with the EMP.
That is a massive play coming out from Tox. So aware of the surroundings of what the win condition is. And the rest of the ultimates also coming through here. It was a Dragon Blade, I think, this time from, goodness, from the other Genji player. Goosey Goosey is not the name that they had at the beginning of this. So I'm a little bit lost on that one. But certainly, Teachers Lounge still coming out the better in this fight.
as they have been so far. You have to say, Dancing Psyducks a valiant defense so far. Solaris has seen the light as far as the Sombra play is concerned, and they've already built up an EMP here, so they're going to look to do a little bit of damage here. Nice shot from Stalker onto Blue there, helps secure that kill. EMP at the ready here, looking to go over the top here. Fireman, he's also gone onto the Doomfist here, so they want to fight fire with fire, be hyper aggressive in their own way here, and look to get some picks.
I mean, the Doomfist is great. Having that ultimate on board all the time means that you really can stall things out for a long time and be a lot more aggressive. The Dancing Psyducks finally get the robots turned the right way. Teachers Lounge haven't really made any big changes now, and they're on the verge of so many ultimates, but those are not going to count. Not when the EMP comes through. The plays from Fireman certainly causing havoc in the backline. Unfortunately, the DPS from Teachers Lounge have done too much as well. They've taken up the entire backline of Dancing Psyducks. Eventually, Teachers Lounge now get to charge forwards once more.
And that cost them nothing, Altruism. It cost them Cage Fight, and that's it. Both DPS ultimates available for Teachers Lounge. And of course, that's always the case almost in this game mode. But still, look how many ultimates the opposing team has. None. Coming in on 2, and not 2 huge ones. Not huge like this Dragon Blade could potentially be. Finds one, finds a second. Gonna pick up a third. No, Stalker, too good once again. Does stay alive, but Tox, he's there to pick up the pieces.
Fireman comes in now with that ultimate, but with no one else left alive, just manages to get out a little bit further, not delaying the payload at all, gets hacked up and chewed down by the Mauga, but Mauga actually faces a little bit of damage themselves. Eventually, a little bit of a contest comes out, but taken off swiftly from the point. That was, of course, Achnia Kosi, who's Kusi on this one. So, same. But the Afrikaner in them are certainly taking control right now. I do love both of these names, so I don't mind which one we go with.
Yeah, Kwasi Dursi. Achania Kwasi. Oh, but a squats here from Toxin Socks. He's waiting to see who comes on the sport, so he can ruin their day, but nobody forthcoming at the moment here. Something Cat been doing well on the Mauga here. Sometimes he gets left alone on the front line, but that's kind of the style of Teachers Lounge. He doesn't pull too many resources from the DPS. He kind of just exists, making space for them, and Tox does what Tox does. He finds that opening pick once again on DLX's then. We've got the Riptide ready to go. We've got lots of other ultimates as well. We're in for another explosive display, Altruism.
Well, Fireman goes in deep, and meanwhile, Solaris trying to drop that EMP. Does get a couple, but there's too many people dying. Unfortunately, the staggering was a little bit too far away there. No cohesion coming out, and Teachers Lounge just staying together so well. They had their own EMP that went off. It was all that they needed. Now they've got a Cage Fight and a Coalescence on the verge of a Dragon Blade as well. Now it's going to be all up to BLX. Can BLX get through a good Transcendence to stop this? Maybe Kursi can get in a Riptire. My apologies. Riptire. Try and clear this fight off once and for all.
A Dragon Tire. Worth remembering here that Transcendence is much shorter than before, so it's not likely to be that all-conquering trance that we see sometimes. Unfortunately, the Riptide not finding anything there. The Solaris trying to find some targets, not finding anything, and here comes the Dragon Blade. Transcendence not really close by, but he does manage to get in here, but they're still in Solaris now under a bit of pressure, but he's not going to have any issues here. And the whole time, they're just stalling the point here. This is still in favor of Teachers Lounge, no matter who wins this 2-5.
Yeah, 2 minutes left on the board is not a lot to try and push over 120 meters. I mean, right now, Dancing Psyducks would love to just get it back to a neutral place. They're still fighting on their side of the field. They have not even managed to reset off that spawn advantage. Fireman going in the backline again, not able to find anything. And even the punch, a little bit off the mark, has to retreat back to safety. Moira's taken a good liking to them, and Coconut's going to be able to carry on with that vengeance. Exodian trying to stay alive, has got the beat if they need to. We've got to stay alive. 30 HP eventually goes down to Stalker. Teachers Lounge still continue. They don't need that ultimate just yet. They're going to wait for that to come back in and try and clean it out. One more push, that's all it'll take.
It feels like they bend, but they never break, and now they're the ones doing the breaking here, courtesy of Something Cat. Toxin Socks in the background, and EMP over the top. EMP is all over the place here, and unfortunately for the Dancing Psyducks, Teachers Lounge was too strong on this occasion. It felt like they never truly lost momentum here, Altruism. They stopped for just a moment before steamrolling once again to a map 1 victory, and that means, Altruism, that means that they are the winners of the Ringmasters Rumble. All they needed to do was take one map, and who else but Toxin Socks to make play of the game.
Oh, the bully that is Toxin Socks, just where there is just sitting in the back line, hacking up vulnerable targets. They're following up with Blue's damage. The two of them have been playing superbly the entire weekend to be able to link together like that. And then, of course, just spawn camping at the end. Tox having a good time, it must be said.
Absolutely, and that's what we were talking about, Altruism. The fact that they came in with a plan, right? Thundercat's on his Mauga, it's like whatever, right? You do your thing. It's the kind of hero that never doesn't work. But it's Tox and Blue especially who identified Sombra's going to be super OP in this game mode with how frequently we get ultimates. And then if you can even neutralize all the other ultimates that the opponents are supposed to have so frequently, you're just going to win team fights. And it felt like once they got ahead of that ultimate economy, right? Once he got his first EMP up Tox, they just used it every time it was available in every team fight. And they used that to make sure that even if you've got 4 ultimates available as a team, that EMP means you got no ultimates available, because in the time that it takes for the EMP to wear off, you've lost 2-3 already, and the team fight is pretty much in the hands of Teacher's Lounge. On top of that, it felt like Dancing Psyducks just couldn't find that cleanup in team fights. They would get advantages, but they could never gain the true advantage of getting momentum on the robot. And at the end of the day, as has been typical of them in the Ringmasters Rumble, Teacher's Lounge just too strong.
Again, I think you hit the nail on the head there. It was just Toxin Socks and the team were initiating almost every single fight. You know, as much as Dancing Psyducks was trying, and they managed to a couple of times scrabble back a fight that was so dangerous for them. They dropped their ultimates late into the fight, and with a couple of people still held together. But they then either used all their ultimates that were there, or just in the next team fight, didn't start it off. They didn't manage to again pull it out, the victory from the jaws of defeat. And so they just didn't dictate the tempo. And I mean, when the tempo is enhanced like this, you still have to have the concept of being able to control it yourself. That's where Teacher's Lounge has not had a problem the whole weekend. Now it's going to be interesting. The theory crafting certainly worked out in the favor of the Teacher's Lounge team. Now we go to Suravasa. We go to a small change.
Yeah, a diminutive experience this should be, as we now have Short King's character model reduced by 40% of the original size. I always think it's worth reminding everybody that does not change the health pools of the heroes. Everything else is the same. All that's changed is the hero model size. So we're going to see some little baby heroes rolling around the track here. I wonder if we're going to see teams pick smaller heroes with thinner hitboxes to try and take advantage of that. And oh my god, something cat on not the Mauga, and it seems so obvious, Altruism, that Winston's going to be pretty strong here, because he's just going to hold down left click and hit so many heroes potentially.
I mean, I said AoE, right? That's a brilliant option, certainly. You still got Toxin Socks up there. Blue's going to have some work. Coconuts? Really? You're going to hit... Okay, there we go. That's better. I was going to be like a Kitsune... what are those things called? Kiriko... Kunai. That's the word. Kunai to the head is not something you can rely on. Very interesting to see Blue challenging their aim right now out on the Hanzo. Everyone else just kind of, oh my god, they're adorable!
Oh my god, they also... What is this, dude? It's like Rocket League, actually. It's giving me Rocket League vibes with the little cars driving around the track here. And so quick as well. Look at that zooming! Because not only does the HP not change, the movement speed also doesn't change. So this is adult movement speed heroes. The size of little babies, a big charge through the Rocket League analogy, even more appropriate now, Altruism.
That was ridiculous. The jungle rat trap is bigger than they are.
Oh,
man, at this stage, that doesn't trap you. That cuts you in half right now. The little Reinhardt shield. The Reinhardt shield is just also smaller. It covers, you don't even cover the same point now. We see everyone just going chaotic into this. I don't know who's winning. Toxin Socks is winning, apparently, throwing in a concussive mine there to try and shut it out. But I mean, you've got a Reaper trying to find health fires.
Oh, he's so small! Where even are we on the map, Altruism? Everything looks so weird, and so it feels like we're watching toys fight in like a bedroom or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's so distracting, the smallness. I don't even know what's going on. Looking quickly at the top of the screen, Teacher's Lounge are dominating once again, almost 70% up towards this first point capture here onto Ravasa. But it's not looking good for Dancing Psyduck, says we've got the Riptide ready to go here. He's going to put himself in the corner, pop the Riptide. It's a little baby Riptide as well.
That's adorable. Oh, I love this game mode so much. Turret, bigger than anyone else on the field, now
man.
chosen by Blue. Certainly an option to hit these incredibly fast characters. But first flashpoint does go through to Teacher's Lounge, looking to continue their dominating streak. Now they get to move on to the next one. Ultimates, Fireman, don't know. Oh, I wonder if that size is going to be different. Can you imagine how difficult it's going to be to fit everyone in a tiny Orisa ult?
Oh my god, what if it's not though? What if she has this enormous Orisa? I don't know what's weirder. This little baby Orisa with this enormous gravitic surge or whatever that spell is called. But that's the way to see her. Stalker was on the Baptiste, but it makes no sense. That looks pretty big to me! Altruism, but not big enough to win them the team fight, unfortunately here. Exodian on the Lucio, just making everything so weird as well, because they're even faster than normal. A great cancel on the Coalescence though.
So good right now. It really is a hard fight for both these sides. Earthshatter comes up, but it doesn't manage to get on anyone. Instead, he's going to have to charge through there. Something got again now, speared away from the rest of the team. Has to try and keep that shield up for as long as possible, but surrounded. Has managed to get the HP back. Got some space for Kusi to come in here on the Bastion. 2 more seconds to that turret form to be able to start throwing in the damage. Do they survive long enough? Is going to at least get out there.
Oh, what a
across
shot.
the map.
Get out of here.
Something Cat follows them down to the watery grave, but it is at least down to a slightly easier. The big factor is Teacher's Lounge got that first percentage up, and it keeps ticking.
You can see how hard it is to secure team fights because securing kills is so much harder on these small, fast targets. So getting that initial cap is so important. So hopefully we'll see Dancing Psyduck, if they can't get the recap here, put more emphasis on taking the point first. But the Lucio is such a good pick here. You can see how hard it is to secure kills, because not only are they faster, but they're also faster still. The Lucio on top of that. Sound barrier at the ready, just to make fights take longer. And already second point capped up for Teacher's Lounge here. They're making short work of Survasa.
Oh, big plays coming out from them. And again,
No, altruism. Small plays.
small plays coming out there. Dynamite comes in small packages. Unfortunately, we don't have an Ash on the field. But that would be
There's a
great,
Junkrat
man.
though. Plenty of explosives.
There's a Junkrat, there's enough explosives. And talking about that, here comes the Riptide once more, hunting for a small break in this fight. Has managed to at least get some damage on the Torbjorn. But
What?
not
He got
too
him?
much of those. How did you get that pin? I can't even get that on a regular sized target.
Man, that was really unfortunate, because we just spoke about how important it is to get this first cap, and now they're a man down. But they don't have to win winning team fights is so hard here outright, and both teams have recognized now that keeping a body on the point is worth so much more than securing kills at this time. But finally, red team in control now, but still a couple of blue players on the point. Dancing Psyduck, they need to find a couple of kills. They find one in blue, but they've lost DLK now as well. So this is pretty. It doesn't matter. Unfortunately for them, they have now lost the point. So it's going to be tough. A clean team fight is so hard to come by in this mode, Altruism.
I mean, what ultimates are you relying on to effectively get everyone together? Where's my Graviton Surge? Just bring all those tiny little creatures together and then hit some damage into them. But right now, certainly Dancing Psyducks on their last legs. This could be their swan song, as they now have to wait. Incoming Meteor Strike from above doesn't manage to get anyone. Fireman struggling to hit those, and Coalescence trying to chew through everyone, but the beat there from Lynx managing to do too much work. Keeps everyone from Teacher's Lounge up and ready to keep going. Desperate attempt here from BLX to try and keep this going. The area of effect healing is doing so much work, but it's not the point of keeping everyone alive. It's killing your opponents that Dancing Psyducks needs to secure.
Yeah, it's so much easier to heal small targets than it is to shoot them and kill them. So you can see again, I'm going to point it out, nobody is dying. We've gone for so long without anybody dying. The Torptide also so smart here, because it doesn't care how big your target is. It will just shoot your center mass. So that's a really nice pick here from Blue as well. Just set it up in the background, this big building that he's repairing with his little baby hammer. And now we see more AoE coming through, but they get the cap. And just like that, it's all over for Dancing Psyducks here on Survasa.
Once more, it just seems like Teachers Lounge have thought through this so much from the beginning, and they've got these picks. And Dancing Sydex is adapting to it and kind of copying it late into the game, such as the Torbjorn turret. But it's too late. They've lost 2 points by that stage, and Teachers Lounge with such good awareness. I noticed Blue didn't.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
That's just mean.
Just tracked him down. Little baby Lucia wall riding. Now, this is where it gets interesting, Altruism, because now both teams have had a chance to play this mode in anger, so to speak. So now we're gonna have a chance to see, with a bit more prep time, what can Dancing Sydex bring to the table. They now know, because we're going back to the first wildcard we did, Ultimate Destruction. So they now know Sombra is super hot in this mode, right? They can have a better sense of what sort of ultimates they want to have more frequently, and they're going to have a good sense of how this team wants to play as well, their opponents in Teachers Lounge. So hopefully that edge that Teachers Lounge have by looking at the mode, theory crafting, and coming in with a plan, hopefully that's mitigated just a little bit here in map 3.
Yeah, certainly Sombra was one. Moira was another one that I saw certainly built up that ultimate incredibly fast. Was having BLX, I think, had won every team fight as well. And that's both a good initiation tool, which is something that we did see the Dancing Sydex struggle with a little bit, and it's a good counter to even a Sombra ultimate. As long as you're managing to survive through that initial EMP or kind of hide around a corner so it doesn't get cancelled, it's a brilliant play to just be able to maintain. You know you're also going up against the Mauga, so Coalescence is a very reliable thing to deal with that cage fight. So certainly an option to go through there. But other than that, you gotta be asking yourself as Dancing Sydex, Dancing Sydex, what's going to effectively start a fight for you?
Yeah, it's rough though, because there's two teams trying to start the fight, and so far the way that Teachers Lounge have been playing, they've been so ready to go. They've been in and putting pressure on the backline so quickly, and like we pointed out earlier, Mauga's fine, Something Cat's fine, just hanging out on the front line, just being a point of an anchor that the team can sort of oscillate around and orbit around. He'll pull a bit of resources from one or two of the supports maybe, and that's it. He can kind of exist on the front line with that sustain, so it gives so much space for Toxin Co to do the damage on the back line. And it's worth pointing out as well, Stalker on the other side, you can see he's trying to kind of pick heroes that are going to deal with that Mauga a little bit, in terms of going for the Ana. The anti-heal, it's so awkward, the sleep is so easy to hit, it really sucks playing into the Ana, but the Mauga is not a problem at all. You got to deal with Tox, you got to deal with Blue, and maybe in dealing with them, you've got to deal with the supports that are keeping them healthy. So there's a lot of problems that Teachers Lounge are posing that teams have really struggled to solve all at once, and we can see that in their results throughout the tournament.
Yeah, and again, it comes down to that very clear identity of what they wanted to do. And I feel like this was still very much the same. Yeah, they've changed the hero picks to utilize our wildcard draw, but they're still going for quite divey tanks. Something like the Genji combined with the Sombra, we mentioned it as they came out previously. And now you got to try to find out what's the identity against that for the Dancing Sydex. Are you going to go ultra defensive? Are you trying to bring out a Brigitte or something like that that can just kind of babysit your Ana and deal with whoever is going to try and flank or dive on top of you? Or do you just change it up completely and go, okay, these guys are trying to look for a weak backline, let's dissolve our backline completely, go with something like Kiriko and Lucio or something like that can follow through with a big dive onto your opponents and get there and kind of overwhelm the Mauga or overwhelm the supports, especially who are making the Mauga and making the DPSs such a nuisance.
Yeah, and they've been playing a lot of Lucio here as well, which just makes everything so much harder for the opponent. So Lexodian on Teachers Lounge, he's been helping them respond quickly, move in and out of fights as the three cores. If you think about the two DPS kind of being off doing their own thing, the rest of them are able to respond very agilely to what's happening in the team fight. So it's hard to kind of get on top of the core of Teachers Lounge's team. So we're gonna have to wait and see here as we head into Busan here. Just as a reminder, again, Ultimate Destruction is the mode. Increased charge rate for ultimates, but less duration. So another thing to consider, Ultras, and we touched on a bit, but ults that deal damage as their main thing, not over duration. So things like Riptire, for example, or Pulse Bomb, are still equally as effective, but now on a much shorter cooldown. So, coming into map number 3 here, Busan Control. Again, same thing we've always seen from Teachers Lounge, pretty much identical to what they were doing before. I think Blue was not on the Tracer before,
There we go.
he was on something else, but Tox...
Big Genji, yeah.
he was on the Genji, that's right. But Tox and Solaris going to be bringing in that Sombra. The EMP just too powerful. And even the hack, we're not giving that much credit, but just 1 second of not being able to use your ulti could be the difference between turning a team fight and losing it. So that's going to see what they can get done. Fireman, he's decided he's going to show something Cat outside.
Okay, and actually proving to be quite a dangerous opposition here. Cat certainly losing Malgator and goes down early into this. Dancing Sidex has taken a complete mirror matchup aside from a single DPS. That DPS difference being Blue on the Tracer. And then Kusi did pick up the Cassidy to try and deal with it. That's Stalker going in there. Of course, you're going to find him in the back line.
I hope that this is now a change we're seeing where they're saying, okay, we're going to play our own style here, because it feels like they were trying to counteract what Teachers Lounge were doing a bit too much, maybe. And now they're like, well, we want to play aggressive. We want to be a big ball that steamrolls you. So let's just do that. Simon, look how well he's been doing. He's got the cage fight as well. A quick ulti here, catching 3. The team should be able to clean this one up from behind.
And then you've got the Coalescence on top of it. You've even got that sound barrier if you really wanted to drop it, but doesn't need to. And that's a great... Okay, yeah. No, Stalker still got it, and so does Lixodian. No one dropped the sound barrier, friend. But goodness, confusing me like that. But yeah, Dancing Sidex doing very well, and they dropped their Coalescence as well. So Teachers Lounge certainly coming in with more ultimates, but
here's where it gets weird though, because now they've got the EMP on the side of Teachers Lounge. So EMP to start with half HP for all the heroes in the front line. The sound counter, so good from Stalker, but it doesn't keep Hyman alive. VLX drops as well. They pull out the sound barrier on the other side. Does he go for the ulti? Thank goodness he doesn't. It's quick to charge, but that would not have gotten him anything. So unfortunately for them here, but 70% of the top for Dancing Sidex, buying a little bit more time here is Solaris, building up almost towards that ultimate. So not too bad if you're a Sidex fan here, but Teachers Lounge back in control.
And I do like the use of that beat from Stalker. It kept him alive for a long time afterwards and forced more. They forced the beat out on the other side. Now Teachers Lounge with their 2 big ultimates being the Pulse Bomb Blue are going to have to try and find someone. Thankfully, this is not the Short Kings game mode, because that would be almost impossible. And in a very dangerous position, obviously looking for a specific target here. Goes in there, doesn't manage to get a stick on anyone. And so it means the Death Blossom free to reign. And they do take down the big something Cats, and Dancing Sidex quickly back into control at this point. All they got to do is deal with the last Lucio. They didn't have to drop too much for this afterwards as well. They're still going to have the Coalescence and the cage fight for the next fight.
Yeah, unfortunate that they don't have the EMP. That would, I think, just kill this game dead if Solaris had managed to keep that EMP, but he had to use it to win the team fight. If he doesn't use it, they might not win the team fight. So that's not really a criticism. It's just kind of like, it would be nice, wouldn't it? But now we've got the cage fight ready. He does drop it down. He catches quite a few.
EMP instantly cancels it out though from Tox and Socks, and that means that it's a difficult fight for Dancing Sidex. It was so close for Tox to see if they would build it up in time, but there's still a life here for the Dancing Sidex. They're going to get another beat. It's counted out. Both teams getting out that big overhealth. They swapped, in fact, to the Sojourn here on Blue. That's a difficult play to play against here. It's not going to be long for this world. Something Cat is still trying to challenge. Solaris has got this EMP. We're going to finish it off in style. Gets a big hit on a lot of them. Lixodian, the first one to fall as a result of it. Now half HP Mauga, the last one left on this point here. A couple of very low HP supports around there, but a Coalescence and a Sombra. Not people you want. The Death Blossom to finish it off. And Dancing Sidex brings back 1.
I like what we saw out of them there. They kind of opened like with confidence, They were like, we're gonna win this. We're gonna go for the Mauga on Mauga, and he dominated them in that first team fight to Fireman. That was really, really well played from them. They burnt down Something Cat, and we can see in this mode how critical it is to win that first team fight, right? Because of how the ult economy is, it's like normal Overwatch on steroids in terms of ult economy. And so often the team that wins that first team fight just wins every team fight they need to, because they've always got ultimates up at the right time. So it's so critical here to win this first team fight, and they got the jump on Something Cat in that first one last time that Teachers Lounge were not expecting. I like Stalker on the Lucio as well. I think it fits their playstyle really, really nicely if this is how they want to approach it. And Sound Barrier every second fight is so nice.
Oh, big hack comes out here. Suddenly Teachers Lounge taking the aggressive standpoint. Dancing Psyducks getting chewed through way too quickly. Just Something Cat comes out and goes, I'm the alpha Malga in this fight, and quick team kill. And look at that, Blue already up to 53%, and Something Cat nearly at 50% themselves.
Yeah, they just steamrolled him there. It was a carbon copy of what we saw last time, but mirrored, because immediately it felt like Fireman lost half his HP, and that might be Blue on the Sojourn. A couple of well-placed railgun shots can make short work of a Malga if you're not careful. Speaking of Malga, he's 70% ready for Something Cat here. Despite getting split up, this could be trouble for our Blue team.
And the hack as well. We always talk about the fact that it takes away your abilities. It also makes you more susceptible to damage. And that's something that Fireman has just been the prime target of consistently. Here comes Lix doing a little bit of work in the background. Lucio, the biggest DPS out of the squad roster. Coconut's going to be trying to finish off a little bit more. Late staggers come out there for Teachers Lounge. Dancing Psyduck's going to have to need to get a lot out of this EMP.
Throughout all of that, the altruism, Solar is somehow the first one to get his EMP of the two here. Tox lagging a bit behind, so this might be the window that they need. Just this 9% basically. If you can get it, get the EMP and they can win the team fight, they might be back in this game, but it's going to be rough from here. And instead, they're going to move around, try and get the flank on, but they lose Stalker on the way through. They're going to lose another one here. And Blue popped ulti earlier, but already 60% up to another ult. It feels like Dancing Psyducks haven't really even taken a proper team fight.
Yeah, I mean, they dropped Coalescence. That was it. Coconut's the only one who needed to actually carry this fight. And now they've forced Dancing Psyducks back. Stalker's got his ultimate just to try and get out of this. And it's well-timed, but instantly countered out. That's a great way to get rid of the cage fight. Solaris just held on to that for so long. They've got Pussy now trying to do some work. Counter EMP comes through from Toxin Socks, and it's given Blue all the space in the world.
Oh no, Blue just firing back, finding pick after pick with the railgun. Sojourn on Sojourn violence here, but so far Dancing Psyducks have not had an answer to Teachers Lounge, and now they're going to be forced back here. This one's pretty much all over. Stalker on point though, makes his way there. He's bought some space for his squad, but it's still 4-on-3, 4-on-2 now, 4-on-1 perhaps soon with Lucio going down. Stalker valiantly goes in for his team. Ooh, low HP Blue, but no, the team is there. Everything is healthy. They've got Orisa coming through with an ultimate, but it's 5v1. No matter how good you are, the likelihood of you killing everybody is quite low, and Gravitic Terror Surge not good enough on this occasion, and Blue will find that scalp. It is all over here on the second point of Busan, but Dancing Psyducks, it felt like Teachers Lounge saw what happened in the first game and went, no, actually, that's not how this is gonna go.
Yeah. And again, it really was the best reflection of what you were saying there. The fact that Teachers Lounge took that so decisively in the beginning meant that they always had, like, it felt 2 more ultimates than their opponents, where Dancing Psyducks did well with Solaris's EMP to cancel off the cage fight. That was 1 ultimate. Suddenly, Toxin Socks and Blue both had an ultimate on to counter it out just when Dancing Psyducks was feeling confident in the fight. And I mean, that was a beautiful showcase of the individual skills combined with a good understanding of how this mode is playing out right now. Teachers Lounge now are just 1 map away from taking a clean 3-0 sweep, getting themselves up to a +18 game differential. That's incredible. Dancing Psyducks with a chance to take us through to Clash.
Oh, that's a bad start. It feels like an action replay of what we saw on Mecha Base here, with Fireman getting mowed down by the opposing Malga, and immediately now they can just get set up here on the side of Teachers Lounge. Good play from Dancing Psyducks, not giving too much away, because a little bit of extra ult charge can make such a huge difference in this game mode. And now they're going to come forward here. Something Cat dropping low. He's going to go down. So they've come back firing here at Dancing Psyducks.
And Teacher's Lounge doesn't actually have any ultimates online yet. They're going to have nothing to pull them out of this difficult situation that they're in. Dancing Sidex systematically eliminating everyone on the point. They throw in a Coalescence for good measure at the end there just to secure this. But one Coalescence is plenty good enough to get through this, and certainly not something you're going to miss.
I'm hoping Solaris can build this ulti up before Tox is ready to go here, because EMP, we've seen how important that can be. So if he can get his EMP up and ready to go here, just by doing some poke damage like we see him doing here, that could be critical here. Because he almost had his ulti as well, so close to so many ultis here, but the EMP comes in from Tox.
Oh no, and it takes out everyone. Something Cat and Socks working too well together. The W key pressed down firmly from Teacher's Lounge. They're able to clean through Dancing Sidex's valiant attempt from Stalker to try and keep them alive with that beat, but it just... Oh no, not good enough against that sort of aggression.
Yeah, they kind of just got run through, got ripped by the EMP, but now EMP going the other way, so hopefully Solaris can do an action replay of what we just saw here, but this time for the blue team. EMP at the ready, they're coming into another couple of ultimates here, but blue, he could be key with that ultimate. We saw how good he was in the previous one, but here comes the EMP.
Massive EMP comes out there, and you can see it's just around the other way. Cage fight dropped late here by Something Cat. Does at least manage to get a couple of kills. The Dancing Sidex still look pretty healthy. They've got a sport. Oh no, they're not very healthy. It's not very healthy. They've just got Stalker being chewed down at the end there, and Teacher's Live somehow managed to stay alive throughout all of that.
Yeah, blue just hitting his shots there, man. It felt like they had that one in the bag, but it was a bit of a... They didn't start at the best. They lost a player right at the start, and now they're kind of having to trickle in here. Of course, he getting caught out of position there just a little bit. So now it's big trouble here. That was their EMP fight. That was the fight they needed to win, because Tox has got an EMP ready to go. We saw how well they executed on that in the previous team fight. So Teacher's Lounge here, they're in the pound seat. They're looking to get these kills and not even let this next fight get started. Altruism, 81 seconds. This could be all over already.
I mean, how do you break out here if you're Dancing Sidex? You're trying to run forward, there goes the cage fight, they're going to drop a beat on top of it, and it's instantly clean off by the EMP. Tox and Socks just waited for that and mitigates everything that Dancing Sidex can bring. Then you're just giving the space to Blue and Something Cats to have a bit of a firing range. 99% ticks over. At the end of the day, Teacher's Lounge, they bring it back. They dropped a single map, effectively. Like, not even like a whole map, just a single point on their entire route here. And I mean, this has to be the follow-up play to the Toxic Socks EMP. Yeah. One shot there, one shot there. Oh, look at how low everyone is. Really.
Thanks for the cleanup here, janitorial services. Look, this was an education, if you will, Altruism, wasn't it? Just a total dominant performance from Teacher's Lounge. They showed up and they showed everybody how a tournament like this is won. Just totally untouchable. And these are not 5 players you look at and go, oh my god, how does anybody beat that team on paper? You know what I mean? This is just, other than Tox, these are just normal players we don't know that well, players who are the same rank as everybody else in theory in terms of their average MMR. So it's just they just showed up with that mentality of being like, we're not hyper competitive, we're not going to win everything, that's not what we're here to have fun, but we love Overwatch, and this is an opportunity for people who love Overwatch to flex themselves and be like, I love this game, I know everything there is to know about this game, and so when I'm faced with these challenges, I want to come up with solutions to them. I want to solve each wild card as best I can and dominate, and that's what they did today.
Yeah, 100%. You can see the passion that came through was the enjoyment turned into dedicated practice times turned into synergy and understanding turned into adaptability in every one of these situations. It was so good to see that they just worked. Everything that they tried worked. They had a clear idea of how they wanted to approach most of the matches, and when they didn't manage to get to that, or they got thrown a little bit of a curveball, they then, something like the Small Kings game mode was certainly something that they couldn't run their typical dive on the back line with your DPS. But they went, okay, what would make sense here? Okay, AoE kind of damage. Tox was out there on the Junkrat. They went auto tracking with the Torbjorn. Stuff like that is just good understanding and awareness that they could then work together with, and it was just so much fun to see them actually act. Pretty sure it wasn't as fun on the other side, but that's the best thing about being a caster.
Yeah, someone's got to win, someone's got to lose, and thankfully for us, it's never either of us here in the comm box. You know, we don't frequently cast bad games of Overwatch. There's always something good in an Overwatch game, and with the Ringmaster's Rumble, you're always learning something that you didn't know before. Who would have thought? You know, small kings, there's certain things you just don't want to be running. The thing about movement speed that we had not considered at all, the fact that your movement speed is exactly the same, except you're covering twice as much ground with that hero model, is weird. It's impossible to hit anything. It's impossible to get kills. And so taking that initial opening team fight and winning that, it pretty much just secures you the point. And so we learned so much. Something Cat on the Reinhardt as well as another hero I wouldn't have thought would be so strong, but it makes perfect sense when he's so fast. He swings, he's going to hit stuff, and he can just charge through every couple of seconds and just go fishing, you know? Maybe I hit someone, maybe I don't, but I'm so hard to kill that I can just make my way back to the boys and set up for another charge through the mass. So, yeah, I really, really like this tournament format. I hope we do it again soon, and we can, you know, throw in some more different wild cards, and see what other weird and wacky stuff you can do with Overwatch rule sets.
Well, I hope Blizzard was watching this. Apparently, guys, all you need to do to make Reinhardt viable is make everyone tiny.
Make everyone real small.
That's it.
Although
That's
you say that,
come on, guys.
but you know that with a month or two of real hardcore optimization and min-maxing and stuff, there's going to be comps that come out that are like, wow, how do you beat this comp? How do you win with a Winston in your backline, with a Moira backing up? You know, just as ideas, it's like, that's the thing that's cool about this. Imagine next time we do this and we've got a lot of the same stuff, and now players are coming in, okay, here's what's really good in this game mode, here's what's going to work, here's what doesn't work as well as you think it is, and then we get to take this to the next step, you know.
Okay, so Phoenix, we obviously know congratulations has to be in order here for Teachers Lounge. Within the first map, they were able to secure themselves an untouchable first position, but coming out of the day with a 7-0 record, a brilliant showing by them. Well done. You guys are our champions of clowns for the weekend, our inaugural one. I don't know if that's the official title, but it seems fitting, doesn't it? Big question that's still to be asked, though, Sun Phoenix, is who do you think was MVP in this match?
That's a hard one. It was a team effort, I think, from Teachers Lounge. Overwatch is always a team effort, but some games show it more than others. Some games you've got like, well, that Widowmaker was unstoppable, or this player was constantly doing stuff. And there were moments where I felt like that in this game, but every game there were strong players, there were people stepping up, and more than that, this team just felt like they had a plan, and they executed on that really well as a unit, and so that was what really good. So if I had to pick one, I think for me, you know, roll it a 5-sided dice and pick the number.
Let's talk about some of the merits.
I would say go for it.
But before we have to go, because you say it was a team effort, and I think it was brilliant. You know, we saw Toxin Socks doing a lot on the Junkrat of just chaotic throwing things around, but also the Sombra was fantastic in the game modes to be able to build up that consistent EMP. The fact that he was on the one character that was kind of the core of the game plan made it look better. So it's very difficult to be like, oh, it was all him. Yes, it was supposed to be him. The Something Cat on the Mauga was brilliant consistently, and in almost every team fight you saw those kills coming out there, but we very rarely also give it to the supports at the other side. I mean, we saw Coconuts and Lix, right? Those were our two supports. Lix was playing Lucio most of the time, as far as I know, and that was getting some incredibly good beats. You know, we talked about it, the counter beats that came out halfway through a lot of these ultimate fights was the thing that kept them alive in it. And then, of course, Coconuts was staying alive so much and doing so much healing on the Moira that was able to keep everyone alive. So it's not that guys were wanting to sit on the fence. It's just everyone, I think, did their role spectacularly. So my question to you then, if we want to rephrase it not as an MVP, but whose stats do you want to see the most? Because I would be scared to see some of the healing stats or...
Yeah, the problem is stats are only cool in comparison to other stats coming out of this, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you show me like 20,000 healing, it's like, okay, I don't have a good sense of what that actually means. What I will say is that I'm going to give it to Something Cat here.
Yeah.
Because he felt like the core of this squad. He hasn't had MVP yet, which is not a good criterion for giving somebody MVP or not. But it feels like in a team effort, the tank is the player that's holding it down a lot of the time. So we'll give it here to Something Cat. I think you could make a case for everybody on the team, but he's been stalwart on this Mauga for this team.
Yeah.
And it's worked so well for them.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. 45,000. Remember, this was only 3 maps. So this guy's sitting, Something Cat is sitting at 15,000 damage on average. And that's including a game mode that's designed to be tiny and impossible to do damage. So 62,000 damage taking is a real presence in the front line, and blocking 19,000 of that for your team. You're doing enough damage to sustain yourself. It gives you exactly what a tank is designed to do. Presence.
It's worth remembering that a lot of that block will come from the twice as frequent cage fights he was so that's where that comes in. But it's not an ultimate that gives you damage. If you have Death Blossoms every fight, your damage is just going to skyrocket, right? But this is still all the damage comes out of the guns. So it is really, the numbers only tell half the story, but they reflect a very solid performance from our tank player on the winning squad.
Okay. Well, Something Cat is in fact ready to come and join us in here. So we're going to be jumping into this interview. Something Cat, well done for today and for the tournament in general. You guys undefeated by the end of it. That must make you feel good.
100%, because as I stated a couple of times to Coco, Blue, and Tox, me and Lix, we signed up as a duo and we didn't think we would get this far in the first place. So being undefeated was definitely, there's no describing the feeling I'm feeling right now. And because we won this final game, I did make a promise to my team, and they're gonna hold this as against me at some point, but that's fine. Because I'm a cat, I have to say the following words, so please forgive me.
Come on, clip this.
Yeah. Yeah. There we go.
Nice.
That's the promise.
Nice. A man of his word, Something Cat. So talking about you guys came in, you did a lot of prep like throughout the tournament, not necessarily like grinding practices or anything, but just chatting about the game and all of that. Obviously, your hero throughout the tournament, your iconic hero has been the Mauga. Is that something you just love? Is that a hero that just gels with you? Or is that something you guys as a team came up with either before the tournament or as the tournament kind of progressed, you realized this is our hotness, this is what works for us? Or is this a hero that you're like, give me this hero and I'm gonna make something happen?
The thought process was definitely a case of play what you're comfortable with, and if it goes well, it goes well. Luckily for me, I am a relatively decent flex, but I primarily play brawl heroes like Mauga, Junker Queen, and Ram. I used to play a lot of Ryan, but in the state that he is right now, I don't really have a lot of fun with him. But the reason why I have so much fun with Mauga in particular is because, in my opinion, he answers a lot of my gripes. They have a flying hero, Mauga. They have a Bastion, Mauga. They have anything that isn't Mauga. They have a Mauga. Mauga is just a fun hero for me. Lots of people take issue with his playstyle, which is fair enough. It is definitely one of those things where it's a case of, the Mauga 1v1s. You just stand there and shoot.
Yeah, hold left click until something dies.
Yeah, the Mauga with the better DPS and or support usually wins out.
Yeah.
But it's still a lot of fun. He's a fun hero to me. His lore is pretty good, and I actually learned today that he is part of the LGBTQ+, so that's a win.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the one time you couldn't really play Mauga, right? We got to see Short Kings, which from a production side and from the Twitch side was the most hilarious and cutest version of Overwatch that I've ever seen. Walk us through what it felt like to be part of that chaos.
So thankfully for the April Fool's update recently, Smolga was introduced. And that was a lot of fun because having this tiny little guy that never dies because of cardiac is just astonishing. But the biggest issue was obviously I'm so used to like a certain muscle memory with everyone being normal sizes that when I played Smolga, it was just very difficult for me to get in that groove, and I learned that from the April Fool's update. So the plan of attack was pick heroes that have little to no aim requirement. So that's why I went Rhine. What I didn't anticipate with Rhine though is obviously just my swinging hitbox was much lower.
Yeah, tiny.
But a shout out to Coco for just playing the best Moira I've seen, as well as the best Life Weaver I've seen in a couple of other games we've played. Lix, I would praise him, but we're best friends, so he gets nothing.
He doesn't. You don't want to stroke his ego too much.
Not too much. And Tox and Blue, yo, if I could like be in a squad with them as my DPS, despite Tox being a support main. Like I genuinely feel like there's no way we could lose any match. This has so by far been one of my favorite Overwatch teams to do anything with, and to think we're two buds that just met three strangers and we just gel so well. It's great.
That is very cool to hear. I'm glad you guys are having a good time as a team, and it's reflected in your results. Which is awesome. So I think before we sign off here, one last question for me. You played a whole lot of modes throughout this weekend. What was your favorite wildcard?
That is a very tough question.
Yeah.
It's a toss-up between the projectile one and the slasher one, but I think for the sake of all the Rhines out there, the slasher one takes the cake. Being able to hit 130 across 4 people in a single swing, I felt like old Ryan again, and that was just it's enough to make a grown man cry right there.
And you'll never have that again, unfortunately.
Oh, man, you didn't have to say it, but you did. Now I'm sad.
We'll have to petition COWZA to put on another tournament like this ASAP, so that you can get back into your wheelhouse with the slasher Ryan.
100%. And maybe, just careful with the venture next time.
Okay, Kat, my last thing before we let you go. You did mention that you were looking for a team right now. You mentioned that these are people that you would love to play with again. In terms of plans for the future, are you thinking potentially maybe of sticking as a unit of 5, or take this opportunity to promote yourself? I mean, your gameplay certainly shone through, and I hope a lot of people were watching, but go for it. Yeah, have your little 30 seconds of fame and tout why people should be looking at you in the future.
As for my plans, yes, I did sign up in the Looking for Teams channel, and I actually had 2 teams reach out to me because either they saw the gameplay or word of mouth. So I'm very excited for it. I don't know which one to pick, because obviously it feels like a lot of pressure, but at the same time, judging by the people that I just played with, it seems like either choice is just a good choice. There are like a few hits or miss, but I feel like overall the COWZA community, there's a lot of community in a sense of everyone's your friend. There's no real toxicity, maybe a few hiccups, but either way, I do want to sign up for a team, do some scrims, maybe climb out of gold, believe it or not. I am a gold tank player. I need to preface that.
Joe with me, I play support. Let's go. I'm also stuck in like metal ranks, so like gold, so we can do this, I believe.
Hell yeah, but otherwise, no, I'm definitely looking forward to being part of the team now, because it's if it's anything like what we just had, I'm gonna have the time of my life.
Awesome.
Makes me so happy. Thank you so much for joining us, Kat. We wish you all the best, and I really do hope to see you very soon in another one of the COWZA tournaments. But we'll have to keep in touch, and I'll be rooting for you in that. So good luck with finding your team and finding the ones that fit, right? Enjoy.
Thank you.
And for the rest of us, that brings us, unfortunately, to the end. These tournaments always seem to run out just when we were getting into the swing of things. But we hope you've had a wonderful time over this weekend. Sun Phoenix, any last thoughts or words of wisdom for the COWZA community?
I mean, how great was that, right? So wholesome. Not only that last interview, which was so lovely to hear, that was a sentiment that was echoed by Tox when we interviewed him earlier, and I'm sure by Blue when he was interviewed the other day, yesterday as well. So there's a group of 5 people who didn't know each other beforehand. A few of them would have known each other, but they've never played together before. They don't know each other's vibes, but they came together. They all got on really well, and that's best case scenario for a tournament like that. And across the board, it seems like people have been having fun, not only inside the game with the Ringmasters, Rumbles, Wildcards, but also just meeting new people. So if you watched that and you thought, damn, I wish that was me, sign up for the next one. You never know what you're going to get. It could be the best group of 5 people you've ever played with. It's not going to be the worst group of 5 people you've ever played with, I can tell you that for free. Just queue a single game of quick play or ranked in Overwatch, and you'll have the worst covered soon enough. But you'll have a good time, win or lose. You'll meet people, you'll have fun. So I guess my words of wisdom are just get involved next time a tournament like this pops up, and you're guaranteed to have a good time.
Yeah, and I mean, the tournament like this wouldn't be possible, and neither Sun Phoenix nor I actually work as part of the admin team for COWZA, and yet we've spoken to the guys running this in the background. They have been hard at work all week. We've got Peach, who's been on production today. I know Terran and him were coming up with a lot of these game modes themselves. Kay, obviously, been working to run with this organized casters. She's the one who pulled us in, and she was casting here earlier today. She's doing fantastically well at that. There's 50 other people that I could be mentioning right now who were responsible for making this tournament happen. And you guys for watching. I mean, we want Overwatch to do well in South Africa. It wouldn't be possible without the support of the players, without the support of the streamers, without the support of the organizers. So really, stuff like that, the fact that we're all smiling right now, comes down to a big team effort. So really well done to everyone that was involved in this. We've had a great time, myself, Ultrism, and Sun Phoenix. We are going to have to say goodbye to you for now, but you can be damn sure that we will be here for the next COWZA tournament. So have a wonderful rest of your night. Keep, of course, on that COWZA Discord and all the big socials, ZA Overwatch on Twitter, myself, Ultrism, at Sun Phoenix. It's all down there at the bottom. And we'll keep you informed about any opportunities yet to come. But Discord is definitely the place to be, to find some friends and make a future for Overwatch in South Africa. That's it for tonight, though. We'll see you next time. Bye!
and get it. Wow.